And we're live. Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call, Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. And we got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, JD. Hoag, JD, we had some aggressive sell-offs in the market yesterday. How are you guys feeling today? Are we ready to trade?
Yeah. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day, ready, raring to go. GD, how you feeling this morning? Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends, traders, viewers, listeners in the chat. Happy Wednesday indeed. I'm ready to go. These markets are moving. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Early poll up in the chat. Speaking of two of the markets that are moving, we got gold down 2.34% right now. Crude oil down 2.81%. Gold is trading 52.70, and crude oil is trading $71.15. Poll up in the chat. Will crude trade below 70 before gold trades below 4,000? Get your votes in there. We're going to take a look at this gold opening range trade. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. Take a look at a 1 minute opening range trade. We already talked about it in the green room. Market's out of balance. If it sets up a pretty good trade, we're going to look to take it. What do you guys think? Gold below 4,000 or crude below 70? Which one happens first?
Ooh,
That's a tough call.
Very good. Very good question. I think it's gold below 4,000.
It very well could be gold. It does open first. We're going to see a bit of a liquidity injection before we see one in crude oil. So it's got the fighting chance to make it first.
You're on to me, JD. You're on to me.
Educated guess. That is what we call an educated guess right there. Going with the information that the market provides, again, both of these markets are selling off in the overnight session, down over 2%. Gold right now trading $40,056. Get your votes in the poll there. 62 votes, 60% saying yes, crude below 70 or gold below 4,000. My follow-up question is, do either one of those happen today? Or I guess with crude, does it happen before we get off the opening call? We got about $1 to go here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah,
1 minute
before we look these days.
Not a whole lot, JD. Not a whole lot. I guess it's more now because the prices come down, almost $50 from the war high. That daily ATR is definitely decreasing in crude oil, but there are some interesting targets when we look at those charts that crude might be targeting here. We'll see if we get down to them today. 51% short, 50-50 in the crude tilt, and 56% short gold right now. I wonder if most traders have taken some profits, maybe if they were shorting the metals or oil. Let us know if you were trading overnight with Dakota for slow markets. And we'll get into these charts in just a second. 30 seconds before gold opens up here.
$56 till we get to 4,000 in gold. Very, very doable. We've seen $60 wide opening ranges, haven't we?
$60.
It's been a while. Oh, I guess not.
Yeah, it has.
What's the widest opening range we've seen in the last year? Didn't we have a... I'm trying to remember. Oh,
in gold, ding, I feel like it was like maybe $10.
$10, you think?
Maybe 10 to 12, and then the extension afterwards. Yeah, it's been a pretty big trade.
Yeah.
I don't know that crazy volatility. You're right, JD. We might have to go and look at the tape because we did have some pretty crazy days in gold.
Yeah.
I
take notes on our opening
there, JD.
Yeah, I take notes on our opening range. I'm gonna have to go back through my notes and look. I know we've had some extremely wide ones when volatility was at its peak, but I don't think we're getting that today. I've got a low 40.53.90, high 40.57.50.
One tick off on the high with the bigs right now. The low is the same here. 5 seconds before this 1 minute opening range closes, and it's extending here. All right.
There it goes.
And that's a trade below the low. Short or no trade here.
Short if anything.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Hoop in the
Feeling
chat talking
trappy
about
already.
silver. The metals are heavy today. Silver down over 4% right now. Biggest percentage mover to the downside. Below $60 again for the first time in a long time.
It was yesterday too, wasn't it? It was down like 6%.
Yes, it was. 6% yesterday.
Gold is looking real whippy, real fidgety. Just popped off those lows. You got 20 seconds until this opening 1 minute candle. I'm sorry, this initial confirmation candle closes. I don't think we're getting a signal right away.
Fidgety.
What's that?
It's like it has ants in its pants.
All right, no signal yet. It's short or nothing, short or bust for gold, but it's got that feel like we're about to rip and take out the high of the opening range. I'll keep monitoring this.
All right, we will keep an eye on. No trade. It's either going to be a short or no trade. If we trade above the high of the opening range, that is considered an invalidation of the trade, and we'll look for something else. Let us know in the chat if you were looking at a gold opening range trade. Maybe you're looking at a higher time frame, maybe a 5-minute, 15-minute trade. And shout out to TG Capital in the chat. Good to see you. JD, let's go through the economic calendar. Maybe gold is waiting for something here. Is there anything that we have to look out for on the eco calendar today?
On one of my calendars, I have building permits coming out, but on another one, it's not there. So I put it on our list. We'll see.
Yeah. Let's get ready for this short here. Oh,
it's not. It didn't close below it.
Wow, that was dirty.
A trap. Yeah, that was real trappy. All right, back to the calendar. We got new home sales coming up at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Crude oil inventories, as always, on Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got a 5-year note auction at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. What could be potentially market moving with the way rates have been acting as of late. And then we got the results of the most recent Fed bank stress test coming up at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Those are your major market movers for the day. The eco calendar is pretty stacked. Again, like I said, building permits potentially at the bottom of the hour. Current account, not too heavily market moving, but it is something to be looking at. We got the New York Fed bill purchase at about 8:20 Central Time. There's quite a few things peppered in throughout the day. As always, headline risk remains high as talks in Iran continue. We will always keep one eye on the ditch for you. One eye in the news, one eye on the charts, and piping in as much information as we possibly can throughout the trading day. It is our job to keep you as well informed as possible, and we love doing it.
Thank you for that, JD. That's a short if we want it.
Not yet. Is it?
Did it not? It closed like two ticks below on the bigs. I don't know if it did in the micros. I think I'm in agreement with you here. It looks pretty trappy. Looks like it wants to sell off. I've been talking about shorting gold for the past month or so. It looks like it wants to go, but when you're shorting at the lows, you want to make sure you're not the only one. And here they go.
It's a little difficult to push it, especially when they keep taking out lows and popping immediately. It's like they're searching for those weak shorts.
There you go. That's a little more convincing.
For sure.
Oh, what was that? What was that?
Wow.
What a
1,100 contracts just traded in a second in gold.
Who did that? Richard Harris, is that you? Just fat finger gold?
Richard Harris said gold should go up to 71.28 first. That's an interesting way to go up.
Talk about a tape bomb. It's going to retrace this entire move now. Watch. Well, we did not get into that gold trade.
Said if they're not going to take it, I'm going to sell 1,000.
Right. That was a move.
Wow.
Holy cow.
That's one of the biggest. So I track all these big orders, right? These big volume orders. That's one of the biggest I've seen in gold maybe ever in that short period of time. Again, that was 1,100 contracts in a second. 65% of that negative delta. So clearly some stops going off. Maybe somebody just hitting the bid. and gold said, "I'm winning the race to 4,000." If I have anything to say about it.
Over 5,000 contracts traded on that 1 minute candle in gold.
Wow. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. If
Well-
you didn't have your coffee, the markets are presenting some volatility to wake us up early. This is Topstep TV. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. That's a confirmed close outside of this range, but at this point, what's the risk on that trade?
Not chasing it down here, yeah.
No.
I think we can get better trade location.
If you want to sell with that seller, the range of that 1,100 contracts was 49 down to 35. So somewhere in that range, that 1,100 contracts traded. But again, that was a ton of size trading there in gold. $14 move. Pretty insane there. All right. We got no numbers at 8:30, or maybe some minor numbers, JD, but we do have some news before we get into these gold charts.
We do. Housing affordability. A bill is heading to the president's desk. A bill designed to tackle housing affordability is heading to President Trump's desk today. Let's roll it. On Tuesday, yesterday, the House of Representatives approved the legislation. The House action comes just days after the Senate approved the bill also. The legislation encourages developers to build more homes and local governments to reform zoning laws and lift permit restrictions. The bill will also limit large investors from buying up single-family homes. Both Republicans and Democrats supported the legislation. The president has said he plans to sign it into law. Housing affordability is on the docket.
I think we probably all know somebody who was competing to buy a house that got beat by some major investor that just came in and scooped it up right before they were able to close on the deal.
It was BlackRock, right?
Really good. Yes.
They came in, they would come in at 0 hour and just outbid everybody by 30 grand. And then turn around and rent the house back to the people trying to buy it for $3 grand a month.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
It's criminal.
It's good legislation.
It is. I agree with it.
There we go.
Interesting they let that happen in the first place.
Was that mostly during COVID times, around that time? Like I had a lot of friends, looking for homes at that time, and it was everyone was paying 30, 40 over what the asking price was.
It started around that time, and it just hasn't stopped. They've just been buying everything they can.
As they do.
Right. Gold is retesting this area where the seller came in. I'm going to be watching this all day, whatever that price was. Again, it was 34s up to 49s, 1,100 contracts traded. We'll see what that means for the rest of the day. We're kind of revisiting that price right now. The midpoint, Hogue, I'm going to look at these midpoints, 40,042. So that is a line that I have on my charts here. No numbers at the bottom of the hour here, right, JD? We got some minor stuff coming out. I think we can get into the charts.
Yeah, let's do it. What is gold up to? We just saw what it's up to.
Selling
off.
a
little deeper. Selling off.
Selling off. Hogue, let's take a look at gold on the daily. What are we seeing here?
Well, absolutely. Let's take a look. So we broke the weekly kickoff low. All right, 4,100, right? So there is a lot of space down below there. There were two swing lows that we just kind of looking at as potential for support. We just broke down below both of those. Just kind of looking at those levels, right around 4,040. Well, we've broken them. There is a lot of space down below here. There is a lot of room for this market to continue the move to the downside. We've been looking for 3,500. We'll see if we get down to that. That is that like 3 or 4 month consolidation from back in 2025, that back down to that 3,500 level. And are we headed there? Well, I mean, all systems seem to be go. The market is in a downtrend. That downtrend is remaining intact. volume still remains relatively low. I mean, we are pretty much holding below the 200 simple moving average of volume. And we, even yesterday in the pullback and the test of weekly kickoff low, the volume has been low. I'm looking for some more volume to come in below this weekly kickoff low yesterday, which is kind of hard to believe, but we didn't change open interest at all. As a matter of fact, um, open interest has really just been kind of waffling while we've been in this area of balance. I want to see in monitoring for continuation in the longer time frame. I want to see some new business coming into the downside here. I want to see open interest increase as we continue to push price to lower levels. It's one of the things that I'll be looking at for monitoring for continuation. Right now, really what we're looking at is volume, and we just saw a huge volume spike as the market has left the opening range at the dead high below the weekly kickoff low. The question earlier was what's going to get to that certain level first, and it looks to me like gold is pretty much on its way to 4,000. That is going to be a big fat round number. It is going to be a psychological number, of course. We'll see how the market treats that level, but I'm really enjoying the idea of anybody that is holding shorts right now is really getting paid. So, is this a change in market state? Yes. Am I looking for an increase in volume today? Yes. Am I looking for a large jump in open interest today? Yes. Would I take a loss in open interest? Well, that would be some long liquidation. That would be longs getting squeezed out. That also is initiative selling, and I would appreciate that as well. But I'd much rather see, if I'm looking for the market to continue lower, an increase in volume today and an increase in open interest. Jay, what are you thinking on the daily chart? It's kind of a tough spot here, isn't it?
Tough spot to sell, but kind of confirming what we've been looking for, Hogue. Gold is in a downtrend, and it has been for since the beginning of since mid-April. So we can call it 50 days really of a downtrend in gold here, and it's continuing that. These are the lowest prices we've seen all year after that tape bomb that we just saw, and we have the 50 moving average now crossing below the 200, which hasn't happened in, it seems like, 5 years. I'd have to go back and check. Yeah, but it's been a very long time since the 50-day moving average has crossed below the 200 in gold, which is just confirming that the downtrend does have some legs to it. Those 3,500s down there look like a very reasonable target. Again, these are lows that we have not seen this year, and we're going back to October 2025, where price has been this low. And then that consolidation down there looks like a target. We'll see if, how, and when we get there. But daily ATR is still 114 points. So far, high to low range, I believe we are above that right now, pretty much right at a daily ATR range. So it is maybe a little difficult to sell this here. We've been seeing some great movement in the metals in the overnight session and kind of continuing into the New York session. With the amount of volume that just traded there, and we'll see more on the 30-minute chart, my question is always going to be, okay, great. Gold is moving down. We can see that. How do we trade it for a day trade today if we're not already in a trade? And where all of that volume just traded is going to be a point of reference for me there. So downtrend still intact, maybe even picking up a little bit of steam here on a day like today. But what are you seeing on the 30-minute, Hogue?
All right, let's take a look at the 30. All right, so, well, overnight inventory, obviously, is short. That overnight inventory that is holding those short positions is getting paid. This is what they're looking for when the regular trading hours open. They're looking for continuation. Right now, they're sitting very happy. So the overnight inventory to the short side, continuing to get paid. They're gonna dig their heels in, and they're going to try and continue to see selling coming into this market. We also have gap guidelines. The market opened with a session gap. We'd have to get all the way back up to 41.2280 to close the session gap to see any naked points of control above, anything like that. Yeah, there's weaknesses in structure above. They're going to be important when they become important, but right now they are all left behind. I'm monitoring for continuation to the downside. We've seen absolutely no effort in the overnight inventory to adjust that inventory. Like I said, they are digging their heels in the dirt, and they are holding on to these positions. The one thing that is a little bit unnerving was the fact that yesterday there was no change in open interest yesterday, and the fact that the open interest since really the beginning of the month has been waffling. It's up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. We're finally at a point where I think we are going to force longer time frame traders to adjust inventory, and if it's below that weekly kickoff low, they're going to be liquidating longs, possibly getting into short positions, and potentially continuing to see this move to the downside. If something else happens, none of this is financial advice. This is just the way it looks to me. And again, I'm continuing to monitor for continuation to the downside. If something changes, if something happens, ACH, this market is at it's at a low that we have seen a couple of times in the past couple of months. And if we can't hold below there, show some volume, show some increases in open interest below those levels, is there a potential move in the opposite direction? That's always a possibility, but I don't view this as the market being too short. I view this as the market waffling, waiting for something to happen. Something has happened, and we are seeing sellers continue to push into this market. So I'm not going to be the first one to buy this. If some news comes out that changes things, okay, then we'll deal with that then. But I'm watching this market to see it continue this push to the downside. I don't think we're oversold here. I think we're in a good, relatively even position as far as shorts and longs in multiple time frames. And I think we're going to be seeing the longer time frame adjust inventory below this weekly kickoff low. And I think that they're going to be coming into, again, liquidate longs or increase their interest in short positions here. So I'm not looking to buy this thing. I could be dead wrong. I've been wrong before, but just in context, the way this looks to me is we've got plenty of bullets to continue this push to the downside. Jay, what are you thinking?
I am on the 1 second chart here, Hogue, really quick. I just want to frame out this candle. This candle is my frame of reference for the day. 40, 31.20 at the low, 40, 48.20 at the high. And Hogue, you've been saying, you're monitoring for continued participation from sellers. And this is clear here that someone had to come in and sell, but also we have to go with the assumption that there stops going off below this as well. So what I'm looking for in this zone, if we trade through this, is exactly what we're seeing here, right? Is there more sell presence behind the volume that we saw here? Or does this volume end up being what sets the low for the day? And did sellers get what they need done, and there is no more behind it right now? It's looking like there is more sell pressure behind there, and like you said, I don't think we're too oversold, but you're also not going to continue to average 1,200 contracts in a second in gold, right? So how do they continue to sell this? If they do, is the question. And I really wouldn't be looking long in this market until we maybe start to see some price above this 40 48 here. Now, that might mean I'm late to the trade, but there is so much room to the upside that I don't have to be the first person to buy this. And then I'd be going with the assumption, and we don't know anything for sure, but if there was a market participant that came in and sold 600 contracts there in gold, if price trades above it, then we go with the assumption that they may have to cover. That pushes us higher. But for right now, sellers are clearly in control of this market. We'll go back out to the 30-minute chart here. They've been in control from the overnight session. This is now the second day in a row where we've had price and volume leave the first 30-minute range relatively early. We're seeing that urgency in the metal markets, and that ends up oftentimes being the trend for the rest of the day. We're already below support 2, which we've seen all that volume come in at 40.43 is that price. Can they continue this down to 4,000 is my question, but I would not be surprised to see the market sit here for a little while, right? That's a ton of volume. It's hard to sustain that amount of volume for an extended period of time. When the equities open up, we do see another volume spike in the metal, so I'm curious to see what that looks like. But this purple box here is the area of interest for me in gold today, Hogue. Would love to see
Yeah,
it down
that
at
30-minute
4,000s. Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
I was just gonna say that 30-minute bar looks like the highest 30-minute bar we've seen since for a while.
Yeah, outside of the Fed, that's one of the highest volume 30-minute candles of the month. So yeah, definitely going to keep an eye on that one and how the market responds to it. And with that much volume, you're going to need about equal volume to get out of this range. So going to be an interesting day. It already has been an interesting day. I'm curious if anyone was short in the overnight session and then just holding on to a gold trade. I know for me, if I was short already, Hogue, I'd think about taking profits here.
Add.
I think, yeah. I'd think about taking profits here. And Attila says, I did not see the 1,000 or 1,200 contracts trade. Here's a 1 second chart. I'll pull this up one more time. And if you're on Ninja, switch over to Topstep X here. Great platform. 1.47K volume in this 1 second candle here.
And guess what the delta is?
And that negative.
Negative 1,400. Pretty much that whole
There
bar.
it is. There it is. Someone came and said, I got some gold to sell. Who's buying? But that is what I got for gold, Hogue. Anything else, or should we get over to the S&P?
I don't know. Don't cover here, Jay. Sell more.
Sell more? Yeah, I mean...
Not financial advice,
that,
ladies and gentlemen. Not financial advice.
Why not? Are they going to continue to sell it? Yeah, very, very interesting. They're in gold. Down over 3% on the day right now. All right, I think that's what we got for gold. Against silver, we're not going to deep dive the silver charts, but they look very similar. The 20 moving average crossed below the 200 in silver as well. The 50 is getting ready to do so, down 5%. Metals are moving today. But JD, we're going to take a look at the S&P. Before we do that, you got some updates on stocks overnight.
I sure do. Real quick, though, buy up, market go down wants to know, is there any way to see those kind of orders ahead of time? Short answer is no, unless they display them on the ladder, you know. That was definitely a market order that hit some stops. Could it have been a fat finger? Very possible. We just don't see that kind of activity in the gold market, you know. Especially in the micros. I'm looking at the micro contract. Jay, were you looking at the mini or the micro?
I was looking at the mini.
Okay. Same. We had the same price action in the micro, so maybe it wasn't a fat finger, but they were hitting both sides at the same time. By both sides, I mean the micro and the mini. Quite a few contracts traded in the micro. That 1 minute candle, like I said, total volume on this 5 minute candle, opening 5 minute candle was just over 9,000 contracts. Let me go to the 1 minute chart. On a 1 minute chart, this 1 minute candle printed just over 5,000 contracts. So they were selling on both sides, the micro and the mini. It was calculated.
And, if you are using something like a footprint chart, you're not going to see 1,200 at one price. When something happens like that, right? 1,200 contracts hit the bid. They have to go find where 1,200 contracts are. So it's not going to be at one price. It's going to be spread out, and that's why you're seeing a 1 second candle that's $20 in gold, because there isn't enough liquidity on the other side to take all of that selling. That's what leads to liquidation, and some pretty big moves. So
talk about
great opportunity
slippage
and volatility. Yeah, seriously.
Yep. I mean, you look at the gold ladder, it's 3 up. I mean, it took $20 to fill 1,000 lot.
Right.
That's slippage.
Yep. And if your stop was just below when they put in that 1,200 lot sell market order, you sold the bottom.
100%.
All those market order sells are ahead of you in the queue.
Oh, yeah.
That is what slippage is.
Just like the old days, right, Hogue? Where'd I buy them? At the high. Well, where'd I sell them? At the low.
At the dead low.
All right, let's get back into it.
Stops better, that's for sure.
Yeah, very true. Very true. All right, overnight markets in Asia closed a little bit mixed. We had the Hang Seng Index up 0.33%. The Nikkei closed down 0.88%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.11%. Stocks in Europe currently trading mixed this morning also. The CAC 40 is up 0.46%. Stock 600 up 0.08%. The DAX is down 0.88%, and the FTSE is up 0.15%. US dollar index up a couple of ticks this morning, 101.748. Last on the dollar, hovering just underneath the 52-week high, which is at 101.79. VIX is down about 2.5% to 18.97. VIX is back below 20 for the time being. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note down a couple of ticks to 4.441% this morning. All right, guys. Let's get into those S&P charts, if you please.
Let's do it, Hogue.
All right. So this is the daily in the S&Ps, and we talked about yesterday the idea that we're in a kind of a medium time frame area of balance here, and there's two shorter time frame areas of balance. We talked about right around like last week's low, 74, 72 and a quarter. Maybe a little above that as being the lower extreme of the upper distribution of balance. Well, we broke through the last week's low yesterday, and we are showing signs of reacceptance inside of the lower area of short time frame balance that is a part of a longer time frame balance. And you guys probably get sick of hearing me say that word, but that's just what it is, right? So what did we see as far as continuation of the downside? We had some pretty decent volume yesterday on the break below last week's low. However, we lost an estimated 4,900 in open interest. So does that make that break hollow? Well, the rally yesterday during regular trading hours was a little bit hollow, and the fact that we continued to push lower on lower open interest also makes the break feel a little bit hollow. So it makes sense to me that the market has really just kind of, and you'll see this on the 30-minute chart, we're basically inside range and inside value from the regular trading hour session yesterday. We are spending time below last week's low, which I mentioned was going to be an important inflection level throughout the rest of the session yesterday, which did prove to be true. Again, we'll see that on the 30-minute chart. And we're basically stuck here at the 50-session simple moving average, seemingly comfortable there. And possibly just waiting for new information. We do have a rather significant earnings report coming out today. Maybe that's what this market is going to be waiting for. We did have Besant talking earlier about a whole bunch of things. The market did move a little bit on what he was talking about. I don't really want to go back and kind of go through all of that, but so where are we? Well, we're still inside range and value from yesterday. We are holding below the last week's low. I can't really give this an auction grade, although if I was to give yesterday an auction grade, it would probably be around a C. We did see some pretty decent volume, but we lost open interest. We're holding again below last week's low. We're right at the 50-session simple moving average. This market is seeking new information. See, it's seeking something, and maybe that important earnings coming out later on is what it's waiting for. I don't know. We don't know. Just taking a look at what's going on in the context. Jay, what are you thinking here on the daily?
Daily ATR here, Hogue, in the S&P, 101 points. So far, high to low range, we are at about 45 points, which I kind of like to see. We've been seeing a bunch of larger moves in the overnight session, and then kind of causes some confusion or indecision in the New York session. We haven't seen that. That does not mean that we have to have an at-range day. And like you said, we have the Micron earnings after the close. So could that give us some hesitation in the markets today? We will see. The daily chart, June 5th candle, it's been 13 trading days since we printed it. We're holding the low. The low of that candle is 74.21 and a quarter. We're holding that low right now. And very similar to the NASDAQ when it was trading at the high, I have the same question about the S&P at the low of this candle. Price is going to advertise lower. Is there volume that's going to push us outside of this candle, or does that act as a container for the market and hold us in this range? And then we just see rotation right back up. The 20 moving average, 50 moving average have flattened out. So I'm kind of looking at a potential range day today. 74.21 is the low of that June 5th candle. Do we actually get some volume to trade below that low? We traded 1 point below it today so far. We'll see what happens here. And sitting right at that 50 moving average as well, which is in an uptrend. We've tested it a couple of times and found buyers there. We'll see what happens here. I think we got some interesting levels we could look at on the 30-minute chart there. Hogue, what are we seeing?
Yes, lots of interesting levels here. Of course, there always. All right, so here is our overnight move night before last. Overnight inventory we deemed as hollow. The market pulled back, and it was a normal trading day yesterday. Talk about range. That was a beautiful range day yesterday. The initial balance was high. The initial balance high was the high of the regular trading hour session. The initial balance low was the low of the regular trading hour session. So we had the kind of overnight inventory rally. We did not find the meaningful buyers that I would have been looking for back above the last week's low. So the market pulled back, and then we kind of were talking during the morning highlights, like, okay, if we get opportunities up near last week's low, this is going to be somewhat important. And we did look above it 3 times on 3 30-minute consecutive bars, but it was rejected the entire time. Every time it went up there, it closed back below that level, and then the market kind of rotated back to the downside. Nothing huge, nothing outside of the current day session range, but some pretty decent opportunities off that last week's low. Overnight inventory? No, nothing. What about extensions outside of range? No. How about outside of balance? No. We just traded to yesterday's balance high, our value high for 74.68. We just traded the overnight below, but rejected every time below value low from yesterday on this platform, 74.32. We're opening in the middle of it. Try and stay patient today. I firmly believe that there is going to be a better trade location for you after the open today, where there's very little change to the perception of value after a normal trading day. This looks to me like it's just hanging and waiting for something. What it's waiting for, maybe it's waiting for a friend. I don't know, but it's waiting for something. So be patient today. And what else do I have here? Yeah, just be cool, man. We're sitting right at the 20 session simple moving average, the 50 session simple moving average, and the 30-minute chart. We're sitting right at overnight VWAP right now. The market is telling us that it's range bound, and until it's range bound, we're going to be focusing on the extremes. Right now, the extremes, overnight high, overnight low. Will that give us some decent opportunities? Anytime in the middle here, I don't want to play because I feel like I'm diddling in the middle, and I don't want to do that because where's my risk if I short it here? Well, it's above the overnight high. Where's my risk if I long it here? Well, it's probably below the overnight low. Look for better trade locations as the day goes on is my suggestion here for the S&Ps. Jay, what are you thinking?
I'm agreeing with you there, Hogue. VWAP is a flat line right now, which means the overnight session did a whole lot of nothing. It has not. VWAP never really left that first 30-minute range from last night. Interesting spots to look at if we do break out of this range. 200 moving average on the upside here, 75.17. That is within a daily ATR range if we think we set the low and are going to get close to an at range day. And then to the downside, got to look at 7,400s, right? Big fat round number. Right below that, we have support 173.90s and your weekly kickoff low 73.70 there.
They're all within striking
neutral.
distance.
Yes, they are.
Where are we? Which way we going?
Exactly. And I was going to say I may be leaning to the downside after. So here's the thing: why I would be leaning to the short side in the equities. We didn't reclaim most of that sell off from yesterday. We rejected right at 50% of that sell off, and we're hanging in the lower extreme of it. So I'd be leaning to the short side, but it's like 50.5% short, and the other percentage of that to the long side. So that's a long-winded way to say neutral in these markets. Not a ton of direction right now. If it's a range day like yesterday, it's a big enough range to trade, and there's opportunity in it. But if I'm a
Absolutely.
direct trader looking for a trend move, I have to wait for more information. And right now, the market on a higher time frame is at a balance level. On the 30-minute, we're seeing balance as well. So, like you said, Hogue, a better trade location may come later in the day, and maybe after the initial balance, we get to see some trending price action. But right now, sitting right at VWAP, gonna sit on my hands here.
Awesome
And
stuff, Jay.
you as well, Hogue. You as well. That is what we got for the S&P. Who's winning the race right now? Is gold? Well, gold got down to 40.12s. We are quickly approaching that 4,000 level there. And like you said, Hogue, maybe sell more, right? If they're going to sell that many
No more.
contracts, find it. And this 30-minute candle is now more volume with 3 minutes to go, more volume than the last one we saw. So it's actually a welcome sign if you're short, right? You see 1,200 contracts traded in a second. It's the question of, is that sustainable over the next 30 minutes? We just see continued pressure from sellers in gold here, looking pretty good. Let's take a look at oil. But JD, before we do that, we got some news on gas companies.
Yes, we do. The president is not too happy with big oil this morning. Let's roll it. He's been posting about it. That's right. The president posted on Truth Social this morning, writing that big oil companies are not dropping their price at the pump commensurate with the sharply lower prices they're paying for oil. He wrote that oil prices are dropping like a rock while customers are being gouged for gasoline. The president warned gasoline prices better start going down a lot faster than what he's seeing. The international oil benchmark Brent crude slid to under $77 a barrel earlier this morning. And the U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude, that's what we trade here at Topstep, WTI crude, is currently trading at $71.10 a barrel. It's a continued easing after the U.S. and Iran struck their memorandum for understanding to work towards an end of the war. The president said earlier this morning that the president has ordered the Justice Department to look into what he called gouging by oil companies. The man is not happy, and his sights are fixed on big oil companies today. We could get some headlines on this.
Okay, I'm not saying that's not happening, but if
There's a process for it.
Yeah, I mean, if the refiners had to pay $90 a barrel and they're just selling that gas, they still have to sell it at a higher price, even though in the meantime, crude prices have gone lower. It takes some time to get through the system, which I get, but I'm not saying he's wrong. There are probably people out there gouging people. People will do anything for money.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
Yes, they will. Let's take a look at oil here. Opening up in about 10 seconds. We're going to look at that 1 minute opening range trade. Oil right now trading $71.03, down just about 3% on the day. And it looks like gold is going to win that race. Gold is not done selling here. 40. Okay, somebody just stepped in on the bid here in gold. What was that? That was gold is doing some interesting stuff here. But oil, let's focus on oil here. There you go. There's 4,000.
Hey,
so
they
whoever voted
went about the same time.
Yeah, they did.
Gold went below 4,000. Crude below $71.
65% of the poll came back and said oil was going to do it first. It might do it in a couple minutes here. Oil is officially open for business now. Are we going to see somebody come in and sell 1,200 contracts in oil as well? 1 minute opening range trade here. We're going to wait for a 1 minute candle to close outside of this range. So far, we got a high 71.07s and a low that looks like it's going to extend here. So I won't quote that just yet. And there it goes, 70.81s. The low. All right, we got our range established. Looking for a 1 minute candle to close outside of this range. And more selling in gold. Wow, gold is getting smoked. 39.95s last trade here in gold. Hogue, let's take a look at these charts. JD, let us know if we get a trigger for that trade and if you get into it. And we'll come back to that trade. Hogue, what are we seeing on the daily in crude?
All right, let's hit the daily, get off that 1 minute. We'll watch for that entry. So, all right, downtrend continues, of course. Volume was pretty low yesterday. Rollover's over, so we don't have to worry about that right now. And yesterday we lost 15,000 contracts in open interest. Long liquidation, folks. Those long liquidation traders are probably still liquidating some of those longs. My question is, are we going to start to see new selling coming into this market? And 6,900, the weekly kickoff low, is an area that I would look for that. Now, we've been losing open interest since the beginning of June. Since June 1st, we have lost well over 100,000 contracts in open interest. Now, is open interest part of that? Maybe. We're talking about 5% of the total open interest since June 1st has evaporated. So 5% of 2 million, I think that's really kind of saying something. So we've been seeing long liquidation since the beginning of June, and we're continuing to see long liquidation in June. So instead of seeing a whole bunch of new shorts coming in over the month, we haven't seen that. We've been seeing long liquidation. So that's evening inventory. I don't think that we are too short to continue this move to the downside. Very kind of similar to what we're seeing in gold. I don't think we're oversold down here. I think there's a lot more space. And of course, this is just me. This is context. This is not financial advice. It's just what I'm looking at and what I'm seeing. So even though we've been in a downtrend and because we've been keeping volume pretty low and losing open interest, this auction grade is a C minus. It's not performing well as far as adding new shorts to the market. It's removing shorts. Excuse me. It's losing longs. Instead of adding shorts, it's losing longs. If we get to a point where we have to adjust inventory and we have to start adding to shorts to these positions, that auction grade will, of course, improve. My fear is any disruption of supply. Things have been going well. If something changes overseas and something happens to that Strait of Hormuz, that's going to change the entire face of this market. And we've been saying that since the beginning. It is very headline sensitive. All we can do is trade what we're seeing. And right now, we're seeing continuation to the downside below last week's low. We're headed towards weekly kickoff low. If we can add open interest today, then I can certainly see this market continuing this push to the downside. But again, any change, any risk to the supply chain could be a vicious rally to the upside. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but just be ready, have stops. We'll see what happens. The auction may actually be improving its auction grade to the downside if we can bring some new open interest to the short side today. Looking forward to seeing an opportunity to see this market down at $69, which is the weekly kickoff low, and to see what the longer time frame traders do. I'm almost out of breath from that, Jay. What are you seeing on the daily?
I'm seeing a market that wants to continue trading lower. It's checked off everything that I've been looking for on the daily so far. I guess the last one is the test of that 200 moving average at 66.24. Yesterday we talked about the April 17th candle, and that low was 73.98. We needed to see some pressure below that, and we got that yesterday. After that, it's the 34% day that we saw in oil on March 9th. which that low was $71.94. We're clearly below that as well. So this is kind of checking off everything that I'm looking for downside in crude. Weekly kickoff low is within range if we see an anomaly day today. Actually, it's not even really an anomaly. Daily ATR, $4.64. So far, high to low range, we are at just under $3. So that weekly kickoff low is within the range of a daily ATR move. Why don't we just go get it today, Hogue? Let's check some more things off of our checklist here.
Sure.
Sure. Pretty heavy looking market. Again, is there an opportunity to sell it here at these lows? Potentially. We just saw it in gold, right? Someone came in and pushed the market off the cliff, and that could happen in crude as well. But like you said, Hogue, we're taking a technical approach to a fundamentally driven market. If the fundamentals do change in crude, with how short we've been over the last 2 weeks, it could be a very explosive move to the upside if there is a headline that comes out. But it seems like everything that's coming out right now has been positive or bearish for prices in crude. So that continues until it doesn't. The trend is to the downside, and it's, to me, look for an opportunity to potentially get in short. We're 40 cents off of $70 here. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
All right, where did this whole move start, Jay? June 3rd, Island Top.
Island Top.
Island Top. Long liquidation ever since. Take a look at a little bit of a closer look here. Overnight inventory is short. Overnight inventory, absolutely no effort to close that overnight inventory. Our overnight inventory traders that are holding shorts are sitting very happy now, probably counting their money, which is not a good idea when you're trading. But they are continuing to see this market push to the downside. We have gap guidelines. If we can't close the gap, we're looking for opportunities for continuation to the downside. What are we monitoring for? We're monitoring for continuation to the downside. How do we monitor for it? Price action, volume, and time. Price action and time. Price and time. The more we stay down here, the longer we stay down here, the more we're going to bring value lower. If we continue to see volume continuing to push price lower, then we see this market continuing to cruise to the downside. Again, be careful, because if you're short, you're in the right side. To be careful, if there's some sort of headline that changes things, it can happen really fast. And I'm hoping that is not going to be the case. Of course, we pray for peace every day, and peace is what we need to keep these supply chains open through the Strait of Hormuz. All of that, the opening range, that ass high, seeing continuation to the downside. Volume is coming in pretty good. We're only 8 minutes into the session here, and we're already pushing towards putting up the highest volume of the overnight session. We should be well above that by the time this bar is over. Visual downsides, $69. $70, of course, that's a big fat round number, but $69. And if you look on the daily chart, if you're wondering if every gap is going to be closed, look at this. We've got a nice, tasty little gap down here from Friday, February the 27th to the following Monday. There's a nice, tasty little gap. Why don't we go close that gap? It's down around 58.50 would be a pretty decent gap close for that. Not saying we could do that today, but if prices continue to push lower, yes, eventually gaps tend to get closed. Be a pretty tasty target there. How about 66.24, the 200 session simple moving average? Jay, what are you seeing here on the 30-minute?
On the 30, I'm seeing some urgency here in oil, Hogue, and I'm kind of looking back at the week. We started off the week with urgency. We gapped up. We set that 30-minute candle to set the high of the week so far, and VWAP left that range and has not looked back. And every session so far has been pretty similar. We start selling early on, and the market never really looks back. It ends up being the trend for the rest of the day. For today, at some point, do we get too short? I don't think it happens before $70. If I was looking to buy crude, we either have to reclaim VWAP or hit $70 with an insane amount of volume that's impossible to sustain, and then we turn around. Outside of that, I don't, I think I'd be buying to close a position if I was short. The trend is to the downside. It's been to the downside all week. There really hasn't been great opportunity to make money to the upside. Even these counter trend moves, they might be a full dollar move counter trend, but it's a 4-hour trade here. It's another 6-hour trade for a counter trend dollar in oil. I think you're just, personally, I'm looking at this, I'm like, you're just better suited finding an opportunity to get short. Now, if you're not short from the overnight session, you have to ask yourself, how much room is there left for today? But a pull up of about a dollar or maybe back up to VWAP could give us another opportunity to get into a short here. Crude is getting to a point, Hogue, and I talked to Coach Paul about this yesterday at the buzzer. Crude is getting to that point where if it starts to trade in the $60 range, we got to remember that these daily ATRs are going to contract a lot. So, the $4, $5 moves, the $3 moves that happen in a minute, we might have to say goodbye to those for now. So if you're looking for that volatility, exactly. So just temper your expectations, reasonable expectations for what crude can provide, but really nice trend market right now. We can go over oil. Gold is not done selling here. Andre, I see Andre in the green room. Andre, I'm gonna have to steal your line. New lows of the day in gold. Gold is not done. Continuing to sell, almost down 4% on the session right now. That is what we got for oil. We can take a look at the NASDAQ here coming up. But JD, before we do that, we have some news on drones.
Yes, real quick though, did not get into this crude trade yet. I'm working an offer up at 70. Actually, I just canceled an offer up at 70. If we still like it when we get back up there, I think we can get in. I didn't want to chase it down. I chased it a couple of ticks, and then I gave up on that. I didn't want to go to the market on an entry. It was just moving too fast. So nothing working, nothing done at the moment. If we get back up to that 70 area, towards the low of the opening range, I'll consider putting this trade on. But that's it for crude right now. All right.
Awesome.
Yes, drones. Drone operators, take note. You can't fly near stadiums or fan festivals during World Cup events. They're cracking down. Let's roll it. Federal authorities say more than 300 drones have been seized around the country for violating this rule. Anyone who gets busted has to answer to federal air marshals. It can result in federal criminal charges that come with fines up to $100,000. $100,000 fine. $100,000 fine if you fly a drone near a World Cup event. Make note. Take note, all you drone operators out there. Don't give them a reason.
$100,000.
We're playing with a toy.
I mean, wasn't that widely publicized? Don't do it. And people are still doing
it. It's human nature, right,
Hope?
Hope?
People
not to do someone not to do something.
People not to do something. Like, oh,
whatever you do, whatever you do, don't think about elephants. What's the first thing that popped in your
head? Well, they won't mind. It's just little old me. Mm-hmm. It'll be okay with my drone. Just me. Well, $100,000. There you go. I'll try that again.
There you go.
Expensive lesson.
All right, guys.
That, and some people live
14.
Hold on. Daniel said that, and some people just live under. Daniel said that, and some people just live under a rock. If you're flying a drone at the World Cup, you do not live under a rock. You know the rules. You just choose not to follow them. You think they don't apply to you. All right, let's take a look at the NASDAQ.
All right. So it's very similar to the S&Ps. It was very similar to the S&Ps yesterday. We came off that June 5th high from the overnight session, came right off of that, and we really broke to the downside, and we held largely below that last week's low. It's very similar. We lost again. We lost a lot of open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ. We lost 6,500. So it indicates that we were probably a little long at the top here, and without some sort of impetus or some sort of thing happening, like Jay was saying last week, we need something to happen to make this market rally. It didn't. We saw a whole bunch of long liquidation yesterday, breaking below the last week's low. breaking below the upper distribution of the medium time frame balance of this short time frame balance into the previous short time frame balance. Once we broke the last week's low, that turned it that kind of kept price through the session yesterday, kept it below last night. It is also halfway through that June 5th bar. Sorry, Jay. I know you're probably going to be talking about that as well. I just have it on the chart here. So, what are we looking at? Well, our lows are about approximately 5% off the all-time high, which is 31,100. So this is an area that a lot of traders are going to be looking at in multiple time frames. Might be a little bit sticky to try and get through. But right now, again, we are basically inside the regular trading hour session range from yesterday. Be patient. And Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
Exactly what you said there, Hogue. That June 5th candle, the midpoint at 29,890s is the high of the session. And potential rotation through the lower extreme, which we haven't really seen since we had that gap up above it. We got the 50 moving average at 29,283. So it's in range of a daily ATR. Daily ATR is 680 points in the NASDAQ. And from the high of the session, that 50 moving average is about 600 points off. Balance on a higher time frame, maybe potential for downside where we already have the S&P at the lower extreme of this June 5th candle. Potential for the NASDAQ to get there as well. We'll take a look at the 30. It's not saying that yet. It's still saying balance. But there's room lower and there's also room higher, right? We're kind of right in the middle of the 20 and 50 moving averages. I think we really have to look at the equities and say, what are you going to do today? And that was the case when we had that October 10th candle as well. It was up one day, down the next. We really just have to see what the market is going to cook up for today. So what are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
Okay, so again, coming into the session yesterday, we had some overnight inventory to the short side. There was an inventory adjustment that we kind of deemed as a little bit hollow. So we were looking for a pullback, and that pullback came in, and then it didn't take out the low of the session. There was a lot of speculation in chat and everywhere that we may take out the low of the session. We actually did, but way late into the session. One of the things we talked about again yesterday during the morning highlights was that last week's low was going to be a tough area for price to get above. We were looking for meaningful buying above that. That meaningful buying did not come in, kind of supporting the idea that the overnight inventory rally was a little bit hollow. There wasn't a lot behind that. So the market did pull back, traded back to the weekly kickoff low, and eventually did take out the low of the session. What does that mean for us today? Well, today, overnight inventory is flat. We don't have any overnight inventory. We are inside the range, the regular trading hour session range, even from yesterday. And we have been maintaining price inside of the value area from yesterday. So, value low down here, approximately 29,642. Value high up here, 29,885. Approximately our overnight high, 886, 880. So what is it? 891. So we got through it a little bit. We tested back to it again on the upside. What's our overnight low? We look pretty substantially below it. Our overnight low, 29,585 half. But every time we've gone below the value area of low from yesterday, we've rejected. We've left nothing really but wicks below that, and we're right back here in the middle of value from yesterday. So again, I can say it as many times as I want, or we're in balance, right? We're going to be patient today. We're going to look for a change in the perception of value. When value starts moving, we're going to go with it. Watch the extremes, overnight high, overnight low. Those are my thoughts. Jay, what are you thinking?
I'm seeing shout out to Doom in the chat in the green room. I'm seeing a market, Hogue, like you said, holding below that 50% of the June 5th candle. It's the high of the session so far. A market that's in balance in the overnight session. We're seeing oil continue to sell here as well. A market that's in balance in the overnight session. VWAP has not left that first 30-minute range in either direction, even though we have had price. So very similar to the S&P, patience. The market has not chosen a direction yet, and if it ends up being a range day waiting for Micron earnings, then that might be what we have to trade. A pretty big range to trade here, almost 300 points high to low. If we start to see some extension outside of this, 29,500 big fat round number level to the downside, and then support one when it comes to pivots, 29,319. To the upside, the pivot is right above that major 30,000 level. Going to have to watch how the market responds there. And if we get some extension to the upside for some reason, the 200 moving average on the 30 at 30,339s. But right now, balanced market, leaning maybe slightly to the downside just after not being able to recover yesterday's sell-off in the overnight. This was a large move on low volume, and then all of the volume that came in for the New York session was not able to reclaim much of that move at all. That's a little bit concerning if I'm a buyer. So we'll see what happens. If we start to see some pressure above 30,000s, then maybe we get that short covering from the overnight move. But the structure right now is holding to the downside, and on a higher time frame, we saw it. There's some room down to your weekly kickoff low there, Hogue, 29,130s. We'll see if we get that today. Going to be an interesting trading day for sure here. Oil said, gold, don't forget about me. Making new lows of the day, $70.08. Getting ready to test those 70s. Really nice moves so far today. Anything else you want to mention here in the NASDAQ, Hogue?
No, patience, folks. Patience pays.
Patience does pay. JD, I wonder who is on the schedule for us with us today, trading on Topstep TV. I'm curious Jack's opinions on what's going on with yields right now. I'm looking at the quote board. We got the 30-year up almost 1% and the Ultra bonds up over 1% right now. So prices up, yields may be coming down. Wonder why that is. Jack, JD, who's trading with us on Topstep TV today?
It is looking like a race to the bottom all the way around here, guys. Everything's moving right now. All right, coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre and Jack are here to guide us through the next couple hours of trading. They're going to be joined by a couple of rotating guests. Doom and Ted will both be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue will be in to do a little chart analysis. Dakota is going to be here from 9:30 to 11, and Braden from 10 to 11. We've also got a special guest, Kenny Burgos, coming in at 9:20 a.m. Central Time to talk a little macro with us. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock for the morning highlights. He's going to do a little more chart analysis and talk about the trades from the opening call here and during Fast Markets. Jay's going to be back with Antonio. It's Wednesday, so we've got Antonio during Power Players, and they'll be joined by Coach Ray. Hogue will be back again for group coaching at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time with Coach Emmanuel and Hoop. There will be a form pinned to the chat in just a little while. If you got a question for one of the coaches here, you know the drill. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. I'm going to be back with a first-time guest, Matthew D., at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time to trade with Topstep. Coach Vince is going to be joining us for that hour also. And then Power Hour, closing out the day with Jack. Our old buddy Carlos P. is coming back, and Coach Ray. We got a full day of Tradertainment coming your way, live, right here on Topstep TV. Let's do it.
Let's do it. We got one more piece of news we could hit, JD, if we want to get through that.
Yeah, we can do that. Travel habits are changing. We've been talking about people not caring about spending money for a while now, but I guess it's changing just a little bit. Summer travel is still on, but this year Americans are being a little more careful about how they do it. This is a little change of pace, I think. A new pulse check from the travel site Going finds travelers' plans have shifted from ready and open to adventure to being very selective. Ivan Rodriguez breaks down the latest travel trends.
Summer travel is now in full swing, but the way people are choosing to travel is seeing a shift. This year, 41% of travelers describe themselves as selective, up from just 29% last year, now outpacing those who say they're ready and open to adventure, according to a new report by Going.
There is definitely a tale of two travelers going on for the summer, and it really starts to split when we get into different income levels.
Katie Nastro with Going says budget is the #1 barrier to travel this summer for 39% of travelers earning under $150,000 a year. Those earning $75,000 or less are pulling back the hardest. 41% say they'll travel less. 1 in 4 plans to take fewer trips altogether, while another 1 in 4 is staying closer to home.
When it comes to that lower income traveler, they're definitely citing that there are limitations as to how much they're going to spend.
The result is what Going calls the backyard summer. Domestic travel has slightly increased this year, as well as staycations.
It's not necessarily a conversation around whether or not people are traveling. It's more of a conversation around how people are looking to be more selective and continue to travel, but do it smartly amid having budgetary concerns this year.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
Little belt tightening happening there. Bit of a tongue twister. We didn't see that kind of data coming from a consumer credit report the other week. It looked like people were still spending.
Sure they are.
Crazy. But now people are reining it in just a little bit, I guess. All right.
Think we are good to go. I see the team in the back here. Hogue, before I pass it over to you, I'm going to give a shout out. Daniel asked to Daphne. Daphne, thanks for tuning in to Topstep TV. We appreciate you being here. Hogue, do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
Thank you, Coach JD. Always a pleasure to spend time with you guys in the morning. And as always, thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. It's going to be a big day here on Topstep TV. Top of the chat, one of the fan favorites, Shubham, always near the top there. We got Mike 1970. We got Charles Henry. We got Sylvia International. We got Tommy C. We got Philly Trader, Nanya, Tandra Takeoff, Dan Trader Coog, and a big shout out to John Jones, a new grandpa. Congratulations, John Jones. As we sit down to trade, make sure you remember to breathe. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. It is time for Fast Markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, fellow travelers. Are you ready and open for adventure? As they said in that last news story. It's Fast Markets on top of that. Wow. Andre, with that dip in SpaceX, I see on the scroller there, Elon Musk lost the Cuatro Commas.
Oh, no.
Is he devastated? He's no longer a trillionaire for the time being, but that's sure to change. Let's do this thing.
Let's do it indeed, Jack. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got in the house? We got the Florida boys in the house. Lower left-hand corner, we got Doom.
Hey, Doom, my
we
man.
got Ted.
Morning.
Ted is up, fellas. 90 seconds till the
My
open.
man, Doom.
Go ahead, Ted. What do you got? Happy Wednesday. Big day ahead of us. What's up, Ted?
Yeah. Okay, you know me. I'm going off ES level. 40 handles is the implied move in the SPX. Look for 74.25 first level of support. If that breaks, 73.99, and we could flush to 73.85. I would love that. That would put us around 73.05 in the cash. And I think Qs may outperform IWM today and catch up a little. So I'm looking for a buy opportunity, but it's not here right now.
All right. Good stuff. What's up, Doom? I know you got a
Not
position
much,
on.
man.
You got to be short or long from somewhere overnight. What's
No,
up?
I got today nothing. I threw one out, scalped a little bounce on NASDAQ from the low, and that was it before we opened up. I agree with that. I have 73.50 as a big pivot level and 74.20 on MES. It's going to be interesting. We're hesitant on a break to the downside after the initial impulse, kind of going sideways on both ES and NASDAQ. ES looks a little bit stronger on these lows, but you never know when the big anvil is going to come. Honestly, I would love to buy this.
Well,
Above 30,000.
Oh, getting better prices now.
I was just going to say, you're getting better prices
Too late.
right now. Go, Jack, thoughts? We are now open. A little downside pressure here in the equities. Jack, there's a phenomenon going on right now with what we're seeing in the dollar strength, yet yields are pushing lower, and 2-year 5 prices are pushing higher. Gold's going lower, dollar's getting stronger, but yields are going up. What is going on, Jack?
I think the dollar is going to stay strong as long as every person in the world is buying U.S. equities. As for the yields, I think two things are going on. One, we got the oil prices coming in quite a bit. They're still somewhat correlated, although that had broken down because of the Fed thing, which brings me to number two, which is that maybe it's just a little bit of an overreaction to that FOMC release being a little hawkish, and they're like, oh wait, this guy like really wants to cut rates. He deeply feels it like in his cockles, in his soul. He wants to cut those rates and is going to probably try and figure out a way to do that. So just some adjustments there. We're still not like, these aren't low yields, at least, based on what we've been in for the last decade, but they came in a little bit today.
Yes, they did. Okay. Well, look at gold. Gold beneath $4,000 as we speak right now. 39.97 overnight or recent lows just put in a few minutes ago. 39.80. But gold beneath $4,000. Crude oil beneath $70. $69.92. Last trade there. We are seeing some prices we haven't seen in a while. So we got NASDAQ selling off right now. New lows there, 29,635. ES selling off as well.
I'm long MES. One MES, try to build a position in these low lows. Crystal ball looks good. As long as we don't diverge through this 74.38 level, we're good. I'm at 45.
What long are you looking for?
Looking for 7,500 and then some. It's just too tricky to be this early on the day, right after the bell, with a micro NASDAQ. Too volatile, too whippy. 100 points can hurt a man with a small portfolio.
Well, it just popped. Gold just popped.
Big bottom tail on the NQ. Beautiful.
No, that's a 100-point pop there in the NQ. Ted, you're in?
I'm long 4 MNQ 755. That's 150. Out.
Sorry, trade 800s.
Okay.
And everything
that was
just
$300 that quick. Wow. Beautiful.
Wow.
One for the good guys.
Oh,
hey, Andre, by the way,
What's
Andre,
up,
I got news for you. My main man, the Dow. FedEx killed it. Well, I shouldn't say killed it. FedEx beat EPS 6.3 versus 5.9. Revs 25 billion versus 24. And Google is going into the Dow and taking out Verizon. I know you're a Dow fan. So there's your Dow news, buddy.
Thank you for that, Ted. What would I do without you?
Yes, sir.
Give it to him in Morse code.
We are popping. We are still popping here. What price did you get, Doom? ES.
Yeah, I should have popped the Nazi, but I didn't have to do it. 7,445 evens on MES. Just one micro.
Yeah.
I'm $100. That's what? $50. Wait, $10 move so far. Wait, $20 move so far. Yeah.
NQ. This 5-minute candle in the NQ. We're only 3.5 minutes into this New York session. This 5-minute candle in NQ is 200 points. We are.
That's insane.
We're going to break through that range.
So fast.
I want to see pushes above 30,000. 30,008 points. Break, establish the price, maybe consolidate above the 30,000s. I'll buy a micro NASDAQ. 100%.
Okay. Positive gamma coming up here. We're almost to 74,000. Not 74,000. That'd be a lot. 7,400 in the SPX. Right up here around. Right here, right now, pretty much. Maybe a point or two higher. That was resistance before the bell. It looks like it's pulling back a little bit off of it right now. Let's see. I don't want to step in front of this yet.
I'm thinking about a short up here.
Hey, by the way, I know we're futures based and we're not financial.
Oh yeah, we are, Ted. We're everything.
Well, but Wendy's. Nelson Peltz is a local Palm Beach guy. Tryon Investments. I think they've tried to take Wendy's private twice, somewhere around $11, $13. And it is a meme stock now because I think there's a 57% short interest. Stock closed at like 6. It's like 8.50 right now. So I know a lot of people are focused on that today.
Hey, Ted.
Well,
what's your go-to Wendy's order? Quick. What's your go-to Wendy's order?
Big Dave's Double. I love their fries. Frosty.
Yeah, you heard it there.
And the day chili bowl from Wendy's.
Yeah,
Picked
the
up-
chili's great.
There we go. There didn't have
It's a
Wendy's on the
big-
bingo card. Yep.
Nothing like some chili in Florida. But yeah, it's a good setup. Dude, like
Hey.
Wendy's, that's a good setup for like a meme stock in general because it's had a terrible quarterly earnings. Like Wendy's has been getting whacked.
Yeah,
Not sure why people are buying less Wendy's right now, but also it's very ingrained into the Wall Street bets culture. Is that the common joke for those that aren't on there all the time, like me? Is that you bust out and then you're either at Wendy's working or behind the dumpster doing something else.
Ramen
So
noodles.
it is built into the lore.
Long 2 MNQ right here.
Oh, 2 MNQ. All right.
I was actually going to take profit.
823.
I was thinking
Let's see.
short.
We got one of those JD favorites, ascending regression channel. Let's see.
Mhm.
We are seeing some prices are whipping around right now.
Well, we did
This,
reject
the
it
first
7400.
5 minute candle. 5 minute candle in the ES. We're looking at a 30-point range. NQ about 200 plus actually 200 and hell.
Hey, Jack, I got something straight up from Wall Street Bets. Want to see it?
Yes, I do.
We'll show and tell. Let's do it. What do you got, Doom?
Show and tell.
Nice job, Andrew.
Nice.
Nice job. Andrew.
Yeah. Was that a Wendy's dumpster? Or
Uh,
is it dumpster fire?
any fast food dumpster. Just,
Yeah.
reheating the leftovers.
That's why you use stop losses, folks.
That's exactly.
Or you're going
right.
to end up like a little picture in Doom's wall. It's sad, but it's true.
All right, I'm on 4.
It's in truth.
What
I'm
price,
gonna
Ted?
792. I'm long 4 MNQ.
I'll
There
put it
it
in
goes.
break.
Come on, Poppy. Come on, Poppy.
Order filled.
We're
Oh,
filling.
mighty cucumber.
Sold 2. Leave
Let's
2.
just look at the situation.
All right, ES staying strong here. ES about 2 points off.
I'm trading off. Poppy trader, by the way.
All right, so
So
where
I'm
do we
up
go? We lost
90
Ted.
times 3.
There's
I
Ted.
like this.
Hey,
Dynamic
what's
camera.
It's incredible.
I got the new one.
You hear my voice twice now.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Did you catch that Trapaholics? I forgot to mute the thing, and next thing I know, these the sound stuff for the platform that it can change the sound comes very clutch. Funny as hell.
Definitely comes in loud and clear.
You know what? I'm out here. I'm gonna throw this out with 9 ticks. If it doesn't break out this, I'm out.
Look at that.
Good stuff. What do I think? $94 or something like that.
MNQ's the liner.
Riley G asked,
MNQ is lagging in the ES.
Jack and Andre, what's your guys' opinion on using a portfolio-based stop instead of a fixed stop loss? What do you mean by portfolio-based loss? Like keeping
Percentage?
something to a certain percentage of your portfolio?
That is what you're referring to. 1%, I think, is the rule of thumb. 1% of
Monetary amount for big accounts is good for me. When you got options and stocks and other derivatives and you sold into the market, but you have long-term holdings and you got so much gas going on, like 90 things on your P&L list.
Yeah, that's the case. Like I always use portfolio-based
Yeah,
stocks, especially if you're short something. The problem with short positions is as they go against you, they actually get bigger. You got to watch that.
NQ.
Snowball on you.
NQ turning back around now. This 5 minute candle's down 100 points. Gold continuing to pop here. Gold up about $40 now in the last 10 minutes. We're 10 minutes in the session. What do we have on the calendar today? These markets are absolutely rocking right now. Top of the hour, we have U.S. new home sales, and an hour
Tomorrow's big day.
9:30 a.m. Central Time. We get those EIA crude oil inventory numbers. What else do we got? 5-year auction at noon Central. So we'll have
tomorrow you got big calendar. You got PCE and jobless claims tomorrow.
Oh yes.
Micron after the bell today. That's going to be
Oh, that's
huge. I'll
right.
talk about that later. Yeah, metals day. We go to my charts real quick. I just wanted to show on the continuous contract here. Silver breaking down below a pretty important level here. We're trading sub 60. It'll be a little bit different whatever contract you're trading. But we did break down through $60 where, twice that's been the lows. There's been some base here. My question for the chat, I may be interested at some point, is like, where would you buy silver if you're not like a silver bug?
Home
You go out to like, you know what? I was going to say the same thing. $40, I will load the boat with that sweet, sweet gray stuff.
In Philadelphia, it's worth $40.
Oh, yeah.
NQ's
7450.
7450.
Oh,
NQ. Wow. NQ
Wow.
new. Do we get to the lows? I gotta get in there. I'll take the heat.
Mm-mm-mm. Hey, Jack, I don't think you and I are pulling up to the gas station with that little bag of gold nuggets and paying for our cash anytime soon. So
Shaving it off. Yeah, not anytime
I'm
soon.
a seller of metals. Sell all day. If I had the money, I would have shorted everything when it was 130.
Well, we do a big turnaround. So, like right now, we had the big semiconductor sell-off yesterday.
lows.
Stocks was down 8%. It's down another percent today, but it's been a turnaround too. Like SanDisk, for instance,
SMH is down again.
Yeah, SanDisk was up 5% pre-market. Now it's down 1.5%.
SMH was up 4% pre-market. I think.
What we're watching right here, fellas, gold continuing to rally.
in a trade, man.
2-year prices continuing to pop here. Crude selling off. New lows crude. New lows, session lows, NQ. We are down 230 points in the last 6 minutes now. ES also selling off.
It's holding up somewhat. About 74.50 in 3 kicks.
50 last trade 74.
Yeah, if it starts breaking, I'll cut it. Looking at how far micro Nasdaq went, don't look too promising.
Let's see what's going on here.
Can't argue with the crystal ball, man. Crystal ball says up.
Where are we going next? What's the crystal ball say? We're going next.
To the moon. All-time
To the
high
moon.
by Friday.
10-year price or 2-year prices continue to push higher here.
Well, the big test around 74.30 in the
Holy
ES.
moly. What
you can hold that. Like maybe I'd get long there. Go through that. Well, could go a lot lower. We'll see.
You got 25 is a major level, like Doom was talking about earlier. 25. You got to be patient.
Micro strategy or strategy as they call it is trading below $100.
Now.
NQ almost down 300 points in the last 6-7 minutes. This is
6-7 minutes.
Last 6-7 minutes. Well done, Doom. Well done.
Nice. That was so freaking fast, by the way.
What was that? There's a little pop there.
Buy and sell.
I'm not
So
sure.
I honestly listened to Dakota last night, and he was mentioning the 10-point move in the MNQ or NQ, whatever you trade.
Yeah.
Like that's a gift. And that is my new hard, fast rule. If I'm long 4 MNQ and I get 10 points profit, I'm out of at least 2, if not 3, and I leave 1 on for a turn. And that saved me right there. What's that, buddy?
See that instant green? You gotta take it, man. Especially with Nasdaq.
Gotta go. Right.
That instant win, you enter, you hear the sound notification, you see the P&L green. Just shave some off. That's free money. The market gods have. Indeed, I love what you said. It's a gift. They give you a gift. Why reject it?
Dude, I know you, brother. If you saw $20 on the ground, you'd pick it up. So would I.
Yes. I'll do good with $20, either for myself or somebody. You know. Hey, you walk 50 feet down, and somebody's like, "Hey, bro, I got nothing to eat," and you just found $20. Why not? Buy him some beers.
You guys are the best, man.
Trader Zoe asks, Jack, two-year goes up. Equities do what? Confluence or divergence?
To the moon.
I'm starting to type this.
Yeah.
It was too long. You're going to hate this answer. It depends.
Yeah.
I'll talk
And it
yields.
really depends.
If the yields are going down, that can be that would
They're
be bullish for
inverted
equities
against
if
the
it was because inflation is easing or there's more rate cuts coming around. If it's because they think it's either a flight to safety, which drives yield down, or that a recession is coming, that'll drive yields down, then it is bearish for equities.
Right.
Same thing to the other
Mhm.
side. Go either way.
Hey, Jack.
Your prices
Jack.
off the highs right now, but it looks like we got some more downside pressure in the equities. Go ahead, Ted.
Oh no, I was just going to say like what Jack was saying about the yields. You know, if you had a $1 billion hedge fund and your prime broker was Goldman, J.P. Morgan, whatever. Let's say you had 4, and you had 250 million of your billion in each one of those. As those rates move, the 2-year and 10-year, the cost of doing business goes higher. So you could get a call from J.P. Morgan that says you got to cut your equity portfolio by 5%. Because your cost of business just went up. And no hedge fund guy wants that phone call. They want to trade out of their positions as they want to at their own will. So that if they see these rates, they may start to trim certain areas. So it's the cost of doing business at the prime broker level. I'm long MNQ.
Same.
5.3.
653 you got?
Hold on.
Should be going higher. Why are we going higher?
The chart says down, the background says up. What am I going to stick with?
Confused too, because rates are. Damn, man, that's a good trade.
7453.
I got 665. These might be better prices.
All
right. We're seeing a hell of a lot of fast markets in the house right now. Gold continuing to find some more buying. Gold up $40, $50 now since fast market started about 17 minutes ago. We got crude back above $70, $70.21 last trade there. ES trading 74.49. Why is that?
Dre, I'm offering some of this out at 5.9. I'm long 6.
They're not done selling this, are they? Holy shit!
I'm added 2
longs.
Yep.
Oh, geez.
I'm getting smoked on the longs.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm keeping a tight stop.
I'm getting smoked. I just got smoked on the longs.
Wow.
Same. I just got smoked on the longs.
Yeah, I just got stopped.
New lows NQ. New lows NQ. NQ 28,564. New lows there. ES about to. What are new lows there as well? 74.
Big support. 38. Big support. If we break it up, I added one. If we break it up, I'm going to cut it manually.
Wow.
Speculating we're going to bounce here very hard.
Order filled.
Damn, man. You guys are all getting long, aren't you? Like me.
Not good. Not good.
No, it's not good because the sellers continue to push this thing lower. Well, they were.
I'm probably going to take the blessing here.
I want to see the bottom of this larger range.
What happened to the range? Yeah, where's this range at?
Well, I think the bottom of it's lower. I mean, like, yeah, if you're looking like at 5 minutes or something, maybe it is. But I'm on half-hour candles right now, so I see the bottom of this range more around, 74.30.
Oh, Mike.
Yes.
Oh, now this thing flips green. All right, I just went from red to green to red.
Rise, you green monster. Rise.
Yeah, this markets are absolutely rocking right now. Look at this wick. This wick in the 5 minute in the NQ is 100 points. 100 points. ES finding some buyers now. Again, top of the hour, we do have a number. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. It's called Fast Markets, and indeed, the markets are living up to that name. Why am I telling you this? Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep TV on the X. Also, thousands of watchers all across the globe right here, right now. Be so kind. Please click subscribe, click like, Click notify. We've crossed over 217,000 subscribers.
You know what I did here about the middle of the range? And I added to the first support. This is the first pivot support. Added one. It bounced up. I took it in the middle of the range. You know, took my blessing. $100 on 2 micros. Good stuff. Good stuff. Man, these small accounts, I've been ramping them up and was not getting the good results I was expecting. So, you know, size down, little nibbles, stuff adds up. Let's see if we
I'm on 10 into 74.60.
Oh, let's go, man. Let's go.
I'm selling 3. Sold 3 more. That was $320.
Just like that, Ted carving it up already. ES pretty much back to the upper end of the range. 74.
We're heading to the high of the day. Why not?
Yeah.
Trade the high of the day. HOD.
This is.
I could have held that for a little while, but at the same time, I've seen it before that it pulls up for more sellers and shoots right in the center of the range. High probability exit.
Come on,
when it's slipping up and down like this,
New highs ES. New highs ES. 74.69 quarter. This is amazing.
Yeah, they're pumping it now.
Yeah. I just took those longs, huh? That we just got smoked on, looking good.
I gotta go
New
for
highs
the
ES.
run
Wow. Play the range, right?
Get some.
Yeah, give me that fill. Give me that fill.
I'm not
I need to go for a jog.
Short ES now. Come on, give me more.
That was beautiful. You're short?
ES, yeah, up around here. What, 74.68?
I'll get in with you. I'm starting just
range
into
trade
this a little bit. It's range.
Probably take some heat. Take some heat on it.
I don't see the Florida Crackers getting short that up here.
Or
long
67 3/4.
I know, that's what I am. I'm long. I don't want to say it.
You're long?
I'm long on my
yeah. Florida's long, man. Sunshine State.
With a bonus. Well, Jack, what
if
price?
this NQ catches up with the ES, it's going to rip. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
That's fine.
Sorry about
74.68.
Same. So they sold into that. 74.68. Okay.
Nice.
I chased into it. Dummy. Let's see.
Off. Go up.
They got to. Where's this range at? Why are they holding a bid up here? They're just getting out of some right there. Short from 7468. These markets are rocking right now. 7468.
Go NQ.
We need that too.
I hate to root that trade on him.
All good, man. All good. Both sides can make money. Also, we got Netanyahu scheduled to speak now at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Also, Topstep Daily Level, you see him pinned to the chat right there. Those are updated refresh before every New York Open. However, do you one better. Click on that indicators tab because it is the summer of indicators. Topstep X. You click on the indicators tab and you type in Topstep Daily Levels. You get those slapped overlaid right there on your charts.
NQ could go to the high of the day and match the ES.
Big level here.
So, just FYI, the IWMs outperform the Qs by something like 356 bips. I won't get into bips. Jackie, you might want to do the bips thing, but if the Qs just play a little catch up, you could see a 1% move in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
To the upside.
The slides are primed.
Gold continuing to push higher here. New 5-minute Joseph. 5 minutes till top of the hour. New home sales. This is markets are.
They're flying around.
They're juicy right now. Yeah, this is markets are very juicy right now. NQ going from highs to lows to highs. NQ, seeing a little downside pressure there. Give me out lows.
I'm taking a BPC 157. It's time for some vitamins.
Let's do it, Ted. This is just kind of range trading 101 a little bit. Look at the 5 minute on the ES.
Look at that.
Yeah. Jack, you're short from what, 6'8"? Trading
Yeah.
7.
I got a limit buy in there for 1. I don't like how it turned around. That would be unlucky.
We're gonna take heat. This so far so good in the money. I'll get short another one. What's going on in
There we go.
1 hour chart looks a little bearish. If you look at
1
a
hour
1
chart looks
hour in
bearish?
the MNQ, bearish. Yeah, pull it up. You got a big top wick and a big bottom wick. The previous candle body was up at 764. So it would have to dig deep into this candle wick to get bullish. That's why I've been using a little longer term time frame. Sometimes the 5 minute gives me one picture, but if you zoom out, the longer time frame has saved my butt a few times.
Oh, that's huge. 100%. Dr. V was on here yesterday saying the same thing. What do we got here? Gold continuing to grind higher. Gold, we did see lows of 39.80. 39.80 in gold lows. That was about 30 minutes ago. We're now trading $70 higher. Price 40.55. Now 57's trade. A number 2.5 minutes top of the hour. New home sales month over month. Looking for positive 3.2. Positive 3.2. This is just going range.
1,400 square feet right down the street is going for 4.7 million.
4.7? Well,
in my
I'll tell you
yeah,
what.
right down the road. 2,000 steps from where I am.
What neighborhood do you live in, Ted? Where do you live?
I live in an area called Ocean Ridge Gulf Stream.
Yeah, you do. Don't tell them. Ted, people watching all across the world. Well, I'll tell you what. We have the CEO of the New York Apartment Association joining us in about 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes. Kenny Burgos will be joining us.
Hey.
There he is. What's up? There's Kenny. Nice headshots. The CEO of the New York Apartment Association. Got some questions to ask there. Inflation, rent control.
He's a
New York
guy.
Knicks.
I'm done.
Yeah, what's the mayor? We'll see thoughts on the mayor. And we'll also talk treasury markets, what he's seeing in those markets. All right, number in 90 seconds, less than 90 seconds. Crude back beneath $70, $69.70. New lows there. Crude down. All right, let's get this number out of the way. Come and get flat. Number in 60 seconds. My apologies.
Minimum going to trade for 29 minutes. This is amazing. I'm tired.
You love it, Ted? How much fun is this, Ted?
I love it.
It's the best. Doom, how much do you love trading?
I'm going for a 6 mile jog at noon today. Maybe after this segment.
How fast do you run a mile? Ted, how fast do you run a mile? Be honest.
I do mini triathlons. I try to average 9.5, 10. I'm a Clydesdale division guy.
I like that.
You're a thoroughbred. Yeah. Don't sell yourself short. You're a thoroughbred. All right, we got positions on.
Yeah, I'm still long from 766. Getting my ass kicked. See how this news going to turn around. Well, one Michael robbed me of my today's games.
For the number here.
Yep, number.
Get some
expected month-over-month change positive 3.2%. Actual negative 7.3%.
Damn. I swear I don't even want to give
though.
I'm not giving anything away.
Negative news, positive candles. Let's see.
It's not the most. It's the way they do the math. The way they do the math on that. The way they do the math on it. It's a little bit more exaggerated because the expected was actually 640,000 units, and actual was 580,000.
Nice.
Hey, trust me, bro. Math never lies, man.
Oh, math is gonna math.
Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro.
Famous
Mathematics
last
was
words.
developed in I forgot the name of the university, but it's a thing.
University of Bro Science.
Yeah,
Chicago.
Elk Grove, Illinois.
All right.
Yeah.
We're flat.
Good job, Jack. Nice
Yeah.
short.
Okay. Good taster.
Jack took my money, man. That's not fair.
All right, bottom of the hour, we will have. Bottom of the hour, we will have the initial balance high, initial balance low price. We also have EIA crude oil inventory number. With that being said, we're all over the place expanding the Topstep community. We got Reddit, we got Twitch, we got Twitter. We're everywhere. Let's take a look at this announcement. We got Hogue on the other side of this. Markets are rocking. See ya on the other side.
All right, back here this morning, taking a look at these markets in the early part of the session here. We have certainly seen some movement in these markets, but have they really moved? Well, look where the S&Ps are. Not necessarily all that much movement. Still inside value from yesterday. If you remember yesterday, we were looking for meaningful buying above last week's low. We did not see meaningful buying. It was resistant for the rest of the session. Look at where we just put in the high there. Right at. Looks like almost to the tick. Within 2 ticks, well, actually, right to the tick of last week's high, put in the high of the session today. Really nice trade by the house account by Jack. That was a really good opportunity. Got short basically right at value high from yesterday. A little bit of risk above the last week's high, and took a nice trade on that. Basically, right back to the middle of the range. So. Equities, lots of movement, lots of things going on in this, and some pretty good opportunities. But overall, not a whole lot of movement away from value. So we're still kind of holding in value. What about the NASDAQ? The NASDAQ was a little bit different. The NASDAQ's holding up a little bit worse than the S&Ps, in my humble opinion. The market has basically been hanging pretty much inside of value from yesterday. Value high 29,884, value low 29,680, 640 approximately. It took one look below the overnight low and rejected it. That was pretty much when we started kind of racing back towards the highs. We are holding at the low of value right now. I'm not really looking for any real strong buying unless we can reaccept back above last week's high in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's last week's high was 29,923. Last week's low. Last week's low in the S&Ps, 74.72 quarter, the high of the regular trading hour session day to the tick today. One of the more fascinating markets to me today has been gold. We saw, some a really big sell order come in just after the opening range was created. The market continued to push lower very aggressively. When we put in the low here, it actually is a 6-tick failed downside auction. The failed downside auction did what it's supposed to do. It took us to initial balance high, which it did take one little look above it. So we've got a failed downside auction. We've got a failed upside auction in gold. The market has now turned back to the downside. If you were here for the opening call, I'm not looking at this as we are too long or too short. I think that there's lots of bullets for this market to continue to push to the downside. Just some context for you. Crude oil continues to push to the downside. As long as we don't get any news of any further disruption in the supply chain, I think this market has an easy path to the downside towards our weekly kickoff low, $69. So lots of gyration, lots of opportunity in these markets. no real movement away from value in the equities, and they're probably going to be hanging around waiting for some very important earnings coming out after the close. Micron coming out after the close. That's my story right now, and I'm sticking to it.
That way.
All right.
What's up,
Thank
guys?
you very much, Hogue. Welcome to the
Hold up,
show.
Hogue.
Andre's going to sit out for a few minutes to
Thank
get ready
you.
for this interview coming up in a little bit. But yeah, okay, we're pumping a little bit now in the ES. Any positions on, guys?
I'm still long from 766.
All right.
These are humongous 5-minute candles. Huge.
Yeah, this is the second straight day of things kind of rocking and rolling, but without a ton of news coming out. It's kind of refreshing. Range traders got to be happy
Yeah. Doing long
around the market.
Now you're trading the micros, NASDAQ now?
Yeah, I might NASDAQ. I switched from ES. You know what? This came far enough. I'm out. I'm going to take it. It's starting to turn around on the 5-minute. I don't like it. I held it for long enough.
Hogue, I am trading some MQ based on the ES levels. So I'm using my levels in the ES, and if we're holding in there, then I'm stacked in my book. But I am trading those NQs because they are 37% of the ES. I think is that Mag 8. And I think in the NASDAQ 100, I think that Mag 8 represents 87% of the total revenues of the 100 stocks in the NASDAQ 100. So I noticed the move off the ES level, the major levels, has been pretty strong in the NQ and getting a little more risk reward. I'm getting in and out quicker and for more money. So
I've been watching you carve it up pretty nicely here.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah.
I want to turn attention really quick to Bitcoin. If we go to my screens, I brought up the spot market so we can go back and look. Let me share this instead here. We're at like a crucial level. These are weekly candles. This is ugly looking down here. But basically right now at 61,310, we are coming very close to the lows going back to February 26 to June lows. But then if you go further back, we're also back to this consolidation back in 2024. Oh man, the further I go back, the more crucial this level looks. Also this double top in 21 and October 21. It's decision time in Bitcoin, guys. I don't know if it's for a day trade, but it is decision time.
Did you see your CEO from Kilbasa was on Mansour this morning on CNBC?
Yeah. Oh,
Mr.
please! I forget who. Oh man, I wish he were Polish. For those new to the show, we refer to Kalshi as Kilbasa. Ted said that. No, I did not see that. I saw that Facebook had experimented with trying to launch their own prediction market.
Wow.
He was impressive this morning. He avoided every question about ethics possible. Yeah.
I listened to an interesting interview a while back with the chairman of the CFTC, and they were talking about these prediction markets, and it is, depending on how you feel about them, it's the question that sometimes they don't have clear answers to is like,
right.
Because they like to talk about like the efficiencies created. Like, this is a great way to hedge, and you can own a bar and hedge against the weather on the day of the big game or something like that. But then they're like, well, what about the markets that are like, will Cardi B perform at halftime? What are people hedging? Just pure gambling and insider. You know what I mean? Like, what is the social benefit of said markets? So don't ask them about it.
She didn't have her green tea with honey, so she didn't go out halftime, and her friends bet that she would not. And she made the event happen. So They did talk about, and Hogue would know more about this. They did talk about trading futures. You're only charged when you go in a trade, out of a trade. They think there's 20% of the CME volume. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what he said on TV. There's a charge in between that you don't pay if you're on Kielbasa. So I'll never.
You're the
Really?
best.
Yeah. There's some sort of charge more than just going in and out of a trade when you do a CME trade. I don't know the
They're,
logistics of it.
they're probably not doing commissions. They're still paying exchange fees, but
Right.
Right.
There's there are some interesting, like, Shakes a Million says the business model is a fraud. I mean, like, I think with everything there are some good ideas in it, and then some that are like, whatever. But I saw an interesting thing with, like, Interactive Brokers has theirs, and some of the markets they have are for, like, the tuition of California, like certain California state schools. And it is interesting,
Yes.
the idea that you could, for instance, if you have kids that are going to school, have kind of a pure play at hedging tuition cost in X year. Now, are the markets liquid? I have no idea, but stuff like that could be interesting. But I'm not denying that a
wild.
bunch of it's complete, bullshit. All right.
gambling.
Wow. So you can bet how much you're going to pay in the future and make a little bit of money.
Yeah, I think they're usually yes, no. So you would be like, will the yearly tuition at UCLA be above or below $70,000 in 2035 or something?
No.
I'm going with above.
Yeah, I'm going above. By the way, there is so much competition now offshore. Kielbasa, I think, has some stiff competition ahead of him.
Big. Everybody stepped up their game. A lot of them. I'm not going to mention names, but the fight of bringing new products and more variety for clients has been wild. Places that you would never expect.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
All
buddy.
right, back middle of our range here for the New York session in the ES.
Jack, what do we have? 70-point difference between futures and cash, right? Roughly.
Yeah, 67 right now, like between 67 and 68, something like that.
So
That's not an exact science.
73.75. Yeah. 73.75, 73.50 round numbers are magnets, in my opinion, especially with the options players. So I can see you getting chopped up here. And I see a better market at 2 p.m. when there's more option volume stacked in the book for me. I literally will probably take my profit and go for my run, come back at 2:30.
Well, I do like, if we go to my charts real quick, I do like that so far today, it's really respected that 7,400 SPX. This green line here at 74.67 was resistance a few times here. So that gives me some confidence as this day plays out. To the downside, I don't really see too much for the time being, although the 74, this area here, like 74.30, it'll be a big test if we rebound there or go and try and take out yesterday's lows.
Agreed.
Oh, were you looking at the
Lining up
metals
really
at all?
nicely with
Oh, go ahead, please.
value from yesterday. I'm just saying, Jack, those levels are lining up really nicely with yesterday's area of value. 74.30's value low from yesterday, so a little confluence there.
Let's take a look back at silver real quick. Okay, let's retrace some of that pump from earlier. Like Bitcoin, as we showed earlier, silver is kind of breaking down below its lows of this year, really. We're back to prices we haven't seen since December.
Oh, it is taking its time in this low, above 657.5. Well, 647, but 57 is the better price. Hmm.
74.50.
Yeah. I would eventually too, as long as we're talking about some longer things here, Hogue. I thought we might come down to it, but I've been waiting. This is the SPX to see if we go back and check that 7,000 level at some point. I was out the week that we got the sell off, but like we spent like a couple months just in this range here between 7,000 and 6,800, and then just
Yeah.
blew through it without really ever going to back test that.
7,000.
I mean, Hogue, we traded like
Yeah.
I didn't say when, but we traded
No, I get it.
4,800 last year during the tariff stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. The 200 session
Yeah, I
simple
mean,
moving average on the futures down at 7,072.
out. Sorry, I shorted two ESs at 49.50 and just took them off at 44.50 based on the option activity and volume
Carving it up.
in the S. Yep, out. Enough money for lunch.
And
You are
for the record,
pretty slick, and
yeah,
you're a thoroughbred, not a Clydesdale.
Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Well, you know, the thing about the options that the options really do tell a big story, because if you sold calls or puts, and Jack and I talk about this all the time in the SPX, you're going to see volume stack up on the put side and volume on the call side. What you see on the call side considered a potential ceiling, and what you see on the put side is a potential floor. So some of these options that I watch right now are $15. If I sold one of those puts, I would collect $1,500. If that thing, the put, doesn't close out of the money, I collect the 1,500. If it closes in the money,
Right.
I'd lose. Right. So,
Yep.
so the big market guys are predicting a floor down at, in my opinion, 73.75 right now in the SPX.
73.75. So
Yeah. So add 70 to that,
73,
which is 60,
74.40.
right? Yeah, right around. And so we're right around the chop level. Now that'll tighten up over time, and those options will be $15. If we look at them today at 315, they're probably 25 cents, and they collected all
Right.
that rent.
All that
And
premium.
it's what I watch. Yes, all that premium's going to run right out of them because of the time they expire at the end of today.
Mm-hmm.
That's super important to how I trade, and that's the math I use. So the implied move today was 40 points. If we're plus 40 in the S&P, I'd sell it. If we're minus 40 in the S&P, I'd buy it. And I'm probably on Ken Griffin's side when I do that, because he's the largest options market maker in the world. And I would assume the levels I'm watching, if there's 100,000 volume there, he's probably 70,000 of it. So I don't mind being
Yeah.
on Ken Griffin's side at all. Right?
Sure.
a good place to be on
Always
that
be on the
side.
side of the bigger player.
Yeah.
Always be on the side of the guy with the dinosaurs, plural.
There you go.
To check our
That's a
previous
dinosaur.
thing, that's 7,000 in the SPX. That is less. If we had a limit down day, that would take us well below that. That would take us down to like 6,900 or something like that. So it's not totally out of reach.
What do you think would cause that?
I mean, the thing about limit down days, they're usually caused by something you can't predict in advance. But I've always been
Sure.
wondering, like, it's harder to happen since they changed the day from 5% to 7%. Like 7% is pretty big. But I've always been waiting for like a day. Well, not waiting. I've just thought it's going to happen at some point. A day like yesterday, where there's not a lot of news, but you get the limit down just because there's so many options being traded, like so many zero date options, and
Right.
it can just selling can beget more selling, sort of like the flash crash, right? You won't even really know exactly why, but we're just going down.
Lowest Nasdaq.
I
Speaking
remember
of which,
Yeah.
Well, wow,
I
that was
remember
quick.
our
Guys, we gotta move on
Max.
because we got Andre coming in next. He's interviewing
Go
Teddy
ahead,
Burgos,
Max.
who is the CEO of the New York Apartment Association. Ted, any parting words for us here?
See you guys at 2:30 when I think the volume gets a little better, and if you got some profit, no reason not to walk away. Keep it.
Right on. Doom?
Yep.
Whatever Ted said. Walk away with
Whatever
profit.
Ted said.
Yeah, I agree
All
with
right.
Ted. Whatever Ted said.
We're gonna
Yeah,
let
man.
the we're gonna go let the
Thank you,
Florida
guys.
men back into the wild, and we're
Hey,
gonna bring in Kenny Burgos along with Andre to talk a little housing and some other stuff. It's gonna be super awesome. We'll be right back with that coming up right about now.
yes.
And we are back. Yes. Thank you, Jack. We are welcoming Kenny Burgos, the CEO of the New York Apartment Association, here on Topstep TV. First of all, Kenny, welcome aboard. Welcome to Topstep TV. First question: what is the New York Apartment Association?
New York Apartment Association is the largest multifamily trade association in the country. So we represent thousands of multifamilies, specifically rent stabilized property owners. For those who know New York or are maybe unfamiliar, rent controlled apartments, there are 1 million in the entire city of New York. So we represent close to 500,000 of those units.
500,000 of those units. Okay, good. So we're talking to the boss here, a little bit of Main Street, if you will. Kenny, I know you have an economics background. A little bit. What macro issues are your members watching closely? Are you watching most closely? Rates, geopolitical stuff. What are you watching from the macro that perhaps we look at you perhaps as boots on the ground regarding the residential real estate market?
Sure. First, I'll start by saying, right, as a trade association, our main focus and my main focus is typically government advocacy. So we typically advocate for our owners and members at the city, state, and federal level. So that is the biggest focus. But naturally, of course, we have to pay attention to what's happening in the overall market. Typically, our owner members themselves will be the ones, tracking their business strategies and financial planning. But naturally, of course, we're tracking 10-year Treasury yield. Obviously, interest rates that also play into that. But beyond that, it really is most government focused. But I'm so happy to discuss that interplay of what's happening in the markets, what's happening in multifamily, and specifically here in New York, and obviously at scale.
Well, let me ask you that, Kenny. What are you advocating for on behalf of the members?
Sorry. Well, number one, not to give you guys too much government stuff here, but there's a specific law in 2019 that destroyed the housing market in New York City. We're the only rent control system in the country that has something called vacancy control. And that's number one goal, to try to fix that.
How's that going? Any success? Any traction on that? You were a lawmaker, weren't you? You were a policymaker, correct?
Yeah, I was a former assemblyman representing the Southeast Bronx. And if anyone watched New York primaries last night, you would know that the socialists had a sweep last night. So it's not looking very good politically here in New York. It seems to be a real tide change as far as where the electorate stands. And that does transcend into housing policy, which absolutely impacts, the real estate market overall. So we have deep concern in what direction we're heading right now, but doesn't stop our fight.
Okay, what would make you not have deep concern in terms of that? Okay, also on top of that, how do you shift gears? How do you shift gears in trading? The markets present different market state, perhaps different influences, market generated information. We have to shift gears on the fly and adapt. It sounds like you have to do the same. Obviously, you're dealing with humans as well as policymakers. So how do you shift gears, and how do you shift your approach with what's going on?
It's a dance, right? Everything in politics and government, and really everything in any industry, is a dance. And so trying to understand where the electorate is, what are their concerns, speaking to that desire, right? The need for just more supply of housing, trying to connect that piece of supply, and sometimes educating the electorate and lawmakers in what has to happen to bring that supply when it comes to, again, incentives when it comes to actually developing the multifamily housing that is needed to bring rents down in the city. And that's going to translate into healthier markets, into more buyers in the New York City market. So it is sometimes connecting the financial world, of which I'm not intimately involved in every single day, but certainly bringing that knowledge and information to lawmakers who certainly aren't involved in that every single day, and I say that respectfully.
He says it respectfully. You heard it here first. Kenny Burgos, the CEO of the New York Apartment Association, joining us here on Topstep TV. All right. Well, when you were on the other side, when you perhaps were when the tables were turned, how are you approached then? And is there a playbook basically for how you approach this stuff?
I mean, there's no written playbook. For me personally, the best part of being an elected official is being able to speak with subject matter experts. You have access to some of the greatest minds in the world, given that you are the one steering policy in your state. And so my approach was always to speak to the experts, and that meant for all sides, right? So we're talking housing policy. It was obviously speaking with the operators, the housing providers, the bankers, financiers, and tenants themselves as well. I mean, we're all playing a part into this, how this policy plays out. And to me, that's the best way you can get laws that make sense and actually work for people. But then politics then comes into play into that, right? So then it matters, what polls well, where is the constituency, what is the messaging, what is the narrative? And so given that now I'm on this side, so to speak, one of the biggest jobs that I do is trying to help shape narrative, and not meaning in a propaganda way, but using the facts and figures that are available to us to present what's happening in New York. Why are rents climbing? Why are interest rates so impactful on this market? Why is it that a rent stabilized building today, despite such high demand to live in New York City, the price of a building is actually falling, right? That's antithetical to most investors' knowledge of just simple supply and demand economics. But this speaks to the importance of just even specific local regulation, why it's important to not oversimplify housing data sometimes from a national scale or even at state level, because these local regulations can have huge impacts. And when you talk about a city like New York, or 2.3 million renters, I mean, it's a big impact.
You said prices are going down on these multifamily properties, even though supply.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that just why is there a lack of demand then? Where's the lack of demand? Supply.
Well, the demand to live here for sure, right? So there's a hot rental market. But when you talk about the rent stabilized industry in New York, I mentioned that 2019 law earlier. It was absolutely devastating for the valuation of these buildings. Many owners saw their values cut in half and continue to free fall. I can show you a building in the Bronx that's selling for $9,000 per apartment. It's an unheard of number. You have typical free market buildings that are selling upwards of 150K per unit. So you have really two diverging markets, and again, really highlighted by the regulation. So the law was just so strict back in 2019. There's basically no path for rent growth after turnover, after long-term tenancy. So owners are up against a host of increases coming in. Tomorrow is a rent guidelines board vote. Mayor Zohran Mamdani has promised a rent freeze that is most likely to happen. And so when you have constant freezes and rent caps in a market as big as rent stabilization, while all the costs increase in property taxes, insurance, water, sewer, labor, you name it, you're bringing these buildings to you bring them to financial insolvency. So the price continues to fall. And you do have some people that are interested just because the price is so low. But at that point, you're making a land play.
Yeah. So okay. What was this 2019? We've got a couple more minutes here with Kenny Burgos, the CEO of the New York Apartment Association. He is on point. You got these talking points down, Kenny. What was this 2019 law that went into effect that had the impact on these values?
It's known as the Housing Stability Tenant Protection Act, or HSTPA. Actually passed by the architect was Sia Weaver, who is now Mayor Mamdani's head of tenant protection unit in City Hall. So this just speaks to longitudinally what's been happening in New York politics for almost a decade now, where a lot of these socialists, have creeped into power, have crafted laws, and now have, garnered more power in Congress and in City Hall and the state legislature. And so this law, it would take a bit too long to describe it all, but for viewers that are familiar with rent control, I mean, this is the regulation of an empty apartment. There are rent controls throughout the entire country. None have been so daring as to regulate the empty unit, which has prevented rent growth through turnover, but more importantly, just destroyed the valuation. So banks won't even loan on many of these properties.
Any question? Would you ever run for mayor? Would you ever run for mayor of New York?
I love myself too much to do that.
He loves himself too much to do that. Are you a Knicks fan, by the way? Are you a Knicks fan?
Of course, I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a born and bred New Yorker. You have no choice but to be.
How was it? How was the celebration?
Like nothing I've ever seen in New York. Being quite honest, my entire life I've never seen anything like it. It was easily the most unifying experience from New Yorkers from all boroughs, all walks of life. The energy is still humming, honestly, post next election. I'm hoping it rides through the whole summer.
Is New York City the best city on the planet?
Despite everything that I said right now, it still is.
Even though the socialists are taking over, it's still the best, right? It's still the best.
That's how great the city is. You just no one person, no one group can really take it all over. There's too much to love here.
Man, you're the best. Kenny Burgos joining us here. That does it for On Time here, Kenny. I knew I could get you on something off topic. Congratulations on your Knicks as well.
Thanks, Andre.
If the people so choose, where can the people find more Kenny Burgos, the CEO of the New York Apartment Association?
At Kenny Burgos NY. That's my @ name on all socials.
Awesome. I love to see what your feed looks like. Do you just get lit up because by the people that are on the opposite side of you in your social media?
You'll enjoy my comments if you want to see my comment section on Instagram. Yeah.
I'm going to do that right now. Kenny, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back with Dakota here on Fast Markets. But just before that, if you haven't heard yet, the payouts with Topstep can now be instant. So let's see on their side. Thank you so much, Kenny. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
At Topstep, we've paid out more money to more traders than anyone in this industry. Over $1.4 billion and counting. Now, we're making that payout process even faster. With automated approvals and real-time payment processing, approved payouts can hit your account instantly. The best payout policy in the industry just got a lot faster. Trade well.
We are back. Who we got here? Mr. Dakota in the house, the star of Slow Markets. Sunday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central on Topstep TV. Dakota, what's good, my friend? How are you trading this?
Carefully, very carefully. By the dip. Look at this market starting to rally. We went and broke through the New York session lows last night from yesterday. And retested these 530s. We are 230 points higher. Looks like we might be on our way to come up and test these 840s, the upper end of this consolidation. I'm looking at this as consolidation right now. Buy low, sell high. I think we are right in the middle of it, rotating higher. So I like a long bias right now to go test, like I said, 840s zone. We got inflation data coming out tomorrow. And things, dare I say, is quiet compared to what we're used to.
Yeah, and because it's quiet, I'm playing the top of the range again.
Yep.
Only got filled on one so far. Shorts 74.67 in the MES. Just
like that.
rinse and repeat.
Yep.
It's a little aggressive on one. I would get up to 3, but we'll see.
I like that.
I
like that. 3 minutes ago, we did get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices set. You can also have those on your Topstep X indicators. But I go to my man Hogue. Hogue, let's just say Hogue invented initial balance. No, I'm kidding. Hogue, what do you got? Initial balance, IB high, IB low in ES and NQ.
All right. So initial balance high in the ES. Current session high is 74.72 quarter. Initial balance low in the ES, 74.36 half. Now let's check out the initial balance here in the NASDAQ. We've got the initial balance high at 29.841 half. And initial balance low. And we just recently put that in 29.525 even. 25 even. So a little bit smaller initial balance than yesterday, but largely we are still inside range and inside balance from yesterday's session. There's your IB high and your IB low ES NASDAQ.
All righty. Let's take a look here. Crude back above $70 by 14 cents. What we got on the tilt? 50-50 on the tilt. What do you have for Delta, Hogue?
So Delta in the ES is positive 2,500 and positive 2,200 in the NASDAQ.
Say it one more time. My apologies.
It's positive 2,500 in the ES, positive 2,200 in the Nasdaq, and it's been very range bound. So not really able to glean too much from that. We are sitting here near the highs in the S&Ps, so I would call the delta congruent with direction, but again, we have been very range bound here this morning so far.
Of 50 till. Though we got 69% long in the NQ
Long
right
NQ.
now. Long NQ, Mr. Dakota.
772. 3 of them.
Are you playing the breakout here, Dakota?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to play a breakout towards 800. I like this market towards those 840s, and I'm going to play it.
772.
Breakout right now.
Okay.
772.
Looking for upside of 800, 29,800 or so.
Yeah, yep. See if I can get a runner. Leave a runner on. Maybe we can come up and test the New York session highs around 840s.
All right, because all right, so I'm flat right now. If NQ does get up to 800s or so in the it's not still 40 points lower, I would look to perhaps take a short. Maybe ES is where the short is. Jack, you're short from 74.67.
Yep, you got to keep doing it until it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Eventually, it will not work.
And that's
However,
okay.
Yeah, that's part of it, right? That's I think the scary part of range trading, or what the apprehension behind it is. That's why you just trade small, get used to it, get comfortable being uncomfortable. Waiting for, I haven't seen anything from Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu just yet. It was scheduled to start speaking about 7 minutes ago. I haven't seen those headlines hit just yet. But of course, here at Topstep TV, we will bring that to you if and when that does happen.
Nasdaq's still just hanging out right now. Decent decision zone.
Oh, for show. Micron's about flat. They got their earnings today after the bell. Nvidia's flat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Micron after the bell should spice some things up.
Baby, let's take a look.
Was very quiet day. It was down like it's rebounded. Yesterday it was down like 12% or something like that. Reminder, it had been up like 8 and 5% the previous 2 days. So we're only back to trading like prices that were trading on Wednesday of last week. Very quiet day in the $1 trillion stock club. The only things up or down more than 1% is Broadcom is up 1.1%, Amazon's up 1.6%, and Google's up 1.1%. Everything else is not moving.
There we go.
What's the Dixie do of the dollar index? What's going on?
I love what you said, Jack, where you said prices we haven't seen since last week. Whenever I pull up social media, everyone's panicking. Stock up market lost $1.x trillion in a day, and this and this. It's like we were just here last week.
I mean, if you're trading 2 or 3 times levered ETFs or perpetual futures on it, then that 12% move becomes. I think someone mentioned in chat like the SOX S, so like the short levered was up like 24% yesterday. There's a lot of leverage out there, and I don't think it's healthy. Like I don't think it's healthy in the long run for a stock with $1 trillion market cap to be swinging like 5 to 10%, even 15%, like on the reg, as millennials say. It's not great.
SpaceX, sure, because it's new, it's an IPO, but not like a Google or an Amazon or Nvidia.
They're not doing it as much. It's more like Micron is especially what I'm thinking about with that. Okay. It's just wow.
800 is the level. Okay. Looks like the range is sort of NQ right around 29,800 upper. And we do see a little downtick in gold. Gold, we did see rallying. from that opening bell. Really about 50, 60 bucks. And you're now hanging out right around 40, 37. So one thing I do want to check out is some of how our live funded leaders are doing today. Putting up numbers. I lied. Good to see them. Back with up 26,000. Trent up 20,000. Idana up 15,000. William up 12. Zavis up $10,000 so far in what is a different kind of market state. Compared to the last couple days, I would say. So being able to capture some of that opportunity, job well done. We'll check back in on those names and P&Ls throughout the day. We've got all right, Netanyahu's starting to speak here. Nothing regarding. All right, as long as I'm Prime Minister, Israel will remain in the security strip. This the first comment. We'll keep an eye on crude. Again,
NASDAQ, we pulled back down to those 720s. I did add a few micro contracts down there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we could get that pushed back up to 800s. I might
Hey,
decide to just
Lazo.
scale out and bail if we can't find any buyers. There's a nice resist support level. Just think about micros. Scale in, scale out. You're not risking a whole lot, like $200. Wide stop.
How many you get on now, Dakota?
6 from 750, Hogue.
Those crude numbers, EIA crude oil inventory expected 3.6 million barrel drawdown, actual 6 million barrel drawdown.
We got below $70 a barrel, didn't we?
So we did.
Wow.
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
$69.
low of the session. 69, 67.
Yes.
That's wild. When does it hit the gas pumps?
When?
Not for a while.
Lags.
Tuesday.
Let's put it. It lags.
Tuesday's supposed to be the best day to gas up. Lowest
Is that true?
prices.
There you go. Where else are you going to find that
Yeah,
besides
that's what they
Topstep
say.
TV Tuesdays?
That's what my wife says.
My wife. Yeah. Hey, well, I'm not going to argue with her. I will not argue with Mrs. Hogue.
No.
Bad.
No.
Oh, all right. Total U.S. crude oil stocks, including the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, last week to the lowest level since October of 1984.
1984, and crude just keeps dumping. Yeah, what is the low? What's the low right there? 60, 69, 63.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, sir.
If that statistic that Dakota and I are obsessed with June, it might happen.
Yes.
It could happen.
Yeah, it might.
Good. We could be here for the first one. It'd be great if we learned about it, and then
Well,
it wouldn't be great for equity investors. I mean, the high for the year is in.
Yes,
But yes.
for those that Jack, tell them what is the statistic again? Fascinating.
Yeah, let me go to the SPX real quick here. Is that since like they started keeping it like the S&P 500 since 1950 has never made a high of the year in June. Now, here's the monthly candles for the SPX. If this were to be the high of the year, I have the high of the SPX at 7620.90.
Mm-hmm.
If this is the high of the year, that'll be the first time that's ever happened in June.
Yeah, ever.
Stay tuned.
Ever.
Topstep TV.
Ever.
I don't think that's the high of the year, though. We still have a whole year left of trading. ACH.
Half a year.
Half a year, Dakota. Half a year.
Yeah. A little more.
We talk after we break the streak. If I talk about the streak.
Let's go. Here comes the NASDAQ on a rip higher.
Yeah,
So,
ES
very
also.
happy I added.
New highs ES. Okay. Above initial balance. New session highs ES 74.74.
We are closer now to the all-time high than we were 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
If then,
Mhm,
Hogue, if
you're
then.
right.
All right, initial balance high in the ES. Session
Come
highs.
on, you goobers.
Yeah, no.
That's enough.
I know.
That's enough.
There's
Quit
eight.
Yeah,
messing
this is
around.
I'm gonna take a couple
this is
contracts
interesting.
off
Dakota.
here for 60 points.
Oh, the 800s. Get in the 800s. Short the 800s.
Took 2 off, huh, Dakota?
Yep.
Oh.
Took 2 off right there at 800.
Nice. I got short up there.
Right.
We came with it. Yeah. I added one because we're near the level and it's close. I
Yeah,
only had one on.
two
We
you're
came
just
within like
up there.
half a point of being stopped. We probably will be, but that's
Oh.
okay. We just get like
Oh.
half the first trade.
Right.
Yeah, here
Two
we
you're
go.
just upticked.
All right.
Yeah, the New York session highs is right there
Who's
at
going?
840s.
New
I
highs,
think we could test that and maybe break it.
Sheesh. All right, new session highs ES 74.79
Man.
NQ also.
That was in my favor, and then I started talking about your June thing, and it just blew against me.
It's your June. It's your June thing.
Andre.
You're my June thing. It's a fascinating stat.
Wow, we're
Are they
blowing through
really?
those 840s. I'm gonna take
Yeah.
another one off
Get-
there for
Look at
100
this.
points.
Wow, what the hell?
Those 840s I was looking at.
Okay, getting short up against IB high here in the NQ. Don't matter. Buyers.
The real level I'm looking at in the S&Ps is that last week's low, 72 quarter, which happens to be
Yeah.
the initial balance high. So if we close this 30-minute bar above there,
Jesus,
it may give an indication of some meaningful buyers up above that level, which we were looking for yesterday, if you remembered, Andre.
Yeah,
Which we did not find them yesterday. We did not find them. And we're still a long ways from that same level in the Nasdaq. The S&P is presenting as a much stronger market at this time.
Yes, it
We got to
is.
see if we can close this 30-minute bar above IB high.
Okay. Dakota, indeed, it did break out. What did you see there?
So when I first came on, you
So the
we
range
zoom
shows.
out a little bit, right? We look at yesterday, we look at last night, we look at the price action we've been seeing, and this is a consolidation. This is a range. The highs, these mid 800s, the low down here at 600.
Yeah.
And it really has just been buy these lows and then sell these highs. And we were right in the middle. We were right in the middle, but we were rotating on our way to those highs. So I was okay with getting in, targeting these highs, which we're there right here, right now. We're at these upper end, and we're actually trying to break out. So
Yeah,
I was able to close
ES
a few off for 100 plus points. So I'll take another one off right here at plus 140 points.
Yeah.
And then I got one runner left, and maybe we can start breaking through these mid to upper 800s. And the next level I have, maybe we see 30,000. 30,000 is a big round number.
Oh, yeah. I mean, why not? All right, new highs ES 74.86 would be that price. Think you make new highs? What do we get up to on Q? 29,088. Currently trading 841s. Jack, are you still short?
Oh no. We were out. We were just playing the range, so we were out.
I'm playing the range right now.
Seller stepped in right at the top of that range.
The range of a range of a range. What do we have here at the top of the hour? Again, that's just a few comments from Netanyahu for now. We got crude back beneath $70, $69.86 would be that price. Will you still have some on?
Yeah.
Are you out?
I got one runner.
Yeah.
One
Got his runner.
730. Yep. Runner.
This is gonna be green. This is gonna be green. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They are really buying this thing. Dow also pumping higher as well. New session highs Dow 52,416 would be that price. ES off to the races. NQ, same story over there.
That's
Okay.
good.
We're breaking out, Hogue. We're breaking out.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the range? This is why
Looking
This is
good.
why the range traders. This is why range being the range traders.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
For the record,
You
we
got to
were
do it
out.
until it doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
We got out
First
at
thing is you keep it cheap.
74, 76, 3/4.
Get back in.
No, we're out of the range.
2-year keeps upticking. Prices keep.
I don't mind a short up there.
I'm
this
short.
level.
I'm
Like,
short.
This is the top of the range that I was referring to this week. So I was taking some profits.
Mhm.
So it doesn't work. What
Showing
we got?
potential filled up that auction up there on the NASDAQ as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
you fight against this trend.
It's strong when the buyers
Yeah.
step in. The buyers step in, but ES continuing to see strength.
Yeah.
I
ES
fought
is
about-
definitely stronger.
Well,
We're
NASDAQ
not
might
watching the 2-year.
pick up.
What happened to that whole trade? 2 years prices new highs.
Mhm. I fought this trend too many times on air. People watching,
Which one?
people tuning in.
Which
No,
trend
you
is
know,
that, Dakota?
Any trend. I fight. I'm a trend fighter sometimes.
Mother.
Trends got hands.
Got hands, can throw hands. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
It's,
Bitcoin down 2%, right at 60,900.
Oh boy.
Yep.
We showed the long-term chart on that earlier, Dakota. Really
Unreal crude.
perilous level in Bitcoin.
On the bid. What do you got, Delta Hogue? Positive a bazillion. What do you got?
Positive 8,600 in the S&Ps.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Positive 2,500 in the NASDAQ.
Okay, well,
Almost a
So
bazillion.
Dakota,
almost a bazillion.
nice.
Yep.
Check out this Bitcoin. I got the log chart. These are monthly candles.
Oh, monthly.
Thank goodness.
Look at where we are right here.
Ooh.
They're still
Ooh,
buying it.
Chat,
That could get
are you
dangerous.
buying or selling this chart?
What do you got? Uh-huh.
That
What do
could
you
get
got?
dangerous.
Still buying this thing.
Someone's selling Bitcoin.
What should I be looking at? It's holding up here. Holding bid. We got 7 minutes till the top of the hour. Buyers keep coming in. They are holding a bid, especially in the ES, like Hogue saying, definitely stronger. The Dow continue to make new session highs. Longer it holds here. Dakota, you longer run with a runner right now?
Yep. 735. We're hanging out 120 plus points in the money. See if we could break through these 800s. Maybe we could test 30,000 here.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time, wasn't it? Just a matter of time. That goes back to the old magnet here.
Yeah.
Will the buyers step back in? They're holding it up here for sure. What are rates doing? Rates continue to go lower. Failed upside auction, Hogue? Perhaps.
Perhaps in the NASDAQ, but not in the S&Ps. I'm looking at the dome in the S&Ps,
Go all the way back
and
down.
right now it looks like there's a lot of eyeballs on this, which would bode for continuation.
To which
If
upside?
these eyeballs fall off, we'll see.
Upside, Hogue? Continuation?
Yes.
I was hoping you say hollow rally, but you didn't.
If I was not in a trade, I would like shorts in the NASDAQ.
I'm short. Where do you want to take it to?
760s.
If this goes green, I'm out. 760s?
Yeah. Maybe 770s.
How about
zone right there.
29,525?
That's what I'm hoping for. Oh, that'd be nice. What's going on at ES? ES about 8 points off the session highs. Now a little pullback there on Q. It's like the whole 29,794. 794. Back to 800s.
Got a 3-bar reversal up there, Dakota.
Close. Yeah. I
Almost.
mean, you could classify it as that. However, the main candle is the one prior, the highest high, which
Yeah.
is 877. So we still have to get
Yep.
down below 780. It's a difficult one. I don't like a short on a 3-bar reversal. It's not clean.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
kind of a reverse 3-bar reversal, right?
yeah, it's
You don't like
like
the
telling me to
shapes?
sit on my hands.
Oh, what'd you say, Dakota? You don't like for all 3-bar reversals? You don't like it to the short side?
No, not
Oh,
everyone
just
is
specific case.
built the
Gotcha.
same. Yeah,
I
not
gotcha.
everyone is built the same.
It's not
Depends.
clean. It's not a clean 3-bar reversal. It's dirty.
Yeah, it's 31.
Out of here. All right, we got top of the hour in 4 minutes. 4 minutes to the top of the hour. They still buying up the Dow? Yes, they are. Dow showing more strength. 52,470. Dow
Yeah, and
up.
the reason why I'm also saying that, Hogue, is where's your risk, right? Your risk has to be above 880, and that
Sure.
would just be way too much for the reward that you're looking for. So
Yeah.
the risk reward is not there,
Yeah.
even though it could work out. And
Not selling
sometimes
ES,
those
I'll
are
tell you that.
No, they ain't selling the Dow either.
Did gold hit 4,000?
3980. 3980 Dakota.
3980.
Dakota.
3980.
All right, looking for anything we got here. Nothing further from Netanyahu. All right, this just showed up on the counter. Noon Central. Trump attends Senate lunch. That will also have a 5-year auction at noon Central.
Here come the buyers trying to step back in. Top of the hour in 2 minutes.
Yes.
500 on the bid in the ES 7480s.
Oh,
7484. 430.
they mean business, Hogue. So, okay. ES, Hogue. We are above initial balance high. That price, we're above it by like what?
We're going to
16?
close above it too. So
Yeah. So what's the play then? What
well,
would be
we
the,
were
if-
just talking to him, just looking at the dome, I was saying it looks like there's a lot of eyeballs and a higher probability for continuation. We're seeing continuation.
Yeah, these shorts are no bueno. They were for a second. Now the range ain't holding. Yes, on the move. 74.89. Continuing to pump higher. NQ. NQ. Take the lead. Dow continuing to pump.
Bid here.
They ain't done. That bid get filled.
Yeah. Back towards
almost
session
to
high.
yesterday's rebound high.
Doggy.
Is
Up
at
and
about
away.
74.91, and then it's kind of like a gap in like volume. It's just when we were like selling off hard overnight. What day is today? On Monday night.
Yeah. Close that session gap. You go all the way up to 75.27
27 quarter. Okay. If top of the hour, this sucker opens green. This candle, that is. We might be indeed off to the races, as we are seeing the ES and the Dow breaking out. NQ also trying to catch up. That's the concern. If you're short the NQ like myself, will the NQ take the lead?
It's
yeah,
nice here.
Oh yeah, Dakota.
Wow, it's blowing
Okay.
it's going through now.
900s incoming. Get out of here.
30,000.
Very well we get there. 29,893 ES closing in on 7,500 even. About 6-7 points to go there. What will this?
Wow, NASDAQ is strong.
Strong like bull.
Strong like bull.
. S&P's above yesterday's session high.
Yep.
Into the gap.
All right, bottom of the hour, we'll get the London close. London close. Oh man, this is head fake here. So, all right, now what's the play? Dakota, you still got that long?
I still have the runner
500 on the
from,
offer, 24.90, 375 in the SPs. Just pulled it.
Did they just? Okay. Did they just scalp that hog? Did that bid get filled?
No.
Okay.
No, it's still down there.
Bluffing.
74.80 for about 500. But they pulled the offer.
There we go. Just let this runner run.
And I was a running. These shorts are bad. Shorts bad. Long's good. Shorts
We'll see.
bad.
I mean, let's see if they can
I'm
work their
short.
way into this gap or not.
Bad. Look at the ES. Get out of the shorts. Get out of the shorts, Andre. Okay. We are cooking. Dakota's got a runner on. Let that sucker run. I love to see that. A new highs, ES, and Q might not be there quite yet. We did just have 29,000, 907. Will we see 30,000s? London close, bottom of the hour, again, in about 29 minutes. With that being said, get Dr. Volatility in here. James, come on in. We got some announcements. Hit him with the heat. What's up, James?
Yes, this way into my laboratory, because the future of funding starts with our lab today and yesterday. I guess technically we've officially launched Topstep Labs. Topstep Labs is a place where we test bold ideas, new features, new programs, and new account structures. Some experiments may eventually become part of the Topstep lineup, some won't. That's just called science. Every lab's release is limited. When it's gone, the experiment closes. These may be experiments, but the opportunity is real. Earn funding, take payouts, sharpen your skills, and work towards a live funded account. Now, Josh Schwartzberg was the man behind the features desk, and now he's here at Topstep, and he's the main scientist behind Topstep Labs. Now, before Topstep, he built tools, products, and opportunities for traders at the features desk. Now, he's bringing that same spirit of innovation to Topstep. If you want to help us experiment with the future of funding, keep an eye on the Topstep Labs page to be the first to know when new experiments drop. We're going to see you at the first drop. If you haven't signed up yet, check out the link in the chat, click on it today, and don't miss a single moment of the action. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss this. So, Topstep Labs, check it out. We'll see you there. Then, you may have heard about this already because you may be already following us on X. And if you're not, well, you're really going to want to be doing that because when you follow us on X, you get real-time highlights from the show, best of clips, and first looks at new programs at Topstep, such as Topstep Labs. Go ahead and click on the link now to give us a follow on X. We are everywhere, including X. Go ahead and check us out. Give the Topstep TV account a follow. And while you're there, follow the core account at Topstep. Follow our support page at Topstep Support. And of course, you can follow Topstep News for all goings-ons. So be sure to do that and take us wherever you go. And if you do follow us, you might just be the first to know about some really cool stuff before anybody else. So go ahead, click on the link, and we'll see you there. Then when you're done doing that, come back because we're still doing group coaching today and every day on Topstep TV. And it's the point in the show where you get to ask your questions live. All right, and today we're having Hogue, Coach Hoop, and Emmanuel sit down with us, taking time out of their day to answer your questions live. If you caught Emmanuel on group coaching anytime this week, you may have caught some great insight. Well, that doesn't stop today. So go ahead and click on the link that we're going to drop in chat and submit your questions for group coaching. Then tune back in at 12 p.m. Central Time as they go through the list and see if your question is read live and answered on air. If you don't hear your question, don't worry. All questions are kept in our secret, super safe question bank, and we do try to get to each and every one of them eventually. So keep watching, keep learning, and keep tuning in to group coaching. Again, that's at 12 p.m. Central Time today. Whew. So guys, we have a lot coming at you. Let's go ahead and get you back to the charts with our final guess of fast markets. Braden, Andre, how we looking?
BPC trades in the house. Where is he at? Lower left-hand corner. What is up, Braden? Fantastic. Good to see you. Let's break it down, my guy.
Yeah, let's go, man. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been on this segment, so happy to be back. Yeah, haven't really traded this morning, so I'm looking forward to hopefully catching something. Buyers seem to be in control, breaking possibly the structure to the upside above 870s. I like the idea of continuation. I want to try to stay on the right side of VWAP and just trade the trend. Hopefully, if we can start to trend through these highs.
That sounds good. What is the trend? What's the trend that you're seeing? What time frame are you using?
I'm on the 5-minute, so I just
Yep.
I'm looking for whether buyers or sellers are in control of the session. I feel like that's the driving factor when as a day trader. Higher time frames are important, but I also want to see who's in control right now. So on the 5-minute, we're above VWAP, means buyers are in control. They control value and prices. There's more probability that taking a long trade is going to work out better for you. So that's really what it's about.
I'm with you.
Well, sellers are trying to hold this thing below 900.
Better not. I got. All right. Well, initial balance. We're at initial balance high pretty much in the NQ. As we trade right here. Yeah, trading this initial balance high right here. And they're selling it down a little bit. What's going on in the ES? ES staying strong. Stronger.
Not so much, Andre.
I
Running
know.
my charts.
Yeah. What?
There's
what
there's a level. It goes back to the 17th of June. It's the late spike to the downside that we initially rejected. We broke through it. We tried to get to it yesterday. We stopped short of it. Okay, what was in the way? Last week's low. We tried to get to this late spike. The base of it is 74.97 quarter. What's our high right now? 24.96.5. So within 3 ticks of it, and it might look like an obscure level, but sometimes these obscure levels can really provide some decent opportunities. I'm not saying we're going to turn around and put in a new low, but it is going to be a tough level for price to get through, and we're already pulling off of it by about 10 points.
This trade's tricky.
It's always tricky, my friend.
Yeah.
All right. I got long there. 5 micros at 815.
Nice.
Trying to build a position. So we'll start small.
815.
And if we do get a rotation back to that previous structure we're pulling back off of, that's 29,900. Then I might start looking to scale up into the trade size in.
You got 815s, all right.
Let's get it.
815s.
Amazon's still rallying.
You want 4, you said?
Why do they buy it up?
5.
Like that?
5. Okay. Got it.
Good location. Let's get it.
Yep.
Amazon's popping still. We're above
Amazon's
3%.
popping. Say no more.
Yeah, Amazon's
more.
up over 3%. Google's on its way to plus 2%. Broadcom plus 1.5. So
just where the buyers are.
If I'm not in a trade, I'd be looking to do exactly the same thing.
Long, I know.
Build a position down here at these lower 800s, maybe 790s,
You got
780s.
I mean, we pretty much perfectly. If we go to my chart here, and Hoag's essentially saying the same thing. Look at the 17th thing. Is that I drew the purple box for that that gap, and we just
where's this gap?
of.
Where's it?
Well,
gap?
it's easier to see here. Let me show you on the daily on the SPX because it's only open during regular hours. It's right here. Right.
What's the price?
We had the. Well, I'd be quoting in an SPX. In the futures, the price is 75.27 3/4 to the upside.
Yeah.
And the bottom is at the high of yesterday, like 74.91. But you can see, like, we had that big sell off Monday. We just tested the high of yesterday and then could not get in there for now.
Okay.
There we go. And here's the 770s, Andre. Here in the
Don't
NASDAQ.
get me started, man. Don't get me started. I was short up there. Took so much heat. Puked those.
This is my buy area in the NASDAQ.
Trust me, I'm long. Braden's long for 815. What's going on in the ES? ES trading 74.81, 15 points off the highs. ES and the Dow led the charge to the upside. What is in store next? 20 minutes, about on the hour. We have London close.
There's the bounce. 30 points.
Is that just profit taking from those shorts? Raiden, what do you
I
think? Are you
this
building
is,
in?
This is a level. Yeah, this is the place I absolutely love. Support major resistance here this morning at these 770s, 760s. So could be some profit taking. Maybe we get into a new position here.
Yeah, mentally and emotionally, it's much easier for me to scale in whenever I'm green on the trade, even if it's only by, a couple $100. So I usually just wait. I usually wait till it starts going my direction and start scaling into it.
Yeah, that sounds.
But kind of important we hold this level. I mean, we would need to hold VWAP here on the session. This would also be kind of a breach of the midpoint of the range. If we get through that, maybe we get a full rotation all the way back down to the lows.
The
lows, 29,500s. So kind of an important level here. If buyers are going to maintain control and this trend's going to continue developing higher, then we need to kind of hold this level. It's very important.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking 20 minutes ago. That rally was strong, and to go to the breakout. And was that a hollow rally, Hogue? What happened to that damn rally? Where'd that thing go? I'm thinking,
I mean, it wasn't bad volume for the time of day. We kind of talked about that yesterday, but
yeah, well,
we're still monitoring for meaningful buyers up here.
It's the haters.
The fact that we stopped at that late spike in the S&Ps doesn't encourage me. I think that the probability for continuation is pretty good for the S&Ps because we're above the initial balance high. We're still seeing some eyeballs up here in the dome, so that means people are interested in seeing prices up at these levels. It's a little bit different in the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq
sure
hasn't
is,
even
man.
traded to last week's low, which we're currently above in the S&Ps. We weren't able to hold the initial balance
we
high. We
weren't,
were
man.
able to in the S&Ps. The Nasdaq is just showing much weaker than the S&Ps.
Yeah, that's got to change. Unless you guys are sure. We're gonna need that to change. I just stopped.
Doing to us the same thing it did to us yesterday. What's the opposite of a V shape? We said it's an A.
A-frame.
An A.
Yes, I got stopped. Ooh, baby, these markets are tricky today.
The steeple.
This is a tricky one. Again, get those group coaching questions in. Form is pinned to the chat. Oh, Hoop Emmanuel. Oh, Braden, what'd you get? 815s?
Yep. About to get stopped.
Yeah, I got stopped too.
Is that the VWAP on your chart?
Yep. So if we're not going to hold this, it's just super weak market.
But 20 minutes ago, it was uber strong. The rally was incredible. It
reminds me a couple of weeks ago. I feel like it's a similar price action. Or maybe a couple months ago, rather. Kind of, we would see these trends that looked unstoppable. They would let it get really, really. They would let it start to look really good, and then they would just fade it hard, and then no buyers were anywhere.
Dude, it was like a runaway train. Yeah, you thought it was gonna be a runaway train, and you got on board that train, and they just slammed on the brakes and hit the reverse.
Well, crazy thing is Amazon's still rallying here.
Is it?
A quarter now? Yeah. I'm not seeing the same selling in the major tech stocks that I'm doing in the Nasdaq. So maybe
crude. I mean, I was just gonna say crude, like still selling off. There's no upside there either. Like, what's bullish this week? What is bullish this week?
Not
Treasuries. Treasuries are rallying. Prices rallying.
Yeah. There's the buyers.
You dirty dog.
I didn't see the same selling in tech. I just didn't believe those sellers.
Uh-oh. Did you add in, Braden?
Dude, I got stopped by. I've been getting so unlucky, man. Like 2 points, 1 point, 3 points. It's been tough.
This now. We're doing this again. Dousing bid and Q just. really trying to figure out what's NQ,
Although-
what's these semis doing, Jack?
Right now, the index is
Kidding me?
flat. Basically, it's coming a little bit. The memory stocks are still flying around, like they've gone from up to down. Right now, Macron is down 1%.
That means I know the dollar is strong. Then why are yields going lower?
Buyers trying to hold these 760s, 770s. Like you're saying, Braden, this is a key level for the Nasdaq right now. Intraday. It's the midpoint of the big range. If we zoom out,
Oh man.
and I know I said this at the very beginning. This range, what do you do in a range? We sell the highs.
We just Dakota just did and lost money. I literally just
Buy
did
the
that.
lows.
Yeah,
I know.
I literally just
a lot
sold
easier
what-
on hindsight. That little that wick up there to test the 900 can get you.
Yes, it can.
We've seen Delta come off in the S&Ps up here. It's currently up like $4,000. So we've seen it come off of its high, and we're at the highs. So if we were to be looking for longs in anything, to me, the opportunities is in the S&Ps. We've been looking for meaningful buyers, and I'm getting a hint or a whiff of some meaningful buyers up here.
Yeah, 3-bar reversal too, Hogue. This is a cleaner 3-bar reversal that I'm seeing on the 5-minute chart than we seen earlier. It's not done. It's not finished. We still have another 3 minutes. It's very early, but if we could close this current 5-minute candlestick above 806, right, above this previous candle, then this is a nice, clean-looking 3-bar reversal. And it's at that key level that I was referring to, right around those 760s, 770s. So if we can close this current candle
New highs down.
above 806, I think we get that continuation higher to go retest those highs.
Great.
Okay, we're back to the edge of that gap.
Right to
know it.
VWAP, and then the bounce comes in. Unbelievable.
I know, and that's on me too because it didn't really.
God, it doesn't want to.
Maybe a candle closure below VWAP, or like it just bounced perfectly off VWAP. It just had to stop just a little too tight. Actually, you know what it was? God, this really pains me to say. It came down, put in the low at 748, and I'm not joking about this. And then I think what I did was I dragged the stop up like 4 points, and then I think I got taken out. Anyways, yeah, just tough. I've been doing that a lot recently.
These markets, man. I'll tell you what. ES will head fake to the upside. Dow continuing to make new session highs. 52,569. ES. Let's see some buying.
Continue to see Nasdaq trying to hold above that 806 level.
Yeah, man,
Preemptive for a 3-bar reversal I'd be in it right now.
I am. Why? When's the? I know 30,000 is going to hit, Dakota. New highs Dow.
1207.
Okay. 1207.
Yeah. Midnight tonight.
Oh, well.
Midnight tonight.
I thought you were going to plug slow markets there. Dakota, it is a Wednesday.
Yes.
Slow
markets. 30 slow markets. We'll hit it to slow markets.
We'll be joining you on slow markets this evening.
Wednesday. We got Coach Jay, Braden. You're going to join me tomorrow, I believe.
Yep.
There we go.
All right, I'm going to short here. I'm going to short scalp like a momentum breakdown.
Wow.
Retest the VWAP. I'd like to see a break of it. Let's go.
These markets are tricky today. New highs Dow. New highs Dow. Come on.
Or just eat up that entire wick.
New highs Dow.
Yeah, no 3-bar reversal yet. We still got 10 seconds. And it's just too close to call.
Another 5-lot, Braden.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah, I'm trying not to be so quick that it's hard to keep up, but I'm getting in. I was break even. We're up 30 points immediately. It left a wick, clawed back up. I got stop break even, but yeah, that's a flat trade now.
Okay.
In the chat, Dow and NQ are moving in opposite directions. Yeah, that's not good for this Dow or this NQ long now, is it? When's the NQ going to catch up? It's the semis. It's tech. Oh, they just sold it
It's
right
a semi
there. They don't like-
rotation. Yeah.
It's a semi rotation. We need to get that rotation
Rotate
unrotated.
it.
We got to unrotate that. 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour of the London close. Jack, did you give us all the nuggets and tidbits yesterday, or did you just save some? I know you got some new ones, but did we get
I
all of
saved
them?
a few. Yeah,
Okay,
we got
cool.
all of them right now.
What do
Why
you
don't we
got? Let's
go
hit it.
through a few of them. Let's see what we got. So I've been showing that silver chart early as we busted below 60. Check this out. Silver's 11% below its 200-day moving average. During the run-up, it went 140% above its 200-day moving average. It has been a wild year in silver. We've been trading it a little less here, but Andre, is there anything that would get you into silver? I asked earlier what your price was. What do you think?
What's it at?
Yoda?
What's silver trading right now? I mean,
Right now, just under $60.
50 bucks. Like Dr. V. Dr. V and I are very similar. We like platinum. We like gold. We don't dabble
don't
on
like
that
silver?
silver stuff. We don't. But that's interesting. So
Like
we'll
it
give you
starts
over.
scaling in
Yeah.
at like
Yeah,
$40. It would be very interesting to me.
40. I
Anyway.
like 50.
50,
I
I like
made a post
51.
about this yesterday. At the beginning of the year, there was so much hype around it. Everyone thinking it's going to $200, talking about supply and demand and a silver shortage. But yeah, I don't mind holding silver for a long run if I could get $50 an ounce. We're almost there actually. We're down to what, 5% today?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But looking at this chart here, it shows the divergence from the 200-day moving average. I just remember, when you think about some manias, I remember when it was trading, 120 or something. People like, it's gonna go to 300. Blah, like maybe anything can happen, but probably not.
Yeah,
All right,
30
now
years
to-
maybe.
Yeah, now to the real
You hit me.
good stuff. And I will at some point talk like an old timey news person, but
Yeah, see?
I gotta get those words in advance. Lloyd Blankfein ran Goldman Sachs. We all know that. Here's what I'm taking from this. I had already told before, like, Lloyd is going up my charts of like all time. I don't know if he'd come on the show, but get him here because he is one of us. I already knew that he's just basically sitting around now, retired, like just trading his own book. And but check this out. 75% is in individual stocks, 98% risky assets. But here's the thing: he doesn't use a computer. Lloyd Blankfein is sitting around trading on an iPad.
Respect.
Just making calls, trading on an iPad with God knows how much money he has. Like this guy is he is the dream of every degen trader out there. First, you got to become the CEO of Goldman Sachs, which is
he's been everywhere
difficult.
too. He's been doing the media rounds lately too.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because he's talking his book. He's talking shit. He's talking his book. Like this is the life, man.
That quote is what we all go through on vacation. It
Yeah.
takes a lot of discipline not to look at my screen while I'm talking to you.
Braden does it all the time.
Yeah.
Braden's always looking at the markets.
You're on that iPad. And then one more individual of note. I don't know why this has made me think about chat. Let's give a shout out to Joseph McGrail Badeup from Canberra, Australia, who just got the Guinness World Record for the loudest person at 122.4 decibels. He's been made the honorary town crier, which seems honorary. I can give him a few bucks for being the loudest person on earth. But here you go. Test your decibel level. Send it to us. But yes, this man, Joseph, is the loudest person on earth. Michael,
Really?
there's still a chance.
My neighbors would like to have a word.
I'm calling you. Take him on. Yeah.
My neighbors like to have a word.
All right.
I'll just say that. Dog. Dog would like to have, yeah.
Give that award too in chat.
There's a few.
We are selling off. It's stuff, Jack. Which one were you saving? Which one were you holding out?
The second two. The Lloyd one was the one I really wanted to talk about during fast markets. Doesn't matter. You don't need that fancy equipment. You just need the connections you made over 12 years as CEOs, Goldman Sachs, and an iPad.
Yeah. I was about
He
to
should start a
stream.
Discord. I don't say this about
Oh,
anyone because nobody at Topstep should have one, but he should start a Discord, Substack.
We should have him come on.
Oh yeah, of course. It's a matter if he wants to, but let's send out the feelers.
Seems pretty chill. Yeah, I mean, he seems like he's a. You hit TP? Okay, good job. I did not. Getting smoked. I'm the wrong side. Pretty much every trade.
Braden, how many are you short now?
Oh, you're short, Braden?
Yeah, I got short during that little clip for the break below VWAP, so I'm pretty much out of it now. We'll catch a meteor one that we'll catch a meteor one that we can go through. I'm being a little quick, but
you promise?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much.
What was your entry?
Got you. 783 added on the break of 750, scaled out through the 30s. And I'm out there. We'll catch something. I'll just base hits.
I got 708.
You long for 708s?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I knew you saw that too. 708s. Yeah. Fair price. ES. What'd they buy? They got long in the ES. We got long and close 3 minutes. 72s. Wow.
Nice entry.
Wow. You got 708s to go. How many?
3.
What's it trading right now?
It's 760.
I hate you. I hate you. Nice entry, man.
My.
Oh, where was it when I needed that?
Got him.
You sure did, Dakota. Nice. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. New highs Dow. Ain't no stopping that thing.
Oh.
Braden, what are we going to do?
It's a great move off the lows Dakota just got into.
Oh, it sure was.
70
Dakota.
points.
I tell you, I'm not seeing the same selling pressure in like Google and the rest of these tech stocks. Amazon is still up 3.3. So, yeah, give me a good price here in the NASDAQ. I'll take it.
Okay.
All right, I'll build a short around these 70s. We're retesting the structure we broke from. Yeah, I'm short. At this point, I'm kind of thinking we can make the full rotation to the bottom of the range. The fact that we're struggling so much around the midpoint of the range, and if I'm looking for a breakout through the 800s, I really would prefer to see like a nice higher low somewhere around above 800s. We're pulling back pretty deep into this range, so
And Q's going to catch up. Oh, 90 seconds. London close. Micron earnings after the bell today. How's SpaceX doing, Jack? Crushing? Any buyers step back in?
I mean, as far as stocks, less than not much past their IPO, it's not doing too much, I believe, today. Sorry.
Did I read
I got
that
so many
right?
things
That
on here.
Kathy
1%.
Wood plus 1%. Did I hear that Kathy Wood just bought a bunch of SpaceX?
And you're
PR
bullish?
machine. Her PR machine is very, very impressive.
I don't know. Chat, let me know. Did Kathy Wood buy a bunch of SpaceX the other day?
Chat. New highs Dow. ES catching a bid as well. NQ catch up. Will NQ catch up to the ES and the Dow? Oh shit! I already got that up.
Oh, Bitcoin continues to sell. We're
Unreal.
do we lose 60,000 today? We're at 60,776.
What's this candle?
This is NASDAQ.
These 800s. They're fighting
I
us.
know.
They're fighting.
They are. I think we could just break through this, Andre.
Breakout
It
guy.
looks like we
Yeah,
could
well,
break
I
through
got
and
back
break
in.
out.
Wow, you got to be.
I'm in a good position.
ES, look at ES go. Look at ES go. About to new highs. ES, you unreal. New highs Dow. Yes, we're looking at 74.96. When will the NQ catch up to the other markets? Well, let it close. There we go. And all right, Hug. Good stuff today, man. Hit me with some words of wisdom, and we'll see you in morning highlights. We'll see you in group coaching. We'll see you in opening call. We'll see you in fast markets. Hear your voice, but a couple words before you get out here. Good stuff. John Hoagland.
Thanks, Andre. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, we see the S&P is really kind of holding these highs here. Delta's a little bit negative in this area, so if you're buying one, S&P seems to be the strongest, but we've got to get through this late spike, 74.97 quarter. NASDAQ still inside the range, still inside value from yesterday. Stay patient. Opportunities are coming.
Okay.
I'll see you shortly for the morning highlights.
Thank you,
See you, Braden.
Hoag.
See you, Jack. See you, Dakota.
See you
Yeah,
later.
Andre.
Yeah.
Sheesh. All right, boys. What's the trade? What's the play here?
Buy 708.
Yeah, buy 708s, man. Braden, what are you short from?
780.
You're short from 780?
Yes, sir.
Jealous. Jack, you got anything on?
No, but we tested into that gap again, and we're giving a little pullback right now. I don't know how many times it can go up there without starting to venture into it, though.
Put a long. Yeah, Braden short. I want to say where I'm at. Oh, there you go.
Turning into a chop session right now.
It's chop because we're down. Well, it's chop because we're down 20. Well, you might not be.
Well, then it's range bound then for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah.
It kind of is. Let me drop down to the 5 here. Yeah.
Yeah, right around the 780s.
Just ranging around the New York session high from yesterday in the ES.
Man, this has got to be like 24 hours of consolidation right here. How many hours
It
of
is.
candles is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
earnings.
yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at, Braden. That is the range I was saying buy low,
What is
sell
it? What
high
are the
in.
prices?
That hourly range.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 7
Now,
eight.
is the high of day and the low of day in already?
One is much easier to say than the other.
Which one?
We're right in the middle.
Clearly, let's just use probabilities. It is significantly less likely we take out the low of the day compared to the high of the day, at least in the ES, which I'm looking at. I mean, the high of the day is only
okay.
Who knows?
10 points away.
Fair.
In the chat, does Andre know what he's doing trading? Not today, my friend. Not today. Does Andre know how to trade or just wait for signals? Sometimes. We'll see. See if we can get this push higher here. I'm back locked in. I needed that. I needed that kick in the rear. Get back locked in here.
Like Wyndham
Chat,
Clark.
in the chat, how to Coach Jay. Jay's always saying, let's do a vibe check in the chat. How are we trading in the chat today? Up, down, scratch.
Everyone's green.
Dow air horns for real? Oh yeah. Dow air horns incoming. Thanks, Emmons.
Chopped up.
50, I call it 90 points. 90 points. From new all-time highs. Is that all-time high price? 52,734. Currently trading 52,640. 4.43.
This is rough.
No, up, down. Okay. Horrible. Getting destroyed. Well, hey. This one ain't easy, I'll tell you that.
Hang out here.
It's not done though. Don't forget, it's not over. Not over. Something, stay in this thing. Stay locked in. Stay locked in. Markets are moving.
I have to lean long still. I'm still leaning long.
I'm long.
Just
Bet your ass I'm long.
it's
Gets-
too
gets this
quiet,
quiet?
to short this market.
Too quiet to, yeah, I know.
I don't mind it, but it's just I've been ran over way too many times shorting a quiet market.
I think at least in the ES, I lean short, but that's why I'm flat right now. Is I just don't see the juice to fill this gap ahead of the Micron earnings.
To the upside. I'm thinking
Yeah.
profit taking, squaring up, discount prices. Also, obviously Dow more sensitive to energy prices as it closes on all-time highs here, about 80 points to go. Why is tech under pressure? Why is tech under pressure? What? SpaceX ruined the thing? Did SpaceX ruin this?
I mean, tech's all green right now.
Well, the NASDAQ ain't green, Dakota. At
Well,
least my
not-
P&L ain't green. My P&L ain't green right now.
Max 7's different than the semiconductors are flat, but then you got the memory, like Micron is down 1%. You got SanDisk is down almost 2%. Oracle's down 3.2. Quantum's getting crushed. What else? CoreWeave's down 2.25.
ZT is a 2-year. 2 years even rolling over a little bit in the chat. Mark is far from quiet. I think even quiet. I meant news-wise. News-wise. It's been quiet. News-wise is what I meant. Yeah, markets are moving right now.
Yeah, we don't have headlines popping off. Is the thing
yet?
Yeah, knock on wood. See if fire.
You'll talk about Wendy's. We did talk about Wendy's. Didn't have. Yes, we
Did.
did talk. We did. That was Ted.
Hanging around 800 in the NASDAQ. 29,800. Trying to hold it below it.
Quite interesting. What's the hold up here? What do we got? A few more minutes here. In fast markets, we got ES just hanging out right now, up around 8 points off the highs. ES trading 74.89. Waiting for MOC in the chat. I love it. Well done, Trader John. Well done.
Yeah, we need a timer.
Countdown
What,
clock
like-
starting in fast market.
Lower right hand corner of the screen. You got 5 hours and 28
minutes.
minutes till the closing bell. 5 hours and 18 minutes till MOC.
Careful if you're holding. I don't know exactly when Micron's going to release their earnings, but it could be like right after the bell. So you can hold until 310 or whatever. So just be careful, especially if you're like in an NQ position. 'Cause that'll move.
Hey, question about Ted's go-to Wendy's order. I've never heard of that sandwich he was talking about. What the hell was that? What did he say? T-Man, are you
Said
the
like
chat?
Dave's famous double or something like that.
Yeah, Dave's
Okay.
double.
Is that a real? Okay, wow, Brady.
Yeah,
sold
yeah,
this
yeah.
shit
It's like
double.
their signature. Dude, Wendy, I really don't like Wendy's that much. They're not that good.
Well, feel free to short
That's why
it.
they're down.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Free to short it. He said.
we got
All right.
crude. We
They're,
short.
um,
I'm long. Thank you. This thing.
Their spicy chicken sandwich is good. That's really the only thing I ever get. I'm just not. I don't have one really around me, so I don't go to Wendy's very frequently. I got a Culver's around me now, Andre.
You seriously don't know Wendy's at all? Dude, I'm just doing a bit. I know I've heard of it. I'm just yes, I've heard of it. I'm a double stack. I remember when back in my day, double stacks were 99 cents. James, I know what it was. Well, Ranges are getting narrower and narrower. In the old NQ here.
Range and a range and a range.
A range of a range of a range. We got Braden short in the money to go to long in the money. And Andre stuck in the middle again. Come on, Brian.
Running a straddle.
I came in up too. I came in up decent too. Shorts.
Is when he's just getting hit by cost? Because I know some things like I don't know if I said before in the show, but like I can't stand Subway. I used to eat it frequently, Dre, because it was open Sunday night when I was going into work overnight at the Board of Trade. So I just get like a sad foot long and I eat it throughout the night. But like, it's objectively not a good sandwich, but it used to be cheap. And it's like, I wonder if it's especially, there's so many like sandwich options out there. It's like,
then yeah,
you're really gonna pay like, how, I don't even know because I haven't been to one like in a decade. How much is a foot long now at Subway? Like,
yeah, well then Jared
$9
happened. Yeah, well then Jared happened, and
what'd he do?
everyone, yeah, well, Jared.
He's the guy that. No, I mean he just lost all the weight. He was inspiring to everybody. Something happened.
I heard
In Chicago, you can get a foot-long Subway sandwich for $10. That's crazy.
Wow, $10. So did he put the weight back on? Is that what the issue is?
Oh, you could say that. You could definitely say that. I'm not making light of it.
Yeah.
Yes, no longer. Yeah. 28,000. Get out of these longs. You deserve this, Andre. You've been playing fire all damn day.
Yeah.
And they don't. Well.
Oh.
Yep.
I'm just cooking in silence over here. I'm up $1,300 on this trade.
Yeah. Well,
there you go. You buy 130 foot longs.
How much are you up? Get out of these. Oh my god, what a bad day. Quit trading. Quit trading indeed. Dakota. What's the next? What do you got?
I like
Long again?
longs.
Those 708s
Yeah,
are sweet.
From lower. You need good location in this market, or you're cooked.
Back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board. Indeed, 29,719 is the last trade. In the NQ, if NQ are the lows in the NQ, if this is how they get to the low of day,
I think we're still range bound. I think we can just fade these moves. Buy the sell-offs, sell the rallies.
buy the sell-offs. What was it? Buy the sell-offs.
Yeah. We're like right
Buy
there.
the
That
dip.
move.
Sorry,
Buy
I'm
the
just
dip.
I'm being really bitter right now because you guys are trading so well, and you guys are what matters right now. 29,714 last trade in the NQES. Just casually down almost 20 points off these session highs. How it gets there, it's changing.
I might even add to this here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do it. If we do dip into these 680s, I'm gonna add to it.
Yes, we got a long short battle going on.
I like longs in the NQ right here. Or I'm sorry, ES. Coming up against 74.72 initial balance. High. Nice, Braden. Yeah. How are you? What's your current size? What's your position right now? How many contracts?
I'm out of it. While we were talking about foot longs and all that.
You're out? Okay.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm gonna get back in though if we break under 713.
Back in long. Braden, you know what you're doing right now, man? Almost like you knew what the Topstep TV tip of the week is. It is you're sticking to your strategy. What you're doing is you're avoiding chasing trends or reacting to short-term market noise. Ain't that the truth? That's what I've been doing all day. Chasing your tail. You are following your tested strategy. You're trusting your process, even when faced with losses, taking heat. Consistency comes from discipline. Braden, how did you become a disciplined trader, or how does one work on their discipline? I feel like it's a practice, if you will. How do we become more disciplined? How does Braden BPC trades become more disciplined?
Yeah, I feel like for as long as I've been trading, I'm probably not as disciplined as I should be, so I'm not the best teacher. But eventually, the truthful and painful answer is eventually you're gonna make a mistake so many times that it's just doing you so much more harm than it is good, that it just kind of becomes engraved in you to start following your rules and being disciplined. Um, maybe a coach would probably help, like somebody next to you, checking you, trading with a partner. You guys say that all the time. I feel like when I'm on stream with you guys or with Dakota, sometimes keep you in check whenever maybe you shouldn't be doing certain things. So maybe trading in front of an audience is a good thing sometimes. Whenever I'm on stream, I tend to follow my rules better. So things like that. I always say trading alone is a little bit dangerous, like trading, right? Because nobody's there to keep you accountable.
That's definitely the truth. You hit the nail on the head there. Dakota, discipline. Is discipline one of yours? Do you consider yourself a disciplined trader, Dakota?
Yeah. I agree with what Braden said. I've been trading for a living before I found Topstep. Since I've joined Topstep, I think my day trading aspect has improved because of that, being in front of an audience, being in front of thousands of traders, where you make one mistake or they notice a little thing, they'll let you know. That's for sure. It's like, oh, I'm fading a trend. Oh man, I guarantee you're going to get reminded. YouTube chat is good at that, and it's been a good thing at the end of the day. Regardless, it feels like a little bit of tough love, even though you can say, it's just a troll. There's some truth into a lot of what the YouTube chat says. And the nice thing is it's fresh eyes, right? A lot of the members who are tuning in, maybe they've never traded before, and they're just kind of learning how to trade, and they're seeing it from their points of view, and they could give you their perspective. And it's been a very nice breath of fresh air. It's like, oh wow, I didn't think of that. That's interesting.
Let's slow down. The question in the chat from Tom. Tom has a question for the chat. Chat. As we were paying for Andre VR Combine resets, do you think we are getting good value from I believe you meant his, repetitive banter? The fact that you know it's repetitive means you watch a lot. So thank you for that. And also thank you for the kind words. What should I talk about right now? I got pros. I got Braden. I got Jack. I got Dakota. Markets are slowing down. We were just talking about footlongs. Subway footlongs, that is. We've never talked about that before, ever on the chat.
Yeah, that's why
you don't have to pay
8
for
hours
this.
of just like shouting numbers out.
And the fact that you don't have to pay for this, you're getting good value.
I'm just messing with you. I like it.
And guys, you can stop like responding in the chat. Like I know what Jared did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah. Chat fired up. Markets need to start moving again.
He shouldn't. Yeah, he should not have interfered with that ball at the Cubs playoff game. Like I get it. That's why people hate him.
Woody Jack, you're just making it worse. You're just making it worse. Like this trades.
Speeding off of it. Okay, we're at the bottom of the range.
Yo, hell yeah.
Are we? What range?
I'm looking at the ES.
I see it too.
Oh, okay.
It looks completely different. You guys are in NASDAQ land.
I'm in the ES now. I'm in the ES right now.
I'm adding to this long here at 714.
It's holding.
Yeah, I'm going to keep adding. I'm looking back for a retest of the 800 here.
I'm with you, buddy. Yep. What did Dr. V call this? The corporate professional.
It was good to have her back. Andre.
It really was. It really, Dr. V. I'm sure you're not watching. I don't think you're watching, but as always, decline the invite back to reversal challenge. That was hilarious.
Sure was.
Okay. What price you got, Dakota? Let's get back to the trading.
I got 6 from 714. I got into a bigger position here. We're now cooking. I'm gonna start getting out. I take profit 800.
You guys.
Dakota's great at getting in right before this thing rips 100 points.
How do you do
right
that?
on the cusp of this thing ripping 100 points?
He's just I know. I need to get better at getting out though.
Hardest part of the trade. Hardest part of the trade, in my opinion. Braden, what do you think? Hardest part of the trade, getting in or getting out?
I think getting in's I think they're both easy in nature, but I think getting in's probably more important than getting out. For some reason, I feel like that's the case. I think there's a lot of things you can do on the management side of a trade if you can get in a really good spot. Then it also, as a consequence of that, makes getting out easier, right? When you get in at a good spot, sometimes. Although I guess you could start to say, "Hey, man, this is such a good entry. I'm not letting go of it."
Ooh, Braden. Jack, what do you think?
This thing
Hardest
is
part of the trade?
ripping.
Getting in or getting out? I need to rip more to the upside, Braden. Getting in or getting out, Jack? Which is the
For like
hardest
day
part
trading,
of the
I'd say getting in.
is the hardest part?
For like swing trading, I'd say getting out.
Okay.
Because there's more like, maybe this will get better. It's a little more loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey. Dakota, what say you? Hardest part of
It's
trading?
all about getting out. Nope. To me, it's if you have a good get out game. I mean,
hey, yeah, you got to manage
you
that
flip a
risk,
coin.
right?
Honestly, I truly believe if you flip a coin and you know how to manage risk and get out of a trade properly, you can break even or make money. Because I don't know how many times I've been in good trades that have been up, and I've let turn around and stop me out. Yeah.
Yep.
So I believe in the exiting is more important than that.
I would agree.
Personal preference, I guess.
Mo says, Mo, you agree with me. Getting out's harder. I agree. I think the hardest part of trade is only when you get
like
out.
you said, if you have good trade location and you get in, it makes getting out easier, right?
Well,
Like
if you have good trade
I just bought the low a day. I can get out at any time and it's profitable. So there is both. I had to choose one.
Would you trailed off there, Dakota? Where'd you go? Where'd you go with that? You had a.
I don't know.
Those dumb questions. It's one of that part of the repetitive banter.
It's been a day. Take profit. My take profit just hit. There you go. 800.
Good job. Good job. I really do. Yes. Can we get? I'm going to try to go from red to green. Red back to green. If we can get this thing, what do we got? Whose screen? Dakota is in this.
Yeah, I'm taking profits.
Keep this range, Jack. There's that range.
Yeah.
50 till get those questions in again for group coaching.
100-point rotations here, by the way. Like,
just
casually on the 5 minute. I mean, it's kind of insane. I mean, it's great, but geez,
that's.
That's the new normal, though.
Yeah.
Point at 30,000, 100 points is 0.3% move in the NASDAQ. So not very much.
Yeah. Like the last 40 minutes, I'm seeing we had a rotation from 800 to 700. That's 100 points. Then back up, then back down. There's a 500 point sum here of like total range within the past 40 minutes of price action.
Get me out of this.
If you're swinging it both ways, 500 points.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I had the yes. All right, we're coming up on time. Oh, also, chat. Make sure you go check out Topstep Labs and see what's cooking over there. Very, very exciting stuff. We're always bringing you new and testing things out and getting your feedback and seeing what works, what doesn't work, but not afraid to try. And that's what we're counting on you for. With that being said, we got morning highlights coming up after this, and we got power players with Jay, Antonio, and Ray after that. But I want to say great stuff, Braden. Great stuff, Dakota. Jack as well. That was fun. I will not be on for the rest of the day, so you guys enjoy it, especially you, Tom Quimby. So you don't have to listen to my repetitive banter anymore. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. Let's get that money. All-time highs, Dow.
Topstep TV. Let's go.
Today's episode of Topstep TV is brought to you by the letter N. N is for July. Traders use the letter N for the July contract.
Every live funded trader started exactly where you are now. My name is John Hoagland. The path is real. The opportunity is real. One idea, one decision, one trade. Welcome to training camp.
All right, welcome traders to the morning highlights. It has been a very interesting trading day. Our markets are certainly moving, and as always, I'm hoping you're seeing a lot of green on your screen. As always, we are going to look at these markets in context, and we're first going to take a look at the gold market here this morning. We missed our opportunity to get into the opening range trade this morning to the downside. If you were watching, you saw a big sell order come in right after our trigger to get short. Missed it. That's all right. We'll find the next one. But as far as context is concerned, last night we broke below that weekly kickoff low 4,100. We're looking for continuation of price to continue in that direction. Lots of things that we're thinking about and that we talked about on the opening call. So make sure you watch the opening call for more details on what we're looking at as far as context of these markets. But just taking a look at the 5-minute chart, there's that opening range, high of the session, really good push to the downside, initial balance low. What turned this thing around? Yes, we had a failed downside auction, only 6 ticks below the initial balance low before the buyers came in and brought price right back to where? The initial balance high. Failed auctions have a tendency to go from one end of the initial balance to the other. Took a look above the initial balance as well for another failed upside auction. The market is continuing to resolve now to the downside, to the low side of the range here. So let's take a quick look at crude oil. Also, a little bit of a miss on the opening range trade. We see the market in a downtrend. We had a gap, absolutely no effort to close the gap. Opening range, the dead high of the session. Missed that one also. It's all right. We'll have another opportunity coming down the pipe here soon. But here's where the market traded down to. Yes, we broke the $70 level, finding a little bit of a double bottom here. What put in the low? Yes, a failed downside auction on the low here in crude oil. Market has not yet traded all the way back to the initial balance high. And if it does not, it would indicate that there is a more inherent or stronger seller still present in this market, possible move or continuation or range extension to the downside at some point. We've got the weekly kickoff low down here at 69 bucks. See if we can get there. That 70 level, of course, big fat round number. It's going to be a psychological number and potentially a tough level to get through. Let's take a look at the S&Ps now. So we've been talking a lot about some of the things that we've been seeing in the S&Ps over the past couple of days. From Monday to Tuesday's session, we had some pretty strong overnight inventory to the short side. That we did see an inventory adjustment. That rally was relatively hollow. We were looking for the market to continue to rotate lower throughout the day, which it never did take out the low of the initial balance. The initial balance was the high yesterday. It was a normal trading day yesterday, which is a bit of a misnomer. Those days are rare that you never extend the initial balance high or the initial balance low at some point during that session. Today we opened right in the middle of value from yesterday. All right, no change in the perception of value. But when we think about what we were looking for yesterday, above the last week's high, which was 74.72 quarter, we were looking for meaningful buyers. We did not see those meaningful buyers. Today, are we seeing those meaningful buyers? Well, at the very least, we are spending time up there. And when we look at the range, the initial balance high was 74.72 quarter. Remember that number? That was last week's low. So initially we traded up against it and we rejected. Put in the initial balance low down here near settlement. Then finally we did see a pretty decent move above the initial balance high. We have not yet returned to the initial balance. So this little area right here can end up, being somewhat supportive. We kind of create in profile what we call a double distribution trend day. And if we can't close these single prints, if we can't get back inside the initial balance, then we could see this market continue this push to the upside. So we are spending time at higher pricing, but where did we stop? We stopped at the base of the late spike that goes all the way back to here on the 17th. Seems like maybe a obscure number, but it put in the high of the session today. Obscure or not, it is being viewed as important, as an important price level for traders. Let's take a look at some of the trades that were taken in the ES today. We had Doom in early. I think this is probably Doom's best trade of the day. You got long 2 MES, 74.45 even, just after about 8:30, 8:40. Held on to those for a pretty decent profit of about 20 points in the S&Ps. Not bad. 74.65 is approximate out on those. About that time, Jack in the house, we're looking for opportunities for shorts up against the initial balance high. We got short 2 MES at 64.68. Got out of one of those at 74.57. Got out of the other one at 74.51 for a pretty tidy profit on that one. Now, Jack was looking, or the house was looking for another opportunity going to the well the second time for the short up against the initial balance high. Got short 2 MES, 74.73. Took a quick out on those as the market broke out above that initial balance high. Got out of those at 74.77. It looks like we are heading back to the initial balance high. This could be an interesting spot for traders. Let's take a look now at the NASDAQ, and always looking at it in context. So we're going to start with the 30-minute chart. NASDAQ is much more range bound today than the S&Ps. When we look at the overnight inventory from the night before last, we did have an inventory adjustment. It looked above the last week's high. We did not find meaningful buyers up there by the end of the session. As many people speculated, we were able to take out the low of the initial balance just by a few ticks. So, we opened, looked higher, rejected, extended the range near the end of the day to the downside. But as far as today is concerned, and again, this is the 30-minute chart, the market opened inside range and inside value, suggesting to me that we're probably going to find better trade locations as the day goes on, which kind of turned out to be true, right? The initial balance low was put in just below the 5% off the all-time high level, which is 29,545. We're never the only ones looking at those levels, traders. Multiple time frames, even longer time frames, even the longest time frames are well aware of where these percentage levels off the all-time high are. So we put in the low, we put in the initial balance high, we've looked above it, we've rejected. Largely, most of the trade today has been inside of the value area from yesterday. So you still have to kind of look at this like balance to breakout rules. We're in balance here. Fade the extremes until proven wrong. A substantial breakout, something you might want to go with. When we look at where we are compared to the S&Ps, we've got our initial balance high, and we're holding above that. We're holding above last week's low. We traded up to the late spike. We haven't come anywhere near that in the NASDAQ. The S&P is presenting as the stronger of those two markets. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart here. So Dakota came in. He started looking for longs. He got long 6 MNQ 29,750. Got out of those at an average price of approximately 29,850. 100-point banger for Dakota, coming right into fast markets. Now, Dakota was also looking for opportunities for longs here. He really nailed this bottom here. A long 6 starting at 29,780. He's since added to those. I think his average price went up to about 29,714, and he was looking to take profits up above 29,800 on those. So almost another 100-point trade for Dakota. Braden, one of his best trades today, got short 10 MNQ, 29,776. and scaled out of those at an approximate average price of about 29,717. So some really good trading by our traders during fast markets today. On that note, let's take a moment and go into today's quotable quote. All right. Accept yourself, love yourself, and keep moving forward. If you want to fly, you have to give up what weighs you down. Trading is difficult, and it is one of those things that you can really kind of be very mean to yourself in your internal dialogue, and that's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. Those are the things that are going to weigh you down. So accept the trades, accept yourself. Don't compare yourself or don't use your P&L to gauge who you are as a person. Allow yourself just to feel good. Happy traders make better traders. And yes, give up all those things that weigh you down. We'd like to see you all soar 100%. All right. What day is today? The 24th. We've got Jay, Coach Ray, and Antonio back with us today for Power Players. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching. We look forward to those. You guys have been bringing in some very, very good questions. There are no bad questions. If something's on your mind, let us know. Folks, this is Topstep TV. Still lots to do today. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Antonio, and to the far right, Coach Ray. Antonio, Ray, how you guys doing this morning?
Doing well, doing well, doing well. I was just kind of looking for an opportunity here in the gold. I took an opportunity short here in the gold, and I was looking for maybe another round, another swing lower, but it's being a little pesky.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Gold's been a pretty wild day. We saw that sell off during the opening call. We rallied almost 80 points all the way back up to VWAP, and now kind of stuck in the middle of the range here, 40,000, 2240. But looking for some more downside here, Ray.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I'm overall bearish in gold right now.
Let's see if we can do it. I'm looking at a couple of other metals. Copper is making new lows of the day as well. Silver looks pretty heavy. Let's see if gold wants to jump on that train. Antonio, how are we doing today?
Doing well. I'm short 2 from 780s. Just looking for some more downside pressure.
Nice.
Risking a full R for I guess you call it 1 for 4. 1 to 4 R.
So short from short 2 micros from 780, risk at 855s. Looking for a low of the day target here.
Yeah, we have a previous daily low from prior structure. Maybe a couple weeks ago or a week ago. And it just happens to be today's daily low as well.
Gotcha. So let's see if we can get down there. We know Antonio's hold times are usually pretty long. We'll see how long it takes the NASDAQ to get there. Surprising to me that the NASDAQ is the most range-bound market of the day. We normally don't see that, but maybe tech is waiting for whatever Micron does after the close. It is still sitting right above VWAP here. 29,751 is VWAP in the NASDAQ. 7480 last trade here in the S&P, holding up a little bit better. The Dow and the Russell are on all-time high watch. If any of our traders out there are trading the Dow and the Russell, we are about just under 0.5% off of an all-time high in the Dow, and the Russell actually made all-time highs today and pulled back from them. So seeing maybe some rotation. We'll see what we get here. Ray, you were looking for that short in gold. Did you have a level that you were looking for, a candle close below?
I mean, I got my channel already drawn up. Ideally, obviously, maybe if it can come back and maybe revisit some of these highs where it's kind of the area where these sellers were earlier, that might be a kind of another opportunity to kind of take a stab at the lows. Right now, I'm kind of looking at this from a kind of channel point of view. So I'm looking for this kind of bearish channel, bullish channel to break to the downside, and then maybe get a retest, maybe entertain a short here. That would maybe look for maybe the lows is kind of what I'm looking at right here for this opportunity. So we'll see if it plays out.
What a move this morning in gold and oil. It seems like, there are a lot of, outside of the equities, there's a ton of movement going on right now. The ultra bonds, when we quoted them during the opening call, they were up 1%, almost up another 0.5% from there. Yields coming down, prices going up.
I haven't really looked at the crude oil because today we had inventories, so I don't know exactly how that played out. But
we sold off, Ray. It looks like we're going back to pre-war prices potentially.
Love that.
Oil under $70 for the first time in a very long time.
Well, that might be stemming from Trump, quote unquote, promising that the strait will remain open from any type of attacks or anything naval as far as not letting things through. But I'm so headline drunk at this point.
I think we all are.
I agree. I agree.
But it's only because to begin this week out, I began this week with a mindset of a bearish week, but headlines will combat bearish productivity.
Absolutely.
Is what was completely on my mind. Every headline we're going to get is going to fight every down move you think you're going to play with.
Right.
You think so? You don't think we could get a headline? And are you talking about oil prices specifically?
I'm just talking about the headlines that come out in random times, in random fashion.
Okay, gotcha.
Anything because like I said, I'm on the West Coast. Me and Ray are on the West Coast. We got a headline yesterday at 4:30 a.m.
Yep.
saying, and I'm like, all right, so I got to be up at what time to do what?
Got you. We'll see. I mean, hopefully the headlines that we get are that the war is over and we found peace and we can get back down to, I got a target of 66.25s, which is the daily 200 moving average there in crude. But we will see what happens there. Right now, we got Antonio short 780s in the NASDAQ, trading 765 right now, about 15 points in the profit. Ray looking for a trade in gold here. Looking at the tilt, 50-50 in the S&P, 59% long in the NASDAQ, 61% long crude, and 50-50 in gold here. Gotta love the chat. The dichotomy of the chat. Nino says, Antonio makes a good point here about headlines. And then Sodbuster, who's our chat favorite, this fellow is a hater. I think Antonio is just talking about what he's seeing in real time. I wouldn't call it hate.
I mean,
it's just an observation.
between market structure and actual price action in the headlines, that's why VWAP is flat. That's one thing that will more times than not keep me away from a trade is a flat VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it may have been like maybe 3 to 4 hours into open yesterday evening. I told my brother, I said, look, man, they're flattening out VWAP. He's like, no, VWAP is decent right now. And I'm like, just watch.
Yeah.
There's no expansion over or under. Either way, and they're about to flatten out VWAP. And I said that at like 7:45 p.m. my time.
Okay.
And
it's
I'm
been
sitting
flat
here
all
now
day.
looking at a flat VWAP.
It has been flat all day. The markets are definitely waiting for something. Again, we got those Micron earnings after the close. One of the heaviest weighted stocks in the NASDAQ, I think it's still number 8 right now. Micron's had a couple of interesting days recently. So it might not be number 8. But let's take a look. NASDAQ weightings. Where is Micron? Number 10 right now. Number 10 heaviest weighted company in the NASDAQ, Micron, 3.06% weighting. They do report their earnings after the close today, so it should be pretty interesting. Right now, it's down about 3.5%. Ray, I know you've been focusing on the gold today. Any interest in the equities at all, or were the equities too range bound for you today?
Yeah, I think it's a little too range bound for me. I like kind of more directional markets, so I've kind of stayed away from both the MES and then MNQ, largely for some of the things that Antonio just mentioned, as far as VWAP being a flat VWAP. I don't necessarily want to be a part of that, so I'm looking for a little bit more directional markets right now, and gold has offered far more direction, I think, than either maybe the Dow, maybe being the exception here, but.
Agreed. See a lot of people in the chat saying it as well. The Nasdaq's been in this chop range for about 24 hours. What I always keep in mind is that this is the Nasdaq, right? So it's like trying to keep a bull behind a fence. At some point, it's going to break out of this range, and when it does, it's going to be aggressive, right? So, you can't keep the Nasdaq in a range for too long. Eventually, it'll break out. And it's a pretty big range. We're talking about regular trading hours. We still have the regular trading hour range is the entire range for the day, and it's almost 400 points. So you can find the trade there. It's just, how is it going to get there? If you watch that first 30 minutes, it was pretty violent in the Nasdaq there. We will get directional soon. I'm sure of it.
Hope you have gloves.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Grab
so
the
hope you have
horns.
gloves.
I love that.
Try to come out with all your fingers.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here.
We know what
biggest
today was about.
What's that,
The
Antonio?
market maker said, pull out your wallets.
It's time for everyone to make a
Do you
donation.
know how many accounts were blown today? They're still actively being blown as we speak.
Yeah.
I mean, we hope not. How do you not blow an account in this range, right? Because I'm sure somebody has blown an account. How do you prevent blowing an account in this range?
Staying away from flat VWAP.
Stepping away from your keyboard. Stepping away from your mouse.
Okay, we got some offers coming down here.
Pull out your wallet.
we just had a 100-lot offer come down in the NASDAQ. It chased price a little bit. So they showed up at 760s, didn't get the fill, brought it down to about 755 where they did get filled. So that was kind of interesting. Maybe I'm making something out of nothing here, but pushing price down a little bit with that offer. It did eventually get filled right around 755. Trading 750 right now. Crude gold catching a little bit of a bid.
Yeah.
Back up at 40,000, 31.40. Ray, I don't know if you saw the opening call this morning, but we were looking at that opening range trade. We didn't take the trade, but right around this area, there was a 1,200 contract trade in about a second in the net in gold. It's about a $15 range from 35s up to 50s, and we really haven't been able to sustain price above that.
Right.
Coming back up to it now.
Yeah, we're coming
Very
up on
nice.
the VWAP here,
Yeah.
so we'll see how it plays next to the VWAP. And the nice thing is, again, to Antonio's point here, right? We have a nice sloping VWAP, right? Right to the downside. So
Something
again,
to lean against.
Yeah, something to lean against. At least a direction, right? So
right.
I need them to pull the lever.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Biggest percentage movers right now. We got crude oil down 3.58%, platinum down 4.57%, and silver. Second day in a row, silver is our biggest percentage mover to the downside. Yesterday was down 6%. Right now, down 5.25%. To the upside, we got the Russell up 1.31%, right below its all-time high. Made a new all-time high today of 30,041.40, up 1.3%. We got the Ultra Bonds up 1.38%, and natural gas, our biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 1.73%. NASDAQ up 0.3%, and the S&P up just over a half. Gold down almost 3% as well. Pretty big moves today.
Yeah, I mean, the crude oil area I'm kind of stalking is this area up here. A lot of confluence between the IB high and this consolidation range. And again, another sloping VWAP to the downside, right? So if price comes up to this area, I don't know if that's going to happen in this session, but this is going to be kind of a nice area here, maybe to look for a continuation move to the
right
downside.
around those 71s.
Yeah, 71.20, 71.30. I think that's a kind of a nice little area, a little pocket there for potential continuation move to the downside.
It was right around that opening range as well there in oil. Had a nice trade. Oil and gold had some big levels to trade through today. I'm not surprised that we're seeing a little bit of a bounce. 4,000s in gold, not going to be an easy level to trade through. We did have a ton of volume there. And then that $70 level in oil, not surprised to see some profit taking if you were short, especially in oil. Oil's been a short all week, really. We're down about 8% on the week in oil here. So someone is swinging a short. I'm not surprised if they take profits right at $70 there, seeing a little bit of a pop. Bottom of the hour coming up here in 2 seconds. Antonio's sitting in this. Antonio, how long have you been in this trade?
I got in it at, it looks like it was 11 Central.
Okay, so right as we were coming on air. About a half an hour so far. Nice hold time on this trade. Looking pretty good here.
Just before.
Just before we got on air here.
Let's get a vibe check, though. Who got chopped up by dirtbag activity?
Let's do it then. Vibe check out there in the chat. Who is trading well out there? Who's trading well? Who got chopped up? Be honest out there. I took a losing day today myself. Let us know how you're doing out there in the chat. Are you up? Are you down? Are you following your plan? Are you managing your risk, most importantly? Or did the market take all of your money? Was it donation time today? Let us know out there in the chat. Dr. Dax says, I got chopped. Raspberry Trades got chopped as well. Gandhi got chopped the F up. Oh, man. A lot of chopped. Hey, I love the honesty. So then here's the second part of that. If you got chopped up, right, Ray, you're a teacher. We can learn something from everything.
Absolutely.
Right. What about today's, and I'm asking myself this question as well, what about today's price action could I have noticed maybe even before to assume that it was going to be the type of price action that did not facilitate my best trading. If you were listening to the opening call, Hogan, I said it. This is kind of the exact day type that we expected from the equities today. The VWAP was flat coming into it. And, what we try to do as traders is put the puzzle pieces together, right?
Right.
How many things can we put together to say what has the potential to happen? And of course, it's not a guarantee, but to me, a flat VWAP is one of those things. You might not use it in your trading, but it's literally a straight line. So anytime I see that, I try to remind myself to stay patient. Andre in the chat says, chop suey over here. Amen. Just one data point, right? One data point.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, everybody's different. Again, for the range traders, obviously there's a range that can be traded here. But one thing I was taught by a mentor of mine is that if I can contain price in a box, then I know that I'm in a range market, right?
Yeah.
So if I have something in my tool chest that allows me to trade range trade, right? Then this is the market, right? We focus on the edges of the box and just kind of continue trading along that box. So that's one of the techniques that I've used to kind of keep me away from markets like this is to, if I can contain price in the box, then I know that I'm in a market. I need to look at other instruments to maybe facilitate my type of trade. So
for sure. I think that's that's part of the equation as well, right? Where I shouldn't say easily because the market isn't, we deal in uncertainty. The market is going to change structure throughout the day. Right. But I feel like at this point now, I can relatively easily identify when the market is going to range.
Right.
The other part of that is if you got chopped up today, what would you say your playbook is best suited for? If all of your trades are best suited for breakout opportunities, then take the trades that facilitate breakout opportunities, but the market conditions have to facilitate that as well, right? So again, if you say I only trade the Nasdaq, we know the Nasdaq is not going to trend every single day,
right?
So
I would say I would say that I mean use that as a growth opportunity, right? It says, okay, well, if I'm a breakout trader and to make me kind of more complete trader, and say, okay, well, how can I come up with a method to trade range, right? So maybe use that as a growth opportunity rather than say, kind of curse the market kind of thing, right?
Right.
We don't trade the market we want, we trade the market we have. And the market we have right now is a range market. So if we don't have something in our toolbox to trade range, either we find another instrument or sit the market aside. And we need to have the discipline to make that happen, right? So
for sure. Right now, we've got a pretty good range trade going on right now. Antonio's short from 780s. Tip the doorman. Took him off there.
I like it all the way down to 600, to be honest.
Yeah, we just tipped the doorman and went break even.
Oh, okay.
Nice trade there, Antonio. So when you say tip, you took one off and then, oh no, you didn't take any off. You just moved the stop.
No, I didn't take any off. I just tipped the doorman. Paid my little 10%.
Okay.
Gotcha. 713's last trade here in the Nasdaq. Yeah, I could see there's a bunch of wicks on these 30-minute candles down here in this 700 area. Let's see if we got the momentum to break through it. We do have a NATO conference, NATO E5 press conference going on right now. I think also we got some comments from the president. We'll bring you those if they are market moving here. Got Antonio short from 780s here in the Nasdaq. What's that tilt saying now? Still 50-50, 67% long crude oil. Crude coming up to that VWAP, right? $70.96.
That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. It's funny. I mean, we try to trade as much of the market on both sides, but I find I don't know about you, Coach, but I find that if I can eliminate one side of the market and just focus my attention on one side of the market, I find myself finding much better opportunities, and my mind capital, right, is a lot better as a result of it, right? So
I agree.
Yeah.
Even if we got some selling coming in there. Even if you can identify the counter trend, that's a trade in itself, right? We say it all the time, being flat is a trade. But if you can identify that, hey, this is a pull-up, which somebody might ask, well, if you know it's going to pull up, why don't you just take the long? It's a pull-up for a better opportunity to take a short, right? Now, if I have to think both sides of the trade, A lot of times what happens with me, right, is if I have to think both sides and trade both sides, then I miss what was the better opportunity to, take that smaller opportunity. You can still have a pretty good trade, but then are you, keen enough to just flip your bias and flip the trade right away? Because we're traders at the end of the day. Whatever trade we're in, we want that one to work to the the best of its ability. Antonio, 100-point banger quietly here in the NASDAQ right now. We got settlement price 29,666 here. The NASDAQ trading 29,680. S&P coming back down to VWAP here as well.
I'm going to call Antonio
Anybody
the silent
who took this
assassin.
short, you should be break even now. We're pulling up on TP1.
The silent assassin, Antonio.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected.
Yeah. Doesn't jump up and down when it's moving his direction.
Nope.
He's keeping his emotion at bay. Good stuff.
Pretty cool here.
Pulling up on
Stops
TP1.
already in profit.
Everybody should be break even. Yeah, everybody should be break even if you took the trade. Of course, it's not financial advice.
I like it. I like it all the way down to 600, honestly.
Tap of settlement price there in the NASDAQ, the 666 area. S&P coming right back to VWAP here. The Russell and the Dow still holding up pretty well for now. Gold still on the bid. Oil as well. Oil trading $70.77. Again, VWAP is $70.96. John Ross says, I've been screaming it for a while now. Lows are not in. Are the lows in for the day, chat? The NASDAQ low, 29,525. Are we going to see the extension here? Is this just a big megaphone day? Very well could be. Again, Micron earnings after the close. Eric Oliver says no, lows are not in. Follow-up question, are you short? Or is that just a observation? And if it's just an observation, that's okay, right? That is fine. You do not have to be in a trade. Looking at some of the components right now of the NASDAQ, Amazon up 2.5.
Thank you,
Micron.
Turner. Thank you. I'm going to assume I'm big nose.
Oh. Yeah, we don't. Some comments just.
Right on.
Micron down 1.2% right now.
Nice.
Kind of a mixed bag in the NASDAQ right now. In the Dow, everything is green.
Pushing.
For the most
Pushing
part.
your way.
Looking good here.
Yep. 525 is a
S&P
realistic
starting.
destination for this trade.
I agree with you, Ray. Seeing the delta for the full session in the NASDAQ is at positive 2,400. That's counting an overnight session. If you're just counting the regular trading hour session, it's pretty much flat. In the S&P, delta is negative for the full session and negative for regular trading hours as well. Negative 3,100 right now, delta in the S&P, which is starting to follow it. The S&P tried to hold up. It was the stronger, out of the, I guess I can't say out of the four, but out of the NASDAQ and the S&P, it was trying to lead to the upside, but you're seeing some selling coming in here, looking pretty good.
Nice.
Antonio, they're saying let the trade run.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Somebody
absolutely. Let it run. Right on. Right on.
Somebody said 15,000 was your target. I don't know if we have that much time in the session to get down to 19,000. But this is
hold it to 19K. I don't know about that one, brother.
Yeah. Looking good.
See if we continue to get some selling.
Next 15-minute candle here in about 5 minutes.
No dirtbag activity on this one, gang.
Jeff says, is my hat the answer on my first dates? Is that's a callback to Dakota's. What do you tell a first date if you're? What do you tell them that you do? My hat says local art dealer. And if somebody I wear this hat out all the time, and if somebody's like, oh, you have a an exhibit, an art exhibit, I just send them the link to the YouTube channel. I'm a chartist.
Chartist, there you go.
29,640's last trade here.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna secure 1R at break even stops.
All right, I like it.
So, I mean, technically the stop should be at 740s, but we're going stops at 702.
Okay. I'll look at
All
that.
right, Antonio looking to get out at 702. Nice little burst of volume there in the NASDAQ. About 400 contracts just traded in a second. Let's see, are we getting some headlines here? Energy Secretary Wright, roughly 72 ships have exited Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours, amounting to 20 million barrels of oil. Return to normal oil flows postponed by Iranian mines in the Strait. So ships are moving through the Strait, but normal oil flows have been postponed because of the mines. Still some mines that need to be cleared up there. There's that tag of VWAP there in oil. Got up to those 70.96s, rejected off of that. It's like a perfect touch of VWAP there.
I'm gonna tip the doorman on TP to secure another 0.5 R.
Very nice. Awesome trade, Antonio.
Yeah, really nice trade here.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you.
We got Antonio in this trade up about 160 points on this trade here. We can bring it to some news really quick and we'll come right back to the charts. The United States no longer has the world's most powerful supercomputer. An industry ranking called the Top 500 says China has bested the US for the first time since 2017. Let's bring in that clip.
That's right. The ranking indicates the Lianshine machine in Shenzhen is about 20% faster than the previous title holder, a US computer called El Capitan based in California. Notably, Washington has measures to prevent China from getting chips called GPUs. They power most modern supercomputers. China's Lianshine relies on homegrown CPUs instead. So China is besting the US in supercomputing. How about that?
Because all our kids are over here dancing on TikTok. Which we have to, never mind. Nice selling coming in here in the NASDAQ, 29,630s last trade here. And Antonio, so you're not taking one off, you're just moving the entire position down, correct?
Yes, sir. Moving the entire position down. We're not going to shave this just due to the current market conditions.
Sounds good. Looking pretty good here. Yeah, Dre, I mean, it had to be said, right?
Someone was curious why combines are a thing here. I mean,
oh yeah,
I've said it before, and I've answered this question before, but I keep a Topstep TV combine. There's no point in risking any real capital for 45 minutes of airtime once a week. So if it doesn't provide value for you to see how I trade and to learn from the way that I trade and what I'm looking at, then I'm sorry for that. But other than that, I believe that value is being provided all throughout Topstep all day, bell to bell.
I agree with you there, Antonio. And like I said, everyone's in a different journey. You can see up on the board there, Coach Ray is in a live account. Antonio's in a combine. We had traders on earlier in XFAs. Trading is, we could say, oh yeah, here, there's just a bunch of winning trades in this one account, but that is just not the reality of it. Somebody could have whatever amount of years of experience in trading and need to go back to a simulator or need to take a step back or go back to a practice account and work some things out. So you'll get every part of the process here. If we were to just come on and be like, oh, all we do is win trades, we could probably sell you something, but it wouldn't be the truth.
Right.
It wouldn't be the truth. So, and really nice trade we got going on right now from Antonio. The S&P starting to catch up as well. Some nice selling below VWAP. And yeah, Max knows Coach Ray in that live account has been there for a while. Ray doesn't talk about it often, right? You don't make yourself the story, Ray. It's about what the markets do every day.
Correct.
This is a place where others will toot your horn for you. It's not necessary for you to toot your own horn.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, I could talk about this $160 trade you're in right now, 160 point trade. Combine, practice account, XFA, live account. Obviously, best in the live account, right? When you're able to take these trades, but you don't get to take these trades in a live account, which Antonio has been in as well, unless you take them in a combine, right? You got to build that muscle to get back to the point where you're comfortable taking these trades, and that is why we're all here. Right? If you're trading with the Topstep account, Antonio, pretty nice trade we got going on here. Bitcoin spot about to hit 59. Is that true? Oh wow!
Yeah, I'm worried
Micro
for
Bitcoin
Bitcoin.
futures are trading under 60,000, and we've been here before. But 59,975 last trade in micro Bitcoin. It does. Yeah, you said you're worried, Antonio. That chart does not look great. Bitcoin down almost 4% right now. I know a lot of the Bitcoin enthusiasts, and let us know if you're out there in the chat. Right, the longer time frame view on Bitcoin is that this happens all the time, and this is what we've expected. But if you were a Bitcoin hodler in the chart, what's the game plan? Because I know, I was talking to one of my neighbors. He's like, yeah, I bought Bitcoin at like $4,000. I don't care if it goes down. But what's the thesis, right, for higher prices later? Brad Sim says not selling. Yeah, I mean, if I'm in from 4,000, I'm not selling anything. Right? Don't even ask me about selling. I don't know what the sell button looks like. If I'm long from 4,000, maybe you take a couple up above 100K, but.
So Antonio, question from you. I'm kind of curious. How do you manage this trade going forward? How do you just each candle?
I would assume that would be the best logical answer, is manage it by each candle, since I'm looking at the 5-minute time frame. But as far as structure, that's the best way to manage any trade. We all know that. But this specific trade, given market conditions and how we're just, convulsing up and down, over and under VWAP, this would be one of those trades where you do, manage it candle by candle. And again, originally this was just for educational purposes to begin with in the first place, because we're dealing with a flat VWAP. I just happen to be able to plan my trade and trade my plan and wait out the actual move and the actual play, because I could have tried to get short 2 hours ago and got chopped down.
Right. Yeah, it looks like it's responding a little bit off the 600 level. That's why I was kind of
A little bit, yeah. There was that burst of selling that came in there. About 400 contracts traded in a second. That made a low of those 610s. Seeing a little bit of a bounce from there. Holding below settlement still here.
Yeah, I believe stops are at settlement.
Stops for shorts?
In profit.
Got you. Got a question. What made you take this trade initially, Antonio? I think we kind of talked about it. It was a range trade, but.
I was short last night from, let me see here. I was only short last night from 820s, and I got ticked out in my sleep. So I'm just continuing that short. I mean, of course, they ran the entire short earlier, but they also ran highs as well. So sitting through the whiplash and seeing what's really going on, I just found a time to continue my original idea to go short and try to reach this previous daily low at, looks like 524s. I mean, they sat in Y low just there and didn't breach it. So I still feel like that can be breached at some point in the week.
Flat on that trade right now. Very nice trade there from Antonio. Over 100 points on that trade. Getting out above settlement right there. NASDAQ briefly traded above settlement. Looks like it may want to continue lower, but that pace that we saw for about 15 or so minutes definitely slowed down a little bit here at the 600s. Keeping in mind that this is a range day, Ray. That rejection off of VWAP in crude, man.
Oh, pretty good.
to the tick. Very nice call there.
Yeah.
Reminder to everyone, we have group coaching coming up after this, and who is on for group coaching today? I got the answer for you. That is going to be Hogue, Emmanuel, and Hoop. So get your questions in there for Hogue, Emmanuel, Hoop. That form is pinned to the top of the chat for you. Group coaching at the top of the hour. I'm looking at a Bitcoin chart here. These are the lowest prices in Bitcoin since 2024. October 2024. Someone in the chat said, there's a couple of, I've asked for some opinions in Bitcoin. Some people said it's going to bottom out in October. Others said it's over. JRG says Bitcoiners are clueless. Depends what price you're long from, right? If I'm long from 4,000.
There's a certain amount of days. There's a certain amount of days, right, where it takes to reach, yeah, I forget how many days it is, so I can't be quoted on it, but there's a certain amount of days, and it happens consecutively and consistently on those amount of days for highs and lows.
Who out there in the chat knows? I know we got some Bitcoiners out there. Ray, staying flat here. I know you were looking at that gold trade, no trade here. How do you trade the rest of your day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to continue to focus. I think, I actually prefer the hour right after lunch, coming in, the whales that come in from their martini lunches come back into the markets, and then they give you a feel for where they want to take the market. So I'll be having my eyes peeled on that, and I think my focus will remain on crude oil and gold, I think, for the rest of the session.
Crude oil and gold focus for the rest of the day. Nice rejection off that VWAP in crude. Antonio, you got a nice trade here. How do you trade the rest of your day? Lock it up, or you continue to look for opportunities here?
Yeah, I mean, probably just lock it up. We got 1.5 R out of the day so far. There's no need to try and force anything else. I believe that probably would have been the best real estate, best trade location, best time as far as now. I mean, anything can print. We already know that. So for now, yeah, it's just to sit on your hands and at least keep a side eye on the market.
Absolutely. And like Ray said, we're going to see that volume come back in usually after lunch in about 5 minutes here. Taking a look at the calendar, we have the president attending a Senate lunch. We have a 5-year auction at the top of the hour. Bank of Canada meeting minutes. We got the president meeting with NATO. And then, of course, after the close, Micron earnings after the close today. Make sure you join us for At the Buzzer. I know yesterday I said I wasn't going to do it, but we're going to do an abbreviated version of At the Buzzer today to cover those Micron earnings. So make sure you are there right after the close. We'll cover those. Nice trade, Antonio. Coach Ray, nice patience. And we will see you guys again on Topstep TV soon. Markets are starting to sell off a little bit here, looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ. If you haven't done so already, hit the thumbs up button. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome, traders. It is time for group coaching. Hopefully, you're having a great day. It is just afternoon here, Central Time. Get yourself a sandwich, manage your positions. Lots of movement in these markets, some more than others. Hashtag still inside the range here. S&P's took a good look above, but has now rejected. So we'll be certainly keeping an eye on these. Emmanuel, whoop, good afternoon. Hope you guys are having a good day. Emmanuel, you got any positions on?
No positions on just yet. I had a nice pre-market scalp this morning, and I've just been sitting on my hands. My plan was to take this out of this this basin here, and there's just been no movement. So I've been waiting for a move either which way. I didn't want to play inside range today, but leading to that, I have no positions.
All right. Well, it looks like you're green, so that was a good scalp early today. Good for you. Oop, how are you today?
Doing good. Got short gold overnight. Took some scalps overnight. Shorted it again this morning, and then I'm a scalper, so under 4,000. I was looking for a long. We came up against that pivot down there, Hogue, around 39.80, and took a long from there. So
pivot, right?
it's it's been good morning.
Good.
I threw that thing in chat today, whether we were going to go below 4,000 in gold or 70 in crude, and we did both. So a lot of movement in metals and oil today.
Yeah, that was a photo finish too. mean, they both did it at just about the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was pretty wild. Well, all right. Well, why don't we start off the segment with some live leaders? Let's check those out. See how our live traders are doing today. Trent S up 20,000. Lie up 19,650. Adiana up 15,689. Yang up 14 and change. And William M up 14 and change. I think there was may have been one or two name switches on that, but great trading. Live Pro Ball stuff. Live markets, pulling the money out. Great job. Make sure you take some of that dough home. Last thing you want to do is wreck a great day. I know because I've done it. Great job, traders. Great job. All right. So, man, oh man, NASDAQ continuing to push through the low of the current range here. S&P is doing the same. All right. What do you say we dive into the questions, gentlemen? As always, we appreciate all these questions that you guys send us. And of course, we will do our best to answer those questions. Nobody knows everything. You got 3 experienced traders here, so we're going to do our best to answer these questions. So Alexander has got a question here. From today, good afternoon, team. Any statistical data or mathematical calculations you find helps proportion sizing to the type of trade you're entering? He says we're the goats and always learning. Regards. Thank you, Alexander. We appreciate it. Hoop, you were talking about this the other day as far as position sizing based on kind of like distance to your stop, how much you are willing to risk per trade and how close your stop has to be to kind of increase or decrease your position sizing. I don't know if there's any necessarily statistical data you might have, mathematical calculations. I mean, if you're only risking $200 on a trade for a point of invalidation, but you're willing to risk 600, you trade a 3-lot, right? Look at this, right back to almost back to initial balance low in the Nasdaq.
Saw that.
Hoop, what would you say to Alexander in this question? I know mathematical calculations can be as simple as how much am I willing to risk on this? How many contracts can I trade? And you take the trade.
Right.
What do you think, Hoop?
Well, and I think the other thing too, Hogue, is, I always will look at going into a day what the ATR looks like, right? The average true range, and trying to see inside of whatever time frame I'm looking at. If you look at gold, on the 3-minute here, when it bottomed out, your ATR is sitting at, $10 inside of a 3-minute range. So, obviously it got very high. Now the market tends to consolidate, and now we start to come down where we're like half that. So I take that into account, but because I'm a person I'm not typically an all-in, all-out guy. I do scale. So I have to take a little bit of idea of if I'm going to have, 2 contracts on, then this is why I always, talk to you, Hogue, about demanding good trade location. As a scalper, I have to be careful because if I put 2 or 3 micros on and my risk becomes $600, that might be more than what I'm willing to risk on any one trade inside of a day. So I think it's a little dynamic when I look at it, but that's why I think more and more over the years, and you and I've had the conversations of why you demand great trade locations. So like today, that pivot's down there at 39.79. I was talking to Coach Paul about it. I know I can limit risk there. So maybe I can size up a little bit and tighten that risk inside there and maybe only risk $200. or two. Yeah. So I agree with that. It just depends where my trade location can really, if I'm not patient, can really mess with that strategy. So yeah, I just all think, some people, like Emmanuel, do you scale in, scale out, or you're all in, all out, right?
Usually it's all in or all out, or I'll aggressively add very, very quick, going with volume because I usually trade high volatility timing. But as in, like, if I'm making brackets throughout, it's very rare that I do that. I know it works. Everyone knows it works. It's just usually by the first, take profit area or something like that, I'll already be out because I like, 40, 60 point moves. But for someone to, take their first entry here, add, 29,581 and then 693, another one looking for, maybe 29,900, the top of the range in here. I think that's great. It's just I'm well out before that to make that even work for myself.
So I think the simplest way to put this is, if it's a cheap trade, you might be able to size up on a little bit more. If it's volatile and you have to put your stop really far away, trade smaller.
Yep, 100%.
Hopefully that's going to help you, Alexander. Sorry we didn't have any statistics or mathematical calculations for you, but trading is as much an art as it is a science. So if it's all right with you guys, Jade had a question here, and she's talking about something I talked about yesterday during the opening call, as well as fast markets. And we were looking at the S&Ps and the NASDAQ yesterday prior to the open, during the opening call. And this is the NASDAQ. Okay, this is yesterday's regular trading hours. This is today's regular trading hours. So looking at what we were seeing yesterday, I'm trying to like make it as big as possible so we can kind of see what we were looking at. So we know that the overnight activity was directional. The market opened and it drove very strongly to the downside in the overnight session. Keeping in mind that the overnight session is mostly going to be controlled by shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. So you could say, and everything is a hypothesis. We don't know for sure if all of that move to the downside night before last was shorter time frames. Generally speaking, the longer time frame traders are going to be available and affecting price during the regular trading hour session. That's where the liquidity is. That's where they tend to do their executions. So assuming or hypothesizing that the move to the downside night before last in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps were short time frame traders, what are they looking for? They're looking for longer time frame sellers to continue the push to the downside, to continue to pay them in their current positions. Maybe they even add to those positions as price is moving in their direction. But that didn't necessarily happen yesterday. What happened yesterday was the market opened, looked below the overnight low, and rejected. So now I'm looking for a move in the opposite direction. Why would I think, or why would I hypothesize that the move to the upside yesterday was hollow or weaker hands or not meaningful buyers? It's because of the overnight inventory. The first move after we failed to take out to hold below the overnight low was buyers coming in, and those buyers were pretty aggressive, and we saw some pretty positive delta. Okay, so the positive delta on that move to the upside yesterday was indicative of shorter time frame traders. It's the shorter time frame traders that get in and out using market orders, and when we failed to continue the move to the downside, the delta increasing on the move to the upside was saying, this is market order buyers coming in here. This is weaker hands buyers. So where are we going to see if we can sense more significant buyers, meaningful buyers. And for me yesterday, it was going to be above last week's low. Okay, we broke below last week's low. We opened below last week's low. If we're going to see meaningful buyers, I'm probably going to be able to recognize them better if we can see some participation, some continuation to the upside, an increase in volume, something happening above that last week's low. We didn't see that. So, you probably heard during fast markets, I was saying this rally is hollow. There's nothing behind it. It's just people covering shorts from last night because we didn't see any. I didn't see any evidence in meaningful buying above that last week's low. Okay, what would I be looking for? I would be looking at the dome to see if I could see any increase in activity in the dome, and it's very subjective, right? I would be looking to see if there were a lot of orders being placed and canceled, if there was a lot of wiggles going on, right? And I wasn't seeing it, and I was really focused more on the S&Ps yesterday than I was on the Nasdaq, and we just weren't seeing meaningful buying coming in. And once we gave up that last week's low, and we had excess on the high. The initial balance was the high of the session. It was a normal trading day, so there was no range extension. We had an excess on the high. We had a selling tail at the high. Once we took that out, I was thinking, okay, now we've kind of shown that we don't have meaningful buying. We couldn't even, with all of the overnight inventory to the short side, we couldn't even really kind of get even close to closing the session gap. If we had meaningful buying yesterday, we would have closed that gap yesterday. And that's the session gap between Monday's range and where we opened on Tuesday. Unable to close the gap, no meaningful buyers. I was looking for this market to continue to rotate lower throughout the day, which eventually it did take out the initial balance low, and then the day closed, the day finished. So what are we looking at today? Well, where didn't we get to even today in the NASDAQ? We never even got to last week's low. We didn't see any meaningful buyers above there. We didn't see any meaningful buyers above there again today. This market is weak. Market is continuing to push new session lows as we speak. Now, some of the things that I was looking at, some of the things that I'm thinking, some of the things that kind of gave me the feeling, if you will, and I'm not big on feelings and trading. I'm trying to trade what I see, but there was kind of an intuition that said, I've seen this before, and I'm looking for meaningful buyers, and I'm not seeing them up here. Odds are, we could see this market roll over and head back to the downside. The Nasdaq has been largely inside the range and value from yesterday's session today. And now we're breaking out. Now we're breaking below it. Now, the fact that we didn't find meaningful buying above here yesterday, are we going to start to see meaningful selling coming into this market? That's what I'm monitoring for now. We took out the initial balance high. We've taken out the initial balance low. We come back inside the initial balance. I think that it'll probably range the better part of the day. But if we do see continued range extension, I think that there's plenty of space down below. We know that the ATR has plenty of room down below for us to maybe even take a look down to that weekly kickoff low, 29,130. So, Jade, and I hope you're here. I hope that helps you. So one of the things that you might want to think about when you're thinking about what we just talked about is, okay, what direction is the market attempting to go? Well, yesterday after the open, the market was attempting to go higher. And then you ask yourself, how good of a job is it doing getting there? Which we said, the volume was slowing up. We saw We saw it was probably shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. They were unable to get anywhere near the gap close. So the market was attempting to move higher, but it wasn't doing a very good job. And then you say, okay, well, we were looking for, meaningful buyers up here. If the market's not doing a good job moving higher, we're not seeing meaningful buying up here. There's a chance this market could turn and rotate lower and even take out the low. And we kind of saw the same thing again today. We opened, we looked lower. The market tried to move higher. It didn't do a very good job. And now it's rolling over and putting in new session lows as we speak. This looks like a very weak market to me. Hopefully, Jade, that's going to help. Do you guys have anything that you want to comment on or add to that? Anything I might have missed?
Well, Hope, when you look at the daily on the Nasdaq, and once again, I'm always, Emmanuel trades it more than I do, but just from a structure standpoint, when it started to lose, we saw it yesterday above 30,000. When it lost that just above 30,000, the market you could see it just accelerate and keep accelerating the other day. And you've got PCE tomorrow. Micron's reporting after the bell. I think you always talk about it, Hogue. I think over the years in conversations we've had is how do you always spot with those initiative buyers or sellers? When are they present? When aren't they? And I think the biggest thing that I would just say is when I look up and down, level 2 data, and I start looking at the ES and there's nothing over 100 lot for 40 handles, it tells me, people are on the sidelines a little bit, Hogue.
Yeah.
And I think, are they waiting for, as we say, market generated information? Could it be an earnings number? Could it be a PCE? Once again, NASDAQ has been the weaker. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely, that 50-day moving average is just kind of seems like it's sitting there like a target right around 29,100. Oh, it just seems like, it wants to go test it. So that's kind of what I'm seeing in there. But I think the biggest thing over the years, Hug, is always trying to see and find when we really see, like in gold today, when that market got slammed, you could just see the volume plow in and, you can see the volume. I think in other markets outside of equities, sometimes it's way easier to see. I think in the equities, it's just, there's a lot of, you've always said it, institutions are great at hiding what they do, and it just continues to do that. So that's all I would say. I mean, like I said, shout out to, Coach Day. I mean, if you look at, it's pretty evident this morning when gold accelerated to the downside, right? So you could see the volume. I just don't think it's always so easy to see in the equities,
Yeah. S&P is now making new session lows as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No meaningful buyers. Jay, I think, said it best last week. He said, you know what? It just feels like these equities need some sort of impetus, some sort of news event to bring the buyers back into them. And we just have not seen anything solid as far as news events are concerned. And the markets they're succumbing to what, the uncertainties in the markets are putting on them right now. They're responding to, the risks that are out there. And we are seeing them continue to push to the downside here. One of the other things, Jade, that we were looking at is we were looking at, hang on a second. This is the daily chart. And, thank you for bringing that up. This is an area of balance in medium time frame. I would almost call that short time frame. But there's two areas of balance. There's the upper area of balance and the lower area of balance. And I separated them from each other by last week's low. So when we broke and we opened below that level, that put us into, okay, so we we're out of this area of balance and we're back in this area of balance. There's a pretty good probability that we're going to trade to the other extreme of this area of balance. So that was why I was thinking we needed meaningful buying back above that last week's low in order to keep us inside of the upper area of balance. I call these two-stage balances because there's an upper balance and a lower balance that's part of a bigger balance. Now we're seeing we've rejected the upper balance. Do we rotate all the way to the bottom of the other? And there's enough, I think, uncertainties out there to give us that opportunity. We didn't see a whole bunch of open interest added yesterday. We saw a whole bunch of open interest lost. Long liquidation came into the market. Today, if we see open interest increase, that's going to be new shorts coming into this market. And that's when we can see the market continue the push to the downside until we get too short. And then we can dine on some shorts on the way back up. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Emmanuel, I've got a question saved from a few days back here from Isaac. I got your name on it. I don't know why, but I'm gonna throw this to you. How do I determine my entries, stop limits, take profits? I always seem to miss my trades, but they always end up the way I predicted. What would you say to Isaac? You're a supply and demand guy. How do you look for your supply and demand? Where's your stop and where's your take profit?
So my stop and take profit always comes off of a form of a zone or structure. So my stop will come off of a zone. For example, if we were looking to short off of this, or even in here, this is probably the best thing you can get in here. So I want to, in theory, short off of a resistance of this key area at 29,581. So my stop would be, if I'm entering on this candle over here or any rejection of this, my stop would be the previous structure in here. So it looks something like this. And then my take profit would be my next key zone somewhere like this. So stop is always off of structure. My entry point is almost certain before I actually enter because I'm entering off of these zones. I'm trying to get as close to them as possible. Looking for a confluence in the market, usually volume, right? If I'm looking to short a resistance area, I'm looking for sellers added into the tape or added into any kind of order flow that you're looking at. And then my take profit is always set before I even enter the trade. It's going to be the next zone. So in theory, entry, if you can be as quick as possible to get it as close to your key area or your zone that you're looking to enter, is going to always be known before. Take profit is going to be known before. And then stop loss for me is always the structure before. And obviously, if you have something like this, and where it's a 5 risk to reward and the market is very volatile, you can always play around with it a little bit, make it a little bit bigger, let your trade breathe. And if your theories are usually correct, and you actually have that edge in the market, that will help you out from getting stopped out when your theories are usually correct, yet you just kind of being a little too cheap on the trade.
Don't miss the trade. It happens to me a lot, Emmanuel. I demand trade location, and I miss some trades.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? If you really want to try and demand good trade location, sometimes the market just isn't going to get there. It's frustrating, but you got to be okay with it, right?
I mean, yeah, you're not going to catch everything. I miss trades all the time, especially when I'm looking for too much confluences in the market. And especially with this market being crazy like this, we can move away from your zone very, very quick. And you just miss the trade. And that's perfectly fine. There's a million more every day. So I just always sit on my hands. I don't get FOMO because then that diminishes your risk to reward. And then you really start getting screwed and losing money instead of just being break even.
Yep. Hoop, our good friend Eddie Horn always said, It's another bus coming down the pipe. You miss something.
That's right.
Move on.
100%. Trust me, I can always find another trade.
Just change time frames until you find something you like, right?
Exactly. Yep.
All right. Emmanuel, do you ever use ATR to adjust your stop width? Danny's question, I think we kind of touched on it yesterday, but I thought I'd ask you.
I
think we
don't
did.
use ATR for my stop. I use ATR. Today's actually a really good example of when I would use ATR. So over here, we moved up to 28,900. I wouldn't expect to enter a short trade, for example, at 29,300, just because we're moving over 500 points already on NQ. So I'm using daily ATR for that stuff. I don't use 5-minute or 10-minute, 15-minute for my stop losses or take profits. But I always use daily to see if I'm entering with a trend that's a little too overextended compared to the past 14 days, 14 trading days.
Right. Awesome. We're going to take a minute here and check in with a live news break here. Usually, when you buy a hybrid or electric vehicle, it comes with most modern conveniences. One company wants to change that in the name of affordability. I wonder if that's a good idea. We bring that news bit in here.
Pretty interesting, right? So, automotive startup Slate, backed by Amazon, is now taking pre-orders for its bare bones electric truck. Look at that thing. It's so stripped down, it doesn't even have speakers. It uses hand crank windows, and it's not painted. For making those sacrifices, owners will get a small truck that gets 205 miles per charge for just $25,000. Slate is banking on customization with plenty of options. That includes a couple speaker options, vinyl wraps in lieu of paint, and a power window accessory might be on the horizon. You can also upgrade the battery for extended range. Slate plans to actively encourage owners to create their own customizations and add-ons. An electric car with no power windows. What do you think of that?
How's that work? Come on.
Hey, you got to crank it. That's the way cars used to be.
Yeah, like that. You got to go like this, right?
Yeah, my 66 GTO had to crank it. My 73 Camaro, you had to crank it.
Yep, I had it in my
wasn't until
81 Camaro, had the same damn thing.
Yeah. Wasn't until I got the 77 Grand Prix that I had automatic windows. What a luxury that was. What a luxury. Well, I guess that new car, the Slate, at least it comes with seats. That's not an add-on.
Let's just bring back the AMC Pacer while we're at it, and then we'll all be good. Right?
I wonder how many people remember the AMC Pacer.
Look it up, chat.
It was in a very popular movie about 20, 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You can name that movie. AMC Pacer here. Yeah, the Gremlin. Oh my goodness. Dice. Calvin.
There's another one.
AMC Pacer here. There you go. JD's got it. Wayne's World.
You got it, JD. Yep. Game on.
Garth. Game on. Yep. We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
Now, if they bring back the Fiero, we're all good. So
I like the Fiero. I've always been a Pontiac
and
guy.
you couldn't fit a Fiero, Hogue.
Oh, come on. Back when it came out, I could. Okay. Alex has a Alex has a good question here, and we'll start with Hoop and Emmanuel. You're next. Alex's thoughts on putting daily profit goals. I don't know how I feel about daily profit goals. The past 2 months, I try to average $150 days. The results have been mixed, $100, $200 days, but I don't stress if I don't see my setups or average below the daily target goal because it can be detrimental to my trading. So, but I don't stress if I don't see because it'll be detrimental to my trading. It's coming off as a question here. Really appreciate what you guys do at Topstep. Thank you, Alex. So, having a daily profit goal, making your $150, $200 a day, $100 a day, not stressing about what you're going to be taking out. If you don't meet a profit goal, you're not stressed out about it. You don't want to stress about it. If I don't see my setups, I average, on an average, you're below the daily target. Can it be detrimental to my trading? No. If you're following your process and you're following your strategy, keep doing what you're doing. In doing that, you're buying time. And in buying time, hopefully you're getting better and better at understanding markets and understanding yourself. Oop, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about these daily profit goals? I love the fact that he's not freaking out if he doesn't make them.
No, I like the way he's got it worded. I think trading P&L can be dangerous, I guess I would say. It sounds like he's taking what's inside his strategy and not stressing out about it, which is good. The only thing that's different a little bit is, because the prop world, we have trailing drawdowns and things like that. And that's why I don't think, you can always just sit there and say you ignore something. Use the tools inside Topstep X to maybe keep you a little bit more, keeping the rails on, I guess is what I would say. I just think I always know where my P&L is, but more often than not, I'm really more focused on what's going on inside the chart, what's going inside the ladder. And, shout out to Dakota. Dakota last night did a whole session where he once again, he scalped. And I think scalpers tend to look at it less and they know, Hogue, you knew at a certain point of a day if you were up or down. Just years of being around it, of good trade, bad trade. So I think that's one thing. Like he was doing last night, you couldn't see anything, and then he would go back and look at it, and he made like 50 ticks. So I'm kind of mixed on it, but it sounds to me like be careful, like you said, Hogue. Like when you're on the floor. My goal is to hit 50 ticks. Do you quit it? Are you going to get to 48 and keep going? It's a dangerous. How many times is a day pivoted when you didn't quite hit the goal of the day? And I'd ask any trader in chat, like, hey, I'm going to make $250 today and quit. And you get 225 and you keep trading. So it's dangerous when you trade that way. It is. To me.
Yes. Emmanuel, what do you think? If you're making $150, $200 a day, keep doing what you're doing. The one thing that I don't see in this question is how much does he lose in a day? What do you think, Emmanuel?
Yeah, I think the overall theory is good. If you have set trades, like I said, for me, I'm looking for 50 points. I'm looking for 60 points in there. I can generally try to make that $150 or maybe $50 trade if you're looking for 3 trades possibly, just by sizing up and down and adjusting my profit to a profitable trade. Very, very simple, right? If I personally like to see somewhere near 1,000 a day and I'm getting, 50 points on NQ, that's one contract. Or if I want 2,000, 2, on and on and on. You can adjust by moving your contracts up and down. So if you generally take the same trades within the same points, I think that's very, very possible without actually looking at the money. You're just managing your trades and your contracts with it. So I don't think if you do it in that sense, it's an issue. But if you're just going to scalp short, long, press buttons looking for $150 with no general plan, you're just watching the money. I think that's a very, very dark habit to create for sure.
Awesome. Great answer again, gentlemen. Emmanuel, we're going to get to the Shubham question now. So Shubham is asking, when evaluating the strength of a supply or demand zone, how do you balance the significance of the initial departure or the speed displacement imbalance against the amount of inventory built before the move? And when price later revisits that zone, what specific clues what specific clues tell you whether the remaining orders are still defending the area or whether the zone is being absorbed and likely to fail? So Emmanuel, when you approach a supplier demand zone, how important is the amount of time it stays in the zone and the speed from which it leaves that zone? Is that something that's in your wheelhouse when you're actively trading?
100%. Those are actually very, very good, and definitely not beginner questions. So from a supply or demand zone going from like a 15-minute to a 1 hour, for example, we have a 30-minute zone in here. The chances of correlation between volume and the time that zone was made, there's always, usually always going to be more volume in a 4-hour zone, for example, on New York than a 30-minute zone, right? Or a 30-minute to a 15. So there's going to be more condensed orders in there to move the market higher, right? Once we have that initial zone, you're having a lot of orders support that area, and then we move up. So I always think that a higher demand zone will provide a bigger move, right? The chances of there being more volume correlated with that longer time frame, more chances than none that there's going to be more. Sometimes there are anomalies where you're going to have more volume in a 30-minute than an hour or something like that. But the general speaking of basics of supply and demand, the higher the time frame, the better the zone for that first part of the question. Now, the speed and displacement of the imbalance is very big too. If you have somewhat of a groggy move up or down, it might not be that strong. There might be a little bit extra sellers in there. I like to see a very, very big move up and a continuation with a lot of points. So as long as the market tends to rally, 500-600 points in this current state, I think that's a very, very strong zone. If it only rallies 30-40 points on NQ, for example, and then starts to chop back down, either they want to fill it back up very quick, they want to come back into the zone and move back up within the same day probably, or it's just not that good of a demand zone, and we just found a somewhat of a buyer's window. And let's see, what else was there in there? When the price later revisits the zone, what specific clues tells you whether remaining orders are still there defending that area, whether the zone is being absorbed or likely to fail? So you're going to always look at volume. In a demand zone, if you're looking for buyers, you will be looking for volume to move the market back up a second time around. If you don't see buyers supporting that zone or added sellers, right, that's going to be a supply and demand displacement or an imbalance. You're going to find the zone's going to probably fail. And I'm pretty sure that should sum up that.
Great answer.
Yeah, the 4-part question or something in there. But those are very, very good questions. That's very, very more towards the advanced side for sure, not just the basics of drawing something.
Yeah, well, I mean, Shubham's been around. He's seen some stuff. He's seen some stuff. That was a really, really a great question. Now, if I can come at you with another question, when you have a really good supplier demand zone, and you get a trade on, How often does it come and revisit your entry price and then finally go? Because we talk to a lot of traders, Emmanuel, and I know you do too, and I know you've heard this. I get a good spot, I get a trade on, it goes my way, I move my stop to break even, and then the price comes back and rechecks that level, hits my stop, which is now at break even, and then I get to watch the trade play without me. How often do you see that happening? I would say more on the shorter time frame supply and demand zones than on like the 4-hour supply and demand zones. I would imagine those would be a little bit stronger. But do you see that happening a lot? And if so, how quickly, if at all, do you move your stop to break even?
So when trading a supply and demand zone, I like to find a quick move up the second time around. Obviously, like everyone else, I don't want to be in chop. With that being said, if we move up, we should be moving up very drastic once we touch a zone, right? It's going to be a key area. There should be a lot of added volume and volatility. Sometimes it will touch a supply and demand zone twice within the next maybe 10 or 15 minutes. And then it will almost like grab liquidity or whatever you want to call it. Any trading style is going to call it something different, right? And I'll just try to take the trade again because it's not invalidating my theory of supply and demand. It's just invalidating my entry, which is perfectly fine, right? If you're going to see a first move come down, for example, if we're coming down to this demand zone right here, I'm looking for something like this. Market comes down, we move up, and then we take the liquidity, and then we see added buying pressure again. My theory for something like this is we're going to move up very, very hard off of demand, and I could just take the second trade again, whether I lost on the first one or hit break even. If I'm seeing buying pressure and big candles, big volatility, I'll just take it again if I get worked out the first time. Recently, with this volatility, as soon as we hit demand, we're seeing massive spikes and vice versa with supply. But a lot of the time when there's a day that's maybe not as big, just whatever it is that there's not a lot of volume in that zone that could kind of, shake you out a little bit, you can always have a theory of taking the second trade, but you also shouldn't be taking a buy inside of demand, for example, without a confluence, right? And volume should be your confluence for supply and demand. So I think adding those little confluences will help you get in at the right time for sure.
Awesome. Thank you. Ravi's got a question. Good afternoon, team. I keep getting caught by fake breakouts. How can I improve my ability to identify true breakouts and avoid false breakouts signals? Hoop. Most breakouts fail. It just seems to be a truth.
Without a doubt.
What breakouts?
Especially, yeah. Some markets are worse at fake and breakouts than others too, right?
Yes.
Some markets thrive on it. To go up and test a liquidity area, get everybody leaning that way, and then just roll back the other direction. That's why you'll see momentum traders try and take, like, I'll give Dakota as an example again, because he's a momentum trader, right? So, momentum traders, are looking for the breakout. And they're willing to take a couple swings at the plate to participate if it does break out. So, that's what that's the patience part and taking a couple cracks at it. You have to be able to understand that, because if you do get chopped up a little bit waiting for the breakout and then it goes, all the little, we call them paper cuts is the word we use. If you take 3-4 paper cuts and then you catch a 100-point breakout in the NASDAQ, it was worth it, right? So I just think momentum, moment, like you said, you just have to, and typically that's why I think momentum traders also typically have lower win rates, right? they might take, have 30, 40% win rates. But when they hit it, they hit it. So, if we go through those things where, the stop was a better, entry point and things like that, then you got to start looking at your strategy of where you're putting your entry in and when the market's breaking out, right? What are you using for confirmation that the market is breaking out? So, yeah, there's breakouts are, you're right. Most of them fail, so, it's a patience thing and willing to take a couple, like I said, a couple cracks at waiting for an area to break through. I mean, gold can be like that at times. So, I don't know, Hogue, you're more of a reversion to the mean guy. You don't really go, what would you say that you're a momentum breakout trader?
Well, first off, I mean, I think that there's different types of breakouts, and maybe we should kind of name them. Not right now, of course, but I think that there's, a multitude of different types of breakouts. You've got uh, technical pattern breakouts, you've got range breakouts, you've got initial balance breakouts, and they're all in different time frames and can mean different things and mean and create certain types of opportunities if they do continue. Though I think that the most important part of it is, and Emmanuel, I was going to ask you, you get a breakout above, a level of supply that you've taken a couple of trades against and you've successfully, made money on the failure of any type of breakout from a supply zone. Do you take the other side of that? If it breaks a supply area, will you sometimes take that breakout to the upside above a supply area and see if you can't profit from that? That could be one of the names. I mean, a supply demand breakout area. We've finally got through this area of supply. How much further is it going to go? Do you take those trades, and how often are they successful if you do?
Yeah. So, for example, something like this demand zone we're just speaking about, say the market comes all the way down and we break it. I'm looking for a
Yes.
retest where once was a support, now going to become a resistance to then take the market back down. If I don't get the retest, I don't trade it. Straight breakouts like that, where you're just looking for a dump and you're adding your position, waiting for bigger candles, more volume. It works for some people and it works sometimes for sure. But I always find that I get burnt very, very quick on them. So for me, with usually having a small stop loss, I don't do it. I wait for some sort of retest again. Like I said, which once was a support should now become a resistance. You want sellers to then add to this area to show that they're strong and buyers can't bring it back up. And then we'll find the next move down. If I'm looking for some sort of momentum breakout, very, very rare, tends to not work for me very often unless it's very, very early in the morning, which can get very volatile and then hurt even more. So I try to really stay away from straight momentum breaks.
Yeah. It always seems like even if it's going to work, it doesn't work the first time. So you end up being part of the liquidity up there, and then you get pulled back, you get out, goes back, maybe rechecks the level of the point of breakout, and then finally goes. And you can always get back in. But one of the things that Hoop said that is very important to me when I'm looking at any kind of breakout, and if it's like a initial balance break, I want to see participation. I want to see tempo in the dome. I want to see people interested in it. I want to see lots of orders being placed and canceled. I want to see price shaking around a little bit. I want to see that there's eyeballs on it, and that to me increases the probability of continuation of any kind of breakout. You want to see tempo. You have a breakout that you're going to probably see like a whole bunch of stops pop off, and you're going to say, "Oh boy, this is it. This is the good one." And then when everything stops and it gets quiet, you used to be able to hear this in the trading pit. You'd put in a new high, and everybody jump around and trying to buy it, and then all of a sudden they'd all be standing around looking at each other like, what do we do now? And that's not good for continuation. You want to see the participation maintained. You want to see tempo. Dalton calls it tempo. Some people call it momentum. Some people call it activity. Some people, whatever you want to call it, you want to see that people are interested in seeing price up at that level. And if that's the case, then it may continue. Breakouts are tough. They are tough. And
well, you see it, Hogue, all the time. If I want it to go. I want it to go now, right?
Yes. I want it now.
Now.
Yes. Well, time flies, man. Emmanuel, Hoop, thank you very much for being with us today. Thanks for the great answers. Thanks for being great people. Blessings to you. We are coming up with Trade with Topstep here coming up. We got JD, Vince, and Matthew D for his first time on Topstep TV. I know you will all welcome him. Keep trading well, everybody. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You guys all know Coach Vince over there on the right, and the man in the middle, the man of the hour, the man with the plan, our new best friend. Welcome to the show. First time caller, long time listener. We've got Matt joining us from the great state of New York. Matthew, how are you doing this afternoon? Very nice to meet you. Thanks for joining us today. How's it going?
Good afternoon, everyone. Doing very well. Thanks for asking.
Wonderful,
Glad to be
wonderful.
here.
Oh, we're happy to have you. Absolutely. Vince, before we check in with Matt to learn a little bit more about him, what's going on with you in these markets today? You got anything going on?
Not much. I got myself chopped up a little bit today in my XFA, but I switched over to a combine. So I'm down 131 here in the combine, and we're going to see if we can find a trade. Nice to meet you, Matt. JD, always a pleasure. So what do we got going on?
Always. Here we go. I'm going to check in on the tilt real quick. See what the consensus is among our Topstep traders here. We got 64% long in the S&P currently, 56% long in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude, and about 54% long in gold. Crude and gold pretty much flat. Little inching up to the buy side on the equities. All right, Matt, let's dig into it. Tell us everything. Where'd you come from? How'd you find Topstep?
It's a good question, actually. Good story. Topstep. I've been with Topstep for like forever now. So been probably from like 2018, 2019 about it.
Oh, really?
When I first started.
2018.
Yeah. When you guys still had the MT4 and still doing like other.
We're doing FX.
Forex
Yeah.
as well. Yeah. So back in the old days. So been quite
I
a
remember
ride.
it. I remember it.
But yeah, based out of New York, Brooklyn, New York, born and raised. Joined Topstep, been kind of grinding through the evals for a while, and just recently got live funded, so that's very exciting.
Excellent, excellent. Newly live funded trader here at Topstep. Congratulations indeed. I gotta know, do you like the program better now or what it was in 2018? I remember it. I remember what the program was. It was a little different. If some of you guys weren't around 10 years ago, things have changed exponentially.
It was definitely a very, very interesting watching Topstep grow and evolve throughout the years. So I think definitely where you guys are now in a much better position, and just very interesting to see what comes next. So
we're all looking forward to that. Yeah, as competition started popping up, the entire industry began to evolve, new ideations, new iterations, new products, all kinds of things. I think it really took a turn for the better, to be honest with you. But that's what they say. Competition breeds innovation, right? And it certainly did in the prop space. We can attest to it. And things have grown by leaps and bounds since then. So I'm glad you stuck around. Thanks for joining us. Newly live funded trader Matt from New York. Let's dig into it. What do you look at when you're trading? You trade a couple different markets. You like the NASDAQ, you like gold, you like crude oil. Let's start with what did you trade today? Did you get anything done?
Today,
You had some...
yeah, today I just took like one trade. Actually, well, like few, but one trade that that I left overnight, and closed up about 300 the day for the XFA and the combines. So not too much trading today, just because it's a bit choppy. But yeah, when it comes to taking trades, I usually just I don't have like a specific market that I kind of hone into and study. I look at what opportunities are out there based on like price action. Take a look at order flow, see if there's any like order blocks that are potentially might be able to defend or hold in the future. So I've switched strategies multiple times, and it all depends on like the current market regime, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
When the market regimes
There's nothing wrong with
change,
that.
yeah, like when a market regime changes, like my order block setups, they fail miserably. So I have to like adapt and improvise sometimes depending on what the market tells me.
Yeah, that happens. You got to remain flexible in these markets for sure. You don't fall in love with positions.
Absolutely.
You don't fall in love with a specific product. Yeah, Vince, you've been around for a while. You know this. Everything works until it doesn't, then you got to move on, right? It's always good to have another strategy or another product in your back pocket to move on to when things aren't working out so well in the market that you're looking at. And it's okay.
Exactly.
You have choices as a futures trader. You don't have to marry a single contract. You don't have to marry a single setup. You're here to be creative, right? That's what the market likes. That's how you get paid, being creative. So what were you trading today, Matt? What'd you make some money in?
Today was ES. I took a long trade. It was actually off of an order block I was kind of looking at the 4,400 area, and it didn't really go anywhere. Like I was up around 300, decided to take the trade just because it wasn't. It was chopping around, so didn't want to leave too much time on the table for it to play out in the opposite direction. But that was about it. That's the only trade I took. I haven't really spotted any setups yet in oil. Still looking into gold though.
Yep. Let's pull up the crude oil. Oh, you like gold? Let's take a look at gold. We were looking at gold this morning.
Under 4,000 again.
There we go. We bounced off initial balance low in gold. We failed to take the opening range breakout trade. I don't know who's how many bell-to-bellers we still got here, but during the opening call this morning, we were looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout in gold. We all agreed that it was a good looking setup, and then we waited for that 1 minute candle to close. We waited for a confirmation. We got a signal to be short by a single tick. And we don't have a good track record of taking trades based off of a one single tick confirmation. So I held off for a little bit. And man, the move that ensued, I wanted to kick myself, right? Just take the trade. Just get in the trade. Does that happen to you? You've been around for a while, Matt. You ever hold off because you think you're smarter than the market? And you don't let your trade play out? Yeah. Every once in a while, you trick yourself into thinking, oh, yeah, I know better than that. But you really don't. You really don't. The markets are infallible, right? If there's one thing that's certain, it's the market is always right. If you're on the wrong side, it means you're wrong. Not the market. Vince, anything catching your eye right now? We got a little bit of movement. I'm looking at gold.
You know, I mean, gold is just bounced. It was under 4,000. It bounced like $66 in the last minute. That was a pretty healthy bounce there. You know, but it is trending to the downside. So I do like maybe they're playing the short side here in gold. Kind of like a short in the ES as well. But it's kind of, the ES it's like a big megaphone today, it looks like. You know, this pattern here off the open, I mean, it just expanded the range to the upside, expanded the range to the downside. Maybe it's going to try to rotate back to the center here at some point. But I don't know. Right now, I'm kind of feeling the downside in the ES. What about you guys? What do you feel about the ES right now?
Let me pull up an ES chart.
What do you
I'm
think,
still
Matt?
looking at gold.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
any
it's a little
opinions?
bit downside heavy from looks of it. Retesting right now that opening balance low, but I don't know. I seem a little bit skeptical about ES today just because of the chop pre-market. So I'm just see how it plays out for now.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, I'm still looking at gold here, Vince. We are ranging. We just bounced off initial balance low, which is at 39.8070. We're almost back in the middle, making our way back to the middle of that initial balance. Let me pull up an S&P chart. We have broken below initial balance low in the S&P. It does feel awfully heavy. Got a nice flagging pattern playing out here. Looking at a 15-minute chart now. Let's see how this pattern plays out. if we get a breakout to the downside, I'd like to be in on this move.
Yeah.
Draw a couple lines here for you.
Yeah, I feel like if we spend more time down here, maybe we're gonna try to leg lower. We'll see. We'll see. It's just chopping around right now for the last 40 minutes or so. It's chopping around in like a 12, 14 point range.
Mm-hmm.
Nasdaq's doing the same thing.
This hour, sometimes we will.
The only one that's the strongest one is the Dow right now. The Dow is the strongest.
What's the Dow doing? Dow looks like it's flagging also.
It's in. Yeah, the intraday low is still intact. So ES and NQ both have got the intraday low. Dow has not.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll keep checking back in on these markets. Let's turn it back to Matt, though. So, Matt, you've been around for a while. How'd you discover the futures markets? Was this your first stop, or were you trading something else first?
Oh no, the first stop was stocks. Stocks first stop.
Stocks.
And then I was dabbling a lot, and before the pattern day trading rule, I was when it was still in place, I was dabbling in stocks, and then got bored of that. Started doing options trading, and I've actually gotten like some more success in that than I did with stocks, just because of the more volatile nature. But and futures, I discovered when you guys had that soybean ad, like corner the soybean market ad, and I was like, hey, this seems kind of interesting. I like the futures more than I did the forex, just because the broker spreads and a bunch of the like the commissions and fees that were involved. So futures seemed a bit more like transparent,
more structured,
and the market
a little more structured.
Yeah, for sure.
Regulated, as one might say. I'm trying to think about this ad. Corner in the soybean market. Was it Hogue by any chance? Soybeans. Was it Hogue in there?
I'm not sure who was
that? I can't remember.
It was someone else. It was some other guy, but I don't know. Maybe it was Hogue who was voicing it. I'm not sure, but it was a good ad. I liked it.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna have the production team in the background digging through archives to try and find this corner of the soybean clip. Sounds like a good one.
I'd like to see it myself.
I know, right? I love the old school Topstep stuff. It's funny. All right. Oh, it was Mick?
Yeah,
Oops, in the chat. It was Mick. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, we're seeing a little pop here in the Dow once again. S&P is making its way back up to initial balance low. What do you guys think? Do you like a short initial balance low? 74.36 hook. 74.36 half is initial balance low.
I would love to see it reject up there and then take a short. I don't know about just taking it, but maybe see it like attempt to get above and then maybe reject and then maybe take a short.
Okay. A couple traders in the chat. Longs from 399. And see that? Long 2 micros, long till close, 74.19 on micro ES. That's a nice long. In the money, as they say. All right. Matt, when was the moment you realized the trading was for you? Are you all in as a trader? You got a 9 to 5? What's a day-to-day look like in your world?
Yeah. I work. I did 9 to 5. I have a 9 to 5. I work. Well, I mean, I work mostly like a commission-based job, so I wouldn't really call it 9 to 5. But when I first started trading, I was definitely working. I discovered trading was for me because I like the meritocracy behind it. So being able to take money out of the market, you're essentially trading with other people, and
we're sure
there's no boss over your head. So
yep,
I enjoyed the fact that I got rewarded for my own effort, my own analysis, and I didn't have, I wasn't dependent on anyone other than my own emotions and my own self. So realized that was kind of so that's the moment I was like, yeah, trading's definitely for me. I'm gonna study it and make it a
Did you
part
find
of
success?
what I do.
Did you find success right away, or did it take a little while? Did you win on your very first trade and then say, "I'm hooked, I'm in," or was it a process?
It was definitely a process. I would say the first 3 years of trading, I was not profitable. I was blowing accounts, personal accounts, even before the prop space. So
Mhm.
it took me a few years for me to kind of wrap my head around it, start managing my risk more, and really understand about the necessity to be like in the game longer, kind of survive longer, and live to fight another day sort of mentality rather than make a quick win today and like retire my family, so to speak. So it was definitely kind of a change in mental processing. So mentality, I
Always
would say.
trading for tomorrow. Yep. That's
Yeah.
one of our taglines. Always trading for tomorrow. We're going to come right back to that, Matt. But Vince, I heard a couple trades
It's
pop
short
off.
lived,
What happened
JD.
over
I'm
there?
out. Yeah, I got
What'd you
in
do?
and it stopped me out. I got short
Oh,
and
you-
it rallied, stopped me out. So, yep, we took it was 5 MES.
Okay.
So we're flat.
We are moving. Vince is flat. Got caught in a
Yep.
little kerfuffle there, a little wiggle. We are back up to
Yeah.
initial balance low once again, or just a couple ticks under it. See what it does around here.
Yeah, this price action is not really cooperative right now. It's very, very choppy. You need a big stop.
All right, we're watching it. We're watching it. So, Matt, what times do you like to trade? So you got another gig. You got a specific time you like to be in the market, or are you kind of sitting there and you got it in the back burner or in the background all day long, just waiting for that perfect setup, and you're in the market when it happens?
Yeah, I would say probably the second camp. Oftentimes,
So you always get the markets up, waiting for that moment while doing another job. That's the dream, right? That's the American dream. Have the trading going on while making money somewhere else at the same time. Perfect. It's a good setup.
Yeah, I always got a tab open, so always got to see what the market's doing. And oftentimes the market starts doing like movements at like 7 p.m. and you're like, you know, I want to be able to catch those and not sit on the fences. So definitely always have my.
I get it. You ever go on tilt while you're working at the other job? Does that ever happen? Have you had to turn your camera
Yeah,
off
it
in a
actually
meeting
happened.
because you're emotionally getting twisted up?
Yeah, that does happen quite often. I actually went until like I would say like very recently, and I had to figure some stuff out because of the headlines coming out about the Iran news and stuff. So none of my setups were holding at all, and I was like, had to hold myself back there. I was like, yeah, okay, none of my setups are working. Gotta press the brakes.
Mm-hmm. Happens to all of us, Matt. It's all right.
It certainly does. How many times have you sat there and said, just one more trade? Just one more trade.
Yeah.
Yep. Welcome to the life. All right, let's roll in. Let's check in on these markets one more time. I should say Bitcoin is just getting wrecked. 59,710, 700.
Mm-hmm.
Last print in micro Bitcoin. What a move there. S&P 7434 last. NQ 29508 last. Dow 52301. We've got crude sitting at $70.40 and gold just barely ticking above 4,000 again right now. I'm going to see if we got any headlines coming up. Oops in the chat saying MBT not looking good. I did listen to a podcast yesterday with an analyst calling for 20,000 Bitcoin. Bitcoin 20,000. That's a tough pill to swallow. You guys got any opinions? How deep can Bitcoin go? Does anybody own Bitcoin? It's okay if you don't.
Just scared, just simply because of that stuff. So
Yep. We got some headlines coming up. From the president, Trump says Iran is agreeing to everything I want, and they have to. They have to.
Oh, really?
Goes on to say, had a really great GOP meeting. He was in a luncheon with Republican lawmakers earlier today. We tried to get the feed, but it was restricted in the U.S. We couldn't pipe that in. But no real headlines coming out of there either. We've got crude oil ready to close in about 6 minutes. I'm sorry, ready to settle in about 6 minutes. We'll get official settlement price for crude oil in just a couple minutes. We'll see what it does after that. Do you follow the regular trading hours at all, Matt? Will you trade crude oil after it officially settles for the day?
After 2, probably not, just because the volume is just dies down mostly. But before 2, yeah, from like 9 to 2 is the best.
Very good. Vince, how you feeling about these equities right now? This pop is continuing. Volume isn't impressing me much, though.
I like it. I mean, we could probably see this thing rotate back to the center of the range here. Hold on a second. My screen is acting up. What happened? Yeah, I like it. The VWAP is sitting at 74.56 half. So I think we could possibly maybe try to test that, or maybe get a rotation back to value high. So we're going to see what happens here on this one.
All right.
Yep. Looking for maybe taking along as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more time, Matt. What was that?
I'm saying just looking at maybe possibly take along if it retests these, if it breaks through these lows, the IB lows.
We're finding acceptance back inside initial balance. I'd like to see another close inside here. We're getting into a trade. We know what our risk is now. Our risk is initial balance low. Another move below there, right? Well, the way I'm looking at it, at least. This is not trading advice of any kind.
Yeah, I mean, we want to stay above like 74.36. You know, like 35, 36. We want to stay above that.
Joe Francona is a runner cooking. Had a boy. Saving one for the auto liquidator. Give me a target price. What are you looking for? How far do you want this to run? Coming back to 36. Vince, do you buy it at initial balance low? I kind of want to.
I mean, you can, yeah. You can definitely limit your risk there. You know, you time stop it maybe, you know, see how it flows. I mean, we want to see it hold that 35 level.
Gotcha. Matt, what are you looking for when you get into a trade? We don't have your charts right now, but give us a rundown. Your A+ setup. What's on your chart? Are you looking at any type of indicators? You like volume? You like volume profile? You like the VWAP, moving averages? You just stare at a blank screen and kind of play with momentum? What's your setup looking like?
Yeah, voodoo magic. No, I like to I like to use order flow. So oftentimes I try to spot like if there's any absorption. I look at volume delta just to see if there's any absorption, and as well as order blocks. So I tend to mix both of them because if I could see some absorption happen in an order block, there's a higher likelihood that it can possibly be defended. And then the order block kind of gives me like a set stop, so to speak, because I could put my stop at the bottom of the order block, and then kind of leave it, see if it runs or not. But other times it all depends. I use statistical averages as well, so like average daily ranges for my exits. I find those to be. I find the market likes to go to those points often. It tends to act like a magnet. So when I look at exiting a position, I generally exit average daily ranges.
Okay, gotcha.
Obviously, it depends on the risk reward. If the risk reward is not there, then I'll rather skip the trade. But
that makes sense. Risk first. The risk, right? How do you identify your order blocks? What are you looking at? You got Bookmap up, or are you just sort of trying to identify them in real time and marking them off?
Yeah, so I use like a few indicators on TradingView to mark the order blocks. I also use a few third-party tools.
Okay.
Like for instance, there's a 115-minute order block right now by the ES at the 420 level, and that's it's kind of like defending it right now. So that's what I'm looking at. And
Yep.
yeah, and just I usually see like there's at least 2 to 1 RR, then it would make sense to implement the trade. Go ahead. Sorry.
Nice. Yeah,
Go ahead,
do you
Vince.
trade
You were
mainly?
about to say something?
You trade minis or micros?
So I trade usually minis, but if the volatility is hectic, I'll downgrade.
Have you ever traded the 15 lot? Ever YOLO? No.
No YOLOs.
You never got tempted, huh? Let's trade size. We're going max. How much can I trade? Put it on. It can be fun. It can also be very,
understand
nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's understandable the allure behind it. But
You want adrenaline rush, right?
Yeah, if you want to,
just opened up. Let's see what we do here, JD.
Nothing will wake you up more than putting on full size in a live account, right? Risking the real money, risking the biscuit. Here we go. We got a little more pop happening here. Vince, nothing done? Nothing working? Nothing done? You in this?
No, I'm thinking about taking a long though. Let me see here. I do like the long side here.
I'm gonna take a long here. I'm long 2 minis.
All right, here we go.
Sorry, 2 micros.
All right.
Matt is in the market.
No.
Vince is in the market.
Put
Everybody's getting
3,
long.
I hit it twice. Yep.
You never hit it
Supposed to buy
twice.
3, I bought 6.
What do you know here? Back in the day, the tablets on the trading floor, you'd have the stylus and you'd hit it.
Look here.
And you'd stare at the screen waiting for something to happen and nothing would happen. So you'd hit it again. And you just get yelled at. Never hit it twice. Never hit it twice. It's processing.
Yeah.
All right, tell me about your trades, guys. Matt, where are you in at? You're long a
let's see what we
couple
got.
of mini S&P. What's your entry price?
Entry is 442.
442.
My stop is right at 23.75.
23.75? And these are minis, not micros?
Yeah. Micros, 2 micros.
Micros, gotcha. I could say it's a pretty deep stop for some minis. And Vince, what was your trade?
Right now it's a pre-done stop 28.25. So I kind of have like a bracket on, so I immediately put it there. I'm probably going to adjust it though in a little bit. I want to see how it acts up here, and then I'll move it around. So it's not like a hard stop at this point.
Gotcha. All right, we got a couple guys long the S&Ps right now. We got a little bit of a rally happening. Last price trade at 74.40 quarter, 74.40 even, I should say. Let's see if we can get a nice little pop here. You know what we do? We want to see some movement in the markets. We bring in our guy, Dr. Volatility, because he brings the heat and the markets start moving. What do you got,
Yes,
James?
what's up, guys? I got a rare 1 p.m. appearance, but it's because we have a special announcement. This Friday, Coach Robert is coming to Topstep TV Friday, June 26th at 1 p.m. Central Time to talk all about Topstep X indicators and what we're calling the Summer of Indicators. If you guys haven't heard, we've been releasing tons of new indicators, sometimes 4 a time at a week, and it's a lot to keep up with. So we put together a segment to answer all your questions about it, about indicators, strategy, anything else you want to ask Robert about, you can do it. So we're going to drop a link in the chat now. This one's going to be pinned, and you can submit your questions for Robert. And again, he'll be here Friday, June 26th at 1 p.m. Central Time. It's the Summer of Indicators here on Topstep and Topstep TV. So again, if you have any questions about indicators, strategy, Coach Robert is your guy. Click on the link, fill out your question, and then tune back in 1 p.m. this Friday. We're also going to drop some other links in the chat now. Go ahead and check out. One is going to be for Coach Robert's YouTube playlist, where he goes over each and every indicator that is being released. He shows you what it tells you, how to use it. And we're also going to drop a link in for Coach Robert's weekly Wednesday webinars in our Discord. Coach Robert also takes time to answer your questions live in Discord each and every Wednesday, so reserve your spot now by clicking on the link in chat. Now, before we get back to the rest of the show, you're going to need a bigger boat for this. You're going to need a bigger boat for this screening of a classic summer horror flick. Actually, moviegoers will only get an inner tube to float in on the water as they watch the original Jaws. And it will be at the very beach where the movie was filmed way back in 1974. That means you'll have to make it to Martha's Vineyard event scheduled for July 11th, and it also doesn't come cheap. The only tickets left are VIP offerings at more than $250 a pop. There's a similar event set for a lake in Austin, in Texas, only on July 18th.
Is it for real? They really trying to charge $250 to go into a public ocean and watch a movie?
Wow.
That sound off to anybody else? Right?
It does.
Happy heavenly birthday to Alex Kittner. Gone but never forgotten, right? For all you Jaws fans out there. One of my favorites. If you know, you know. Poor reference. I'm sorry, guys. But I do love that movie. All right, let's get back into these markets. We're trading back down to initial balance low. We're break through it. Dr. Vol brought the volatility again, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That's not what we want, though. And yeah, big shout out to Coach Robert. You talk about a guy busting his butt behind the scenes to bring you these new indicators, explanations for these new indicators. He's going to be taking all your questions. It's going to be great. A little bit more selling coming in here.
Oh, yeah. It's coming after my stop.
Yep. Matt's got a stop down at 23.75. He's still in this trade. Where's your stop at again, Vince?
Yeah.
Did you say 28?
Yeah, I think I'm going to cover this here right now. I'm out. All right. I'm out.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm out. Yeah. The price action is just horrible right now. There's no direction at the moment. You know, it's just it is what it is right now. Kind of feels like it's waiting for something. Like it knows something's about to come out.
Mm-hmm. We're back inside the initial balance now. Wow. What a head fake, huh?
It's chopping.
What a head fake.
It's chopping. It's chopping. It's getting both sides.
Yep. I got a
Hopefully
9 period
it goes the wrong side, though.
Yes. I'd like to see you guys make some money here. That would be ideal. Matt's still in this trade, holding on. All right.
Let's go, Matt. I'm rooting for you.
We're all rooting for you. Speaking of rooting for you, what's one trading myth that you believed when you first started trading, Matt, that you learned is not true? Is there one?
That's a good one. There's a lot of trading myths out there, but
yeah,
I would say the one that I was trying to overcome is the belief that there's some sort of like holy grail out there. I always thought like there must be at least like one system where there's something out there that must work most of the time, not all the time, at least most of the time, that I could implement in these markets. And I've been on that quest for an eternity now. Still haven't found the answer to it. And then, well, I mean, I did find an answer to it in terms that it's the edges, like in yourself, like in your own mindset, but definitely no like holy grail indicator.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that is a tough pill to swallow, also. And I am of the belief, though, that there are a handful of people out there who have it totally figured out, but they're not talking to anybody. They know what's what, and they're keeping it a secret. So how do you find these people? How do you sniff them out? How do you get them to start talking? I don't know. If you had the secret, would you tell everybody? Or would you just make as much money as possible and walk away? Right?
And that's also like,
I mean, in all honesty, JD, you could probably tell everybody the secret, and they're still going to botch it up, right? Because this is an emotional game. So even if you give everybody the exact formula, there's going to be inconsistencies in it regardless, and it's still, because it's a mental game, at the end of the day.
It's very true. You can sit 100 people down looking at the same exact chart, and they will give you 100 different interpretations of what's going on. Even if you said, this is the S&P, arbitrarily, if you told 100 people to buy at 74.40 and sell at 74.65, how many of them do you think would actually make money or lose money?
Yep.
Here we go. A little bit more selling coming in these markets right now.
Yeah. We're back below the IB, so it's not good. I get back above it.
Yeah. I think I'm out.
Oh, here we go. Running for that 23.75. Is this a move or is this just more chop? Is this a head fake? Man, these markets have been difficult today, to say the least. Who's trading these equities right now? Who's in? Who's out? Sound off in the chat. Doom's in the chat. 3 people would make money off that scenario. 1, the signal giver. 2, the broker.
What did he say?
3, the
3?
exchange. He said 3 people will make money. The signal giver, the broker, and the exchange. Doom with the win.
Funny.
You nailed it.
Doom. That's funny.
I'm still trying to wrap my brain around paying $250 to sit in the water and watch Jaws. That's crazy.
That oh my god! You know what though? There's gonna be people that are gonna do it. Serious. These people are gonna do it. Just hopefully Jaws doesn't eat them while they're in the water watching the movie.
Right? Another little bounce here.
Martha's Vineyard. Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be on the beach where they film the actual movie. So not only do you got to pay to get to Martha's Vineyard, probably set yourself up in a room or something for a night. And then you're probably not going by yourself either, right? So let's say conservatively, you bring one other person with you. You're dropping a nickel to watch a movie in the water. I don't know. It just doesn't sound like fun to me. Everyone get in the water. Do they not allow people on the beach? I need more details on this. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Better come with some booze.
You would think so, right?
A beer float or something. A couple beer floats along with that or something.
Mm-hmm.
Food.
So, Matt, when you were a beginner, what do you think you focused on the most that you don't focus on anymore? Does that make sense? Was there something that you looked at religiously and then just totally dismissed one day? Or something like that?
Yeah, making money.
Making money.
In the market.
Yep. Were you trying to force it in the beginning? Like trying to make it happen, like forcing the profit?
Yeah. Yeah. I would say that that's like trying to make money and like concentrating on making money was probably the biggest mistake I made at the beginning, which caused me to lose the most amount of money, ironically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a big one. Focusing on the dollars. Profits over process, which should be the opposite. Process over profits, right? They say profits are a byproduct of making good trading decisions. And I believe that.
I do as well. I'm with you on that. Whenever I deviate away from the plan, it's usually not good.
As I flag 2188, thanks, buddy. Welcome back. All right. So you guys are out of these trades. Do you reverse now? What's next?
Nah, I'm probably done here. It's not my market right now. This is not the kind of market I want to trade in.
Mm-hmm. Seeing a little more selling coming in. I'm looking at the S&P. I'm going to check back in on some other markets. NQ 29,442 last. Dow 52,360. Micro Bitcoin 59,435. Looks like Bitcoin is poised for another leg lower potentially. Flagging pattern on a 15-minute chart. Gold looks like it wants to roll over a little bit too. We will see what it does. We're trading just below 4,000 in gold. And crude, $70.17 last. Trading towards the lower end of the range in crude. Ooh, we did get the settlement price out for crude. Let me check on that real quick. West Texas Intermediate Crude August futures contract settle at $70.34 a barrel, down $2.87 or 3.92%. Pretty big move in crude today.
Yeah, crude's been on the move. You know, it's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump reported on this. Come down.
I know. I was just going to say we reported on this morning. The president is not very happy with oil companies right now. He's seeing these oil prices dropping with very little reprieve at the pump. You know, he's
exactly.
He's enlisting the Department of Justice to look into price gouging in the gasoline market.
You remember that during the Bush era, JD? Man, I don't know how long you've been trading, but back in 2008, you know, there was a price gouging website where you could report, you know, gas stations at the pump, you know, that were just gouging people's eyes out.
Yep.
They should do
yes,
that
I was here in 08.
Because I know it's happening by me. You know, a mile away from here, it's like 60 cents a gallon cheaper from where I live.
Is it really?
It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's outrageous what they're doing.
Yeah, closer you get to the expressway too, the more expensive it gets. That's a Chicago, probably not just a Chicago thing, I would say. Anywhere you go. But those gas stations are the worst. Man, what are you paying for a gallon of gas in New York?
It's around like
or Brooklyn.
Like $3.80 right now.
Oh,
that's cheap. I just paid $5.49. I'm
You're
gonna
in
go to Brooklyn and get gas. Yeah. I mean, I got to use premium though. That's the problem with me. Yeah.
Ah, okay. You have a high performance machine, then it sounds like.
Yeah, all my things require the premium, unfortunately.
A little more selling. These stocks are starting to roll over a little bit. Nasdaq's making a move for the lows. Here we go. NQ on the way down.
Wow.
NQ about to make a new low. Current low in the Nasdaq. 29,364. All 365. 4 hours looking ugly.
Like the
See a few
sell-off
people
there.
in the chat. We got sellers stepping in here.
Yeah.
Jay Cook in the chat, Coach Jay.
Low.
Yeah. Initial balance
thinking,
low
Matt?
in both the Nasdaq and the S&P. It looked like a couple closes back inside the initial balance would be signaling strength. We didn't quite get that though. NQ about to make a new low. About to print new lows in the NASDAQ. Current low in the S&P 7407 orders. 7407.75 is the current low in the S&P. Still about 10 points away from there. 9 points. And NASDAQ is printing new lows.
Yeah.
We just double bottom to the tick. There's no way double bottom. It's going to take out that low, right? There it goes. There it goes. Sellers aggressively entering the market.
Oh, yeah.
This is some momentum now. Wow. Wow, indeed. I'm looking at the news. What's coming across the tape?
Yeah, maybe something came out. That's an interesting move there. I mean, we just
Mhm.
sold off 18 points in a matter of like a minute or two.
Yeah.
So something's up.
Nothing coming across the wire yet.
Nothing, huh?
Yank wants to know, where is NQ going? Well, right now it's going down. Where's it going to go later? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Qualcomm data center chief, here's a headline. Qualcomm will launch the second generation of the HPC chip in 2028. That's not the market mover. More sellers stepping in. We're about to hit new lows in the ES. Equity's not done. Sellers not done. Catalyst. It's going down now. It'll probably go up later. That's a good one. They turned on the evil algo today, says another trader in the chat. What's the evil algo? Is that the predator algo? You guys believe in predator algos?
Oh, yeah.
I sure do.
Absolutely.
I do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Man, have you ever attempted to build your own algorithmic trading program?
Yeah, I've have multiple times.
Oh,
didn't really
do you have
work
some
out.
running now? Yeah.
No, not now. I used to do a lot on like MetaTrader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had a good process for that on MetaTrader, didn't they? It was just like a drag and drop, point, click, drag, drop to build your algo, and then execute.
Pretty decent. And but for Topstep, I did like a few had a few algos that traded for me, but
Mm-hmm.
I usually just stick to me.
Do you have a history?
These markets.
Do you have a coding history?
History?
Mm-hmm.
No, not
You have a
really.
tech-
I just
do you
kind
have
of
a tech
started
background?
learning it. No, I started learning it specifically for trading. So.
Oh, cool,
Nice.
cool.
Yeah, I
Digging
coded
into
a
the
couple
Pine
little
script
things
and whatnot.
here.
Oh, what do you got running, Vince?
Yeah, I tried that. Yeah, I tried the Pine script there. I ran a couple things. It worked out pretty decently. No, it wasn't too bad.
Mm-hmm. S&P couldn't quite hit new lows there. Low stands at 7407 orders. 7407.75. NASDAQ looks like it might want to print another new low. We are on the lows now.
Wow.
Another Qualcomm headline coming out. But nothing market moving there. This
It's like one
could just be...
one micro short here.
Okay,
Looking to
here we
break
go.
out lower.
Matt looking for another leg lower. Some more breakdown here. What's your entry price on that short, Matt?
410, and then the stop
410?
is at 425.
Gotcha. 15-point stop.
All right, short from 410. All right.
Vince is piggybacking
What
it.
do you like about that? No, I'm not.
I like the rejection off the IB low, and then it's trying to break out through the extension on the opening range located at 407.75. So
okay,
I'm just seeing if we could break even lower.
Missed the low by 4 ticks in the S&P. Bounced right
Yeah.
off of it.
Left a little bit of
Nearly
excess
10 points
down
off
there.
the low. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Top trade one in the chat saying NASDAQ looks very weak. I think Power Hour is going to see continued selling. Top trade one. Make some good calls every once in a while. Very possible. Doom still in the chat, trading it up. Doom, are you in this market? What do you got going?
Doom.
All right, Matt, we got about 1 minute left here. It's in the shorts from 74.10 in the ES. CYA up at 74.25. All right. Who's out there watching you? Who do you want to say hi to? Want to give any shout outs?
No shout outs. Just a big shout out to the community. So glad to be here. Glad to be with you guys. So I really appreciate it. And yeah, just like being here. So
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you coming in. I know you had some tech gremlins going on at home. Next time you come on, we'll get your charts up. We'll dig a little deeper into the process. But thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you, man. Vince, same with you. I will catch you later. We are going to take a short break. Sounds good indeed. Power Hour is coming up next. Our old buddy Carlos P is back to trade it up with Jack and Coach Ray in the final hour of regular trading hours. New York session's coming to a low. We got these markets moving. Stocks are on their lows as we speak. We got 1 hour to go. Let's get into it. Power Hour coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour. Last hour of the day, we're on Dump Watch here, and we got some real great guests for Dump Watch. We got Carlos, you're back. It's been too long. Carlos, how have you been doing? What's up, my man?
Been doing good. Excited for Dump Watch. That's my favorite time of the day. Dump Watch.
Yeah. It's going to do it or it's not. We'll find out in the next 58 minutes. Ray, welcome back. Don't see you often on Power Hour, but
yes,
first time, second time for everything. What are you doing? You any positions right now?
No positions at the moment. Earlier got involved in some gold opportunities, but right now flat.
All right, we're flat across the board. Equities are striking distance of the low right now in the ES. We're right around the 7350 SPX strike. That's been, let me go to a bigger time frame here. Let's go to an even bigger time frame. Let's zoom out. You can see that's been support here since since we started selling off Tuesday. We bounced off it before back on the 7th before we broke through it. What are we thinking, guys? Carlos, you looking more long or looking for some cataclysm here?
Well, to be honest, I mean, it's been tough to go long today. I mean, you've definitely had moments, but obviously the day as a whole has been to the downside. Looking at the ES, we have relatively equal lows at 74.10. It's bounced off of there a few times today already, and it just did it again in this 5-minute candle. So we could see a bounce here in both the ES and NQ. I wouldn't necessarily want to go long just because of how this day has gone, but if I want to join the short side, I would look at in the NQ 29,460. That was a previous period of consolidation earlier today, and that's also where my 21 EMA is. So I would look for a touch there and then a return lower.
Right on. Ray, what are you going to be trading with us this hour? What are you looking at?
Right now I'm looking at the ES, MES. I'm kind of looking at the 7,400, 7,390 level. I kind of marked this off in gray on the daily chart. It's kind of also kind of the value area low here from this volume profile that I have here on the right-hand side. So I'm thinking that maybe there's a bounce coming, maybe into the close, coming into some daily levels. So I don't think that these levels are necessarily going to break on the first attempt. We might get as low as 73.90 and maybe bounce for a little bit. It's kind of what I'm looking at.
Thank you for that, Ray. And I'll do the rest of the housekeeping since Andre is out singing in the rain somewhere in Chicago. This is Power Hour. If you haven't submitted already, go on Twix, Twitter, X. Use that hashtag Power Hour. Submit. Tell us how you really feel. I don't care if it's good or bad or mildly threatening or something. Just go ahead and do it. And if we like it or really hate it, we will show it at the end of this hour. Also, Carlos, as you recall, we play a little above below.
Yep.
You can take the ES or NQ. Where do you think the closing price will be? And we'll let the good folks in the chat vote on that.
I'll take the NQ. And even though we've been dumping today, and even though I don't want to go against the trend, yesterday we had a similar situation where we were dumping most of the day, and then at the 3 o'clock until close, it actually rallied back a bit. So I'm going to say we're going to do the same thing today, and let's see, where would we end up? I'll say we'll end up above this previous high, or, I'll just be safe. I'll say we'll end at 29,500. That'll be where I think we end up.
29,500 is the above below. We'll get that poll up shortly, and you can just click one button or the other. Doesn't cost you anything. That's all good. We're selling off a little bit. We're within 5 points of the lows in the ES. I love that we have the right on option now. Let's see. Things could be getting spicy here.
It's hard to bet against the trend, but I don't know. Looking at yesterday with a similar situation, so let's see if it plays out.
Do have some option support, perhaps. I'm looking at in the futures 73.80, let's call it 73.80. If we get down there, here we go. New session lows ES. We're off to the races in the last hour of the day. We're making new lows, but Carlos, it's been a while since you've been on with us. What have you been up to? And can be personal, can be trading. Like I always want to hear what people did during this huge rally the last couple months. But how's everything been?
Everything's been good. To be honest, it's been a busy time in my life because I'm actually expecting another baby in this next 3 weeks or so. So the preparation has been pretty intense the last few months with baby showers and all the like. I'm sure you can relate. So that's really where my mind has been. I mean, trading has been going pretty well as well, but really it's just been focusing on the family, making sure we have everything ready. Because even though the baby's due in the 3 weeks, the wife is at a point where I think the baby can come at any point. So got to be on your
Yeah,
toes.
she's over
for
it.
when this happens. Yeah, she's she's ready for this baby to come out, and I think the baby's ready as well because it's a big baby.
Yeah, this number 2 for
Congrats.
you?
Yeah, number 2, another girl. So gonna be still a girl
Exciting.
dad.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can get a winner in honor of baby girl number 2. Still hanging around these lows.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I was saying it's hard to get long. I mean, as much as I hope we kind of have the end of the rally to get my prediction correct, I mean, it's just these dumps are vicious. I mean, right now we've had what is this? Is that 394? You're talking almost a 100-point candle just in this 5-minute candle alone. You would have to have a super wide stop to trade this to the upside.
Also a little eerie that this is sort of the second straight day where we've had this big movement, but not a ton unless I'm missing something huge. And then tell me as far as news or anything like that. We do have Micron earnings after the bell. Right now we got Micron. Oh, wow. Micron's down 5%. It is below 1,000. It's still above $1 trillion? Yes.
So when I
other
see that, I
stock-
always question: is it a situation where people got know something beforehand and are prepping already, or is this so that we can run it up higher, right? Get a cheaper price. Their earnings are actually good, and we can then make more money, right? Get in at a lower price. It's always what you have
I
to
think-
determine with these things.
Normally, I'd be with you. I think in Micron's case, once again, I'll share, I have the Micron chart shared right now. That was a tough couple words to say in a row. I mean, here, I'll even put it on like the weekly.
Pretty parabolic.
Yeah, well, this is a log. Ray, you do math.
Wow.
This is a log chart.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Wow.
This
Oh
is
my
what the
God.
weekly chart looks like for
That was crazy.
for Micron. So I think some of it is just, with that dump in Korea the other night, a lot of profit taking, a lot of probably over leveraged speculators trying to get out maybe before it. I assume we're rolling into areas now where there's like puts that need to be hedged. So we'll see how that goes. But like I said this morning, be careful. Don't be just willy-nilly holding NQ contracts after the bell because the Micron earnings could drop
Yeah.
and your P&L could drop
Mhm.
or go way up, but it'd still be stupid.
It's a gamble either way.
Yes, sir.
Totally. I'm gonna get off this 4-hour chart. Go back here.
You're
Didn't
also
break the
focused on
lows
the
by much.
yes. You're focused on the yes as well.
I am today.
Okay.
The NQ is a little much for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, today was especially around the open. It was rough. The back and forth was, even for me. I mean, I trade NQ all the time. I've been doing it for years. I love it, but even today was a little too much. There are times where it's just like, all right, half your cut the size in half, and just be very patient if you take any trades at all, because it was very whippy this morning.
Yeah, we got some big movement across the board in the tech names. As I mentioned, Micron's down 5.7%. The huge mega caps are doing okay in this right now. It's a lot of the other stuff. Like I see AMD is down 3%, ASML is down 2.5%, CoreWeave down 6.8%, Intel down 3%. Semiconductor Index down 2.6%, Rocket Lab, down 10%. There's one more that I saw. I'll get to it. Silver, oh my goodness. Silver, let's pull up that chart real quick. Silver trading $56.
Ouch.
So if we go out to the day here, it's broken through this support. And now it's testing this double top from back in October and November of last year. Big move down in the metals today. And then one more of note is, Bitcoin. Sorry, we don't have the big Bitcoin. We got the little Bitcoin.
Wow.
Bitcoin is flirting with the lows of June. Let us know in the chat if you're getting long any of that.
Well, you said you wanted for $40 in silver, right? So I think you're on
I'd
pace
be
to get that
interested in
price.
it there. It seems like, I don't know, unless they start being able to manufacture artificial elements or something. I feel better about it down at 40. I'm not like a metals bull. In fact,
Yeah.
I don't own any at the moment. I get into that. What are you looking for that would, I know it's hard to long given the daily trend, but where are we leaning right now, Carlos?
I mean, ideally, just because of the opportunity that's there, you would want a long down here, right? But it's just real scary to get in long. I mean, even in this 5-minute candle alone, we've kind of just been flip-flopping from red to green. So I feel like for me to get long, I would want to at least see a pretty good move up to show that, all right, there's some buyers down here, which we're actually kind of getting right now. And then to short, like I said, I would wait for it to get at least near the 21 EMA, which is right now at 29,434. So somewhere around that area, maybe closer to 460, just at the top of that consolidation from prior, for a short. But yeah, I mean, getting in long here, it's pretty scary.
Yeah.
And even short in the bottom, I mean, to me is also not great, because if you get that big pop, then I mean, you're in the same boat. So
I think if I were inclined to go short, I'd maybe try it around 74.18 and see if we can hold that 73.50 SPX level. Once again, I don't know if I expect like a huge move right ahead of the Micron earnings.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to. I
Right
mean,
now are-
yeah, I'd like it to get maybe a little bit more extreme. Kind of like an attempt to go lower and then kind of a snapback if I'm going to go long. I think that's kind of. I would like to see some evidence of, like Carlos mentioned, some evidence that there are buyers in the bush somewhere, right?
Buyers in the bush.
Buyers in the bush.
I like that.
Lurking, biker. So.
Let us know in chat. Has anyone been writing this down? Is anyone like just holding and trailing a short or something? Need some inspiration here.
that would have been great.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see earlier today. How are the live traders doing today? Did we have anyone with significant P&Ls? I mean, I feel like today would be a day that if someone was short from the morning, I mean, they could have just held.
We did this morning. We'll see. I think we'll get an update towards the end of this hour. So be ready for that.
Cool. It's always.
We also might have a. Go ahead, please.
I was just saying, it's always inspiring seeing those numbers when people have those type of days. It just shows what's possible in the markets,
Oh yeah. No FOMO there. kind of drifting in this area.
Yeah, I do like that we're not necessarily going lower and the buyers are fighting, but it's just still not convincing yet. But I mean, building a case, right, to look better, at least for some sort of bounce, at least
Yeah.
in the NQ.
See if we still got. Yeah, Micron's still down over 5%. Nvidia's down 1.5%. Bond yields are lower, at least 4.14 in the 2-year. Long end, we're below 4.9. We're at 4.86 on the 30-year. And oh boy, I didn't notice this. Yeah, but Bitcoin's below 60,000, 59,554. Just so I'm not hitting a raw nerve, neither of you are like Bitcoin maximalist, right?
No,
You don't
no,
have,
no,
like-
not at all.
Okay,
Not at
good.
all. At all.
I do
Just
remember yeah, I do remember way back in the day, like 2013, 2014, I think it was. I remember in this tournament that my friend was in, he was playing. It was at just at a random place for a video game, and one of the prizes was like 700 Bitcoin, and it's just crazy to think what that would have been now. It's just crazy.
Oh yeah. Andrew Duvall, he was gonna ask about that June stat. Since 1950, the S&P 500 has never made the high for the calendar year in June. The only month that's the case. 0 times has June been the high for the year, and maybe it's not likely, but we have a shot at it this year. So use that in your golf league. Have fun with it.
All right, so I want to see what we do here in the NQ in this next 5-minute candle that's going to open up in 20 seconds, but it is looking better for long. Buyers are coming in. What I don't want to see happen is kind of what's happened in earlier in the day, where like let's say in this time period here at 1:30, where we kind of started to just chop around in a range, and then it did break up higher to then come lower. So if we start to kind of chill at this high here and we can't break above and it starts to just chop, then I'll stay out of it. But I want to see if we can break out of this. If we break out of this, then longs are looking better.
Yeah, I have a little channel kind of drawn here on the 5-minute, kind of bearish channel right up against this area around 7,400 and 7,380 that Jack mentioned earlier. So yeah, we're coming into a location where we could see a reversal, and I'd like to see some evidence of a little bit more buying activity. So
Show that Bitcoin chart here again in the spot market so we can go back. But as we go below 60,000, which I guess we did just briefly on Monday, February 2nd. But at this level, we haven't really been here since September or October of 2024, which means we actually are back to where we were before the presidential election in the United States. We'll see what happens with strategy. Where's that trading right now? It is. I have it in my thematic garbage tab here. $94.41.
So, like, what's your opinion overall on just crypto and I mean Bitcoin, obviously included, but just like there are people that think this is going to be what's going to ride them into the sunset, right, for retirement and all that. Do you actually think it's going to be something that I guess important or that valued, or is it going to be kind of something that it's found its peak and it's just kind of remain around this area?
I got a hot take for that we're playing tomorrow. What I would say is good advice for anyone is nobody should heavily concentrate a large amount of their net worth in any single speculative asset, regardless of, if you think it's going to a million, you'll still be fine at, a lower percent. I don't own any Bitcoin. I'm not short Bitcoin at the moment. My opinion doesn't, ultimately it doesn't matter. I think one thing that's undeniable though is that it like needs another catalyst. Like, we
Right.
look at the chart that I just showed, there was all this explosion in price. A lot of it is that it became much easier for everyone to get involved with it. We had the adaptation of all the Bitcoin ETFs, etc. So like everybody who wants it has had a chance to buy it at this point. And so it's kind of like, what's
Now
next?
what? Yeah.
And I don't know. Like maybe there is. Like I'm not dissuading anyone from holding Bitcoin if that's your thing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's pretty much what I always tell people who ask me is just at the end of the day, I don't think you should pile everything on and put all in, in a single asset, like you said. But I think there's value there, right? I think it's proven that much that there's definitely money to be
Yeah.
made.
It's
Just
a tough
don't.
time. It's a tough time for it too because it's not the thing right now.
Yeah.
Like I saw the same thing as I was noticing. In full disclosure, I am kind of short some of the through options, but I was noticing Palantir is at 52-week lows. It's 113. It was trading like above $200 at one point. And I think a lot of that is just that like it's not the thing right now. Everyone's piling in the semiconductors. That's where people are FOMOing. And so there's only so much money to buy things.
Right. We are getting a bounce here. This is looking
little bit,
good.
yeah. Starting to peak above my channel.
So now
like a little-
what I would look
feels a little
for.
early.
Yeah. What I would look for now in this next 5-minute candle, to entertain along is I want to see this candle close strong, right? Close at the high. I would like to see some sort of retracement and maybe come back down to this 320 level to then see if it holds there and then enter long. But don't think we're gonna get that. This candle's this open is just is flying up now.
Flying up. Okay, we're back to 6350 in the SPX on the dot.
Could this be the rally to get us to 29,500?
Possible.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be pretty hard to get through this this area though, from 380 to 460. This area with a lot of chop prior. But then again, the market always has a way of surprising you. So wouldn't be surprised if it does cut through it. But I would expect at least some resistance around this area.
Yeah. Also that someone commented on the reason I don't have Bitcoin in the thematic garbage folder. I have strategy in the thematic garbage folder. If you want, like, if you are going to buy Bitcoin, just buy Bitcoin. Don't get convoluted with some other stuff. What else do I have in the thematic garbage? I've cleared it out a little bit. I'll take flack for naming any of these. All right. This is in the 0 day, it's the largest positive gamma strike around here, so we might have some stickiness at this level in the ES.
Yeah, we're beginning to cut into that consolidation from earlier, so let's see what happens here. It's just the moves are still pretty big. I mean, this 5 minute candle has been fluctuating between these 30 or so points this entire time, so still not necessarily a spot I would want to get in on either side.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I love the hot takes top trade calling for a mega flush in Nvidia this week or next. Okay. Been a while since we've had a good one of those. See if we get some liquidity at the bottom of the hour. Just a few minutes away.
And he took a stab at the long.
Oh, he's long from
Maybe.
299. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a good spot there. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, what? is the
He's
tilt
long
doing?
one NMQ, so you're looking at almost $200, I think, on that trade. 160. It's nice.
Yeah.
Solid trade.
Tilt agrees with them. 64% are along the ES, 62% along the NQ.
I mean, we've gotten good movement. It's just, at least for me personally, it was just a little daunting. Either where the segment started, just to get in on either side. I mean, I think you could justify a play on either side, and no one would blame you. It's like you would want it to go long because you're at the bottom of the range, but at the same time, the NQ especially is no stranger to just blowing through, making lower lows or making higher
Absolutely.
highs. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see both cases here.
Yeah.
yeah, and I mean, as much as seeing these type of moves, you want to be in it. I would just say for traders in the chat, it's like not getting in is protecting the capital you have is ultimately the more important thing. There are going to be more moves that happen that you could take advantage of.
Right.
I'm thinking maybe if I get into a trade here, it's going to be. I'm getting close to saying, sort of like now my above below would be that I feel like the SPX wants to close around 73.50, kind of where it is now. So if we were to deviate significantly for like the last hour away, I might try and fade that back, especially to the upside. I'm not sure how much I want to mess around with trying to fade it back if it starts selling off, because we're so close to busting through the lows at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, for me at this point, I would want to look for a short around the 460s, around that area. We can definitely reject off the 20 on EMA. It's come much lower since when I quoted it before. Right now it's at 411, pretty much right here right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little rejection here, but it's been pretty strong from the bottom. So I think I'm going to wait to get in short around the 460 if it gives it to us.
That's right, Doom. Get out the tarot deck. Start doing it. I don't have anything mystical on my desk.
Forgot exactly where I read it, but I think a friend actually sent it to me. I want to get you guys' opinions on this. It said that as of right now, around 60% of trades, I think it was in the forex markets, are executed by bots and AI. Now I don't know how true that is, but I wouldn't be surprised if there definitely is a lot of AI and people training algos to trade more than themselves. But I guess my question for your opinion is, where do you see that, let's say specifically in the futures market, in the future of that, of AI trading and algos for not just big hedge fund managers and all that, but actually just retail traders? Do you see that shift happening, or ultimately is it still going to be left up to the discretion of a person, a human.
Huh.
'Cause I feel like to me,
Well-
60% is a lot. I mean, that's if you think about how many
I bet
traders are on the
you-
market.
Well, that's in like Forex. I bet you, like, if you're trading right now in this market, like we're looking at the ES right now, I bet you the number of trades here that are placed by algos, or like what we would like refer to as algos, I bet you it's way higher than that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 90%.
That's crazy.
If not more, because it's all like it's market making algos, right? So they're always trying to get the cheap thing first, and then options delta hedging. I bet you, like, does somebody in the chat know this number? But like,
That'd be
I don't know
interesting
what
to
it
know.
is. It wouldn't surprise me if someone said it was like 97%. But there is still discretion built in there, because when I was
Right.
trading futures for a firm, it's like, yeah, it was the computer that actually executed the trade, but you were still like kind of tweaking the parameters, right? Crazy times.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, they're also, I mean, they're based on and trained on information from a person, right? So I mean, there still is that, but to me, it was just interesting because I thought that was a large number, and if you just think about the amount of people that trade resale traders, and to still think the majority of it is done by AI is crazy. But I guess you're right.
Well, it might be lower. So I never traded Forex, but my understanding, and once again, chat or Carlos can enlighten me, is like, aren't you in like Forex trade, not like Forex futures or something like that? Aren't you just always like crossing the bid ask spread when you get into a trade? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I've never traded Forex. That's definitely a chat question, but someone said Claude says 60 to 80%. I'm assuming that's for the futures market that you were quoting.
Yeah. I wonder, like, is that 60 to 80% of like trades actually executed?
Right.
Or just like orders? Well, I mean, orders is probably 99+% because they're sending, you point and click once, and the computers are sending hundreds of thousands of orders.
Doom said some Forex products, the spread is so big you can't fit the DOM on your monitor. That's when you need that ultra wide, that super ultra wide.
Yeah. Never dabbled in Forex.
Yeah, neither have I.
I kind of hate currencies. Well, we got about 15 minutes of MOC, but we're going to let Dr. Volatility come in here and wake up the markets. We got some announcements and a follow-up of a story I talked about earlier in the news and tidbits. James, take us away.
Yes, that is right. Hello, guys. What's up? If you missed my announcement last hour, I'm repeating it. You'll see in the chat, pinned to the top right now, is a form where you can ask Coach Robert anything, because here at Topstep, it is the summer of indicators, and we have been releasing indicators all summer long, sometimes multiple indicators at once. Now, that's a lot of indicators. You may be wondering what they do, how to use them, and how to incorporate them into your trading. And you're in luck, because joining us this Friday, June 26th at 1 p.m. is Coach Robert to discuss Topstep X indicators. Now, we're going to drop a link in the chat, which will direct you to his playlist on YouTube, where Robert already has a video on pretty much every single indicator. So go ahead and click on the link and check those out as you get ready for his live appearance this Friday at 1 p.m. The pinned link at the top of the chat is where you can go to submit questions directly to Robert. And we're going to drop one more final link in the chat that you can click on to reserve your spot in Coach Robert's weekly Wednesday webinars. If you're keeping track, today is Wednesday. That means there will be a weekly Wednesday webinar tonight in the Discord. So click on the link and reserve your spot now. Now, as Jack teased this morning, we did talk about a story in Fast Markets about the world's largest man. And, well, let me just let the story speak for itself.
Hear ye, have I got news for ye. Oh, yeah! The guy making all that racket now has the title to back it after being named the world's loudest man by Guinness World Records. 58-year-old Joseph McGrail Baitup is an honorary town crier from Canberra, Australia, who shattered a nearly 3-decade-old record when he stepped into a recording booth and let it rip. No! Hitting an astonishing measured level of 122.4 decibels. That's about the same intensity as a jet engine, for crying out loud. Out loud is not how McGrail Baitup was crying following his record-breaking roar. He told the AP his voice was shot for days. Hey, heavy lies the crown when you're one whopper of a yopper. A yop is a yell, by the way.
I really, James, I need for my trading tones. I need that him saying that. Yeah.
When you hit your stop loss.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
You know, it'd be tough for us, James, to get Lloyd Blankfein on here. I
We
bet
could get
you
that
we could
guy,
get,
right?
Yeah.
Get that
Reach
guy
out
easy.
to him. Let's get him to let's have him record some stuff, yell some stuff for us.
I'm on it.
Andre, give us house. That's awesome. What do you think about that, Carlos? Guinness record, the loudest man.
I mean, that's I would wear that title with pride if I was him. That's awesome. I think having any record like that is pretty cool. That's one of the more unique ones I've seen. But it's pretty cool.
Do you guys know anyone who's set a record, like not even a Guinness or something big? Amazing how people get into that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know him personally, but someone I guess that was in a similar circle was the person who broke the pull-up record, a Guinness World Record for pull-ups, and he trained for a long time. It was crazy seeing the process, like I think it was over a year of him training, doing pull-ups every single day. I mean, his hands were torn up all the time. He had to be very very dedicated to that, and he actually did. He was able to beat the world record. It was pretty crazy to watch what goes into it.
That is gnarly.
Yeah, he unfortunately didn't get to enjoy it too long because I think it got broken like a month later. But still, yeah, that you could say that you had it at one point. It's
What was
still
the number? What's the
amazing.
number? What's the pull-up number that?
I don't remember, but it was a lot, like way more than you would think in a 24-hour period.
Wow.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that's brutal.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like a one shot. It was a 24 hours. So he was up that entire time, and he would, go on and off. So he would do like 10 pull-ups at a time, take like 30 seconds, and then hop on again. Yeah, I'm talking about Doug, Doug Setzer. Yeah, 12,000. That sounds about right. I remember it was around there.
12,000 in a 24-hour period?
12,000. Yeah,
Wow,
it was
that's-
it was insane. I mean, if
God.
he streamed it the whole thing live, so you were able to actually like check in. I remember he posted a picture of his hands afterwards, and I mean, it was just it was horrible. They were just torn up, but
They don't.
Wow.
Man, that'd be brutal streaming pull-ups because the chat would just be full of, not a pull-up.
yeah, exactly. A bunch of backseaters
Bro.
for pull-ups.
That last one didn't count.
Yeah. Start over.
As they type that, leaning back in their chair drinking a soda.
They're selling a little bit.
Yeah, we almost came up to that 460 level. It's selling off a little earlier than I would like, which is unfortunate, but we'll see what happens here. The NQ had more of a bounce than the ES did. The ES really didn't make that much headway. So we'll see what that means, but unfortunately didn't trigger me in. Just a little too short.
Coming for those lows again in the ES.
Looks like it. Yeah, I'd be tempted at that 73.80 level, 73.90 level.
To go for a long?
Yeah, if I got the right kind of price action.
Yeah.
Cato. I love these sorts of paid promotional. Quit being a simp.
Yeah.
You are
sounds legit, man.
hidden. Yeah, it sounds legit. Hi, Cato. Have fun.
It's like, listen, if it was truly going that well, I don't think you would be concerned about going into another chat to say stuff like that.
Right.
You seem to have too much time on your hands.
Hit my link.
Exactly.
Ever since I started eating Arby's, everything's changed for the best for me. What a jag. All right, we didn't quite make new lows in the ES.
Wow, this is brutal price action.
Yeah. Almost have a 40-point bounce in the same candle.
Definitely feels like it wants to go lower.
Yeah, and this is where it does get a little tough for me. I know, Jack, you have a lot to say about this topic, but with the whole correlations between NQ and ES, I'm someone that I do like to try to find correlations between them, but I also do know that there are many times where they're not, right? And the trick is determining when they're in line and when they're not. So moments like this, it's like, we did have a bigger bounce, a bigger response from NQ that makes it seem a little bit more bullish, right? But the ES really didn't have that. It is pretty much traded almost close to making a new low. That then affects, right, like the decision making as far as what side do you pick, right? What do you choose to do here? And I mean, depending on the situation, at least for me personally, a lot of times that just means stay hands off. But
yeah,
it also depends, right? Because you can play the inverse correlation, and that has worked, but depends on how you see the market.
I was hoping to get a chance to maybe caveman this here.
Caveman short?
Yeah, but I gotta wait till it gets closer to the lows, aka shorting in the hole. We got 4 minutes and 45 seconds until MOC. Running away from it.
Yeah, NQ definitely showing a little bit more strength than S&P, but S&P is starting to pick up where lagging a little bit from the NQ.
Yeah. I mean, this was the area of consolidation from before, so it wouldn't surprise me if he kind of had a little bit before it chooses a direction, maybe even a little bit up until MOC.
I really should have listened to my own advice and have faded the extreme away from the 73.50 because we are back at 73.50 in the SPX after that pump. And found a slight bit of resistance there. We got 330 until MOC. Bitcoin still below 60,000. It's been tight. Maybe we'll get some movement in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, usually MOC kind of makes it brings the market around.
So Carlos, I mean, for me, I'm curious what's your kind of style of trade? Just out of curiosity, I've never actually watched.
Yeah. So as far as my charts, I use the 21 EMA and VWAP, and I do use volume profile, although I don't have it on this chart right now, but I do use it.
Mhm.
As a reference, especially point of control. So I
Yeah.
have several criteria for getting into trades. A lot of it's related to volume profile, also the 21 EMA and VWAP. In moments where I see that they're being respected, it's whether okay, if I see them together and prices coming up to it, it can be rejected, or if it's coming down to it, it can serve as a balance opportunity. Like we kind of see here earlier, it rejected on 20 EMA, broke a little bit above it, but now we're trading around it, right? So it would kind of help me then make a decision. Being that the VWAP is so far from, because of
Yeah.
earlier today, was the self you had.
Yeah.
Not leaning so much on it, but that's I look for those for that with the 20 EM VWAP, but then also just straight up momentum. I mean, in the day, if I see momentum
Yeah.
in a specific direction and can catch it,
Yeah.
That's what I look for.
And you mainly trade Nasdaq because that's your only instrument that you
Yeah.
generally trade. Or?
Yeah, I've stuck with Nasdaq for a very long time now. I mean, I've traded ES as well. Never got into the metals when it was going crazy. Just stuck with
Oh, okay. One of the
equities.
few.
Yeah, I'm just in the past when I started, I was one of those that tried several markets, tried the new thing, and I find
Yes.
value in learning a market and learning it to the point where you get a pulse for it, right? And you can kind
Right.
of how it moves, how it reacts to news. You can feel it, you can feel what it
Right.
does.
Right.
And I think you only get that from just screen time every day,
Yeah.
practicing with the same instrument. It's one of the reasons why I love futures because I mean I was someone that used to trade stocks earlier, and I hated having to
Mm.
find a new stock every morning to day trade.
Yeah.
So being able to wake up and know what you're trading every day is awesome to me.
Yeah, that's good. Excellent.
Got about 40 seconds to MOC, right?
Yep.
Let's see. Any fireworks?
Still thinking we just end up about
Right where we're at.
74.18, just about.
I need the market makers to pump it up a little bit. 29,500 is not too far off. Pump it up just a little bit, a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, it's in.
Yeah, a little bit. Let's see what we got here.
And push it
I'm
a
just
little
going to
bit.
shoot it out shortly. Yeah.
Drop here too.
Buy side, says Hoop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go. MOC 2.48 billion buy side in the S&P, 1.7 billion buy side Nasdaq, 841 million Mag 7 and 252 Dow 30. So buy side.
Looks like it's been absorbed.
Yeah, we're pinned. We're pinned.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like I mentioned when we started this segment. Yesterday we had a similar situation at the 3 o'clock hour. It started to reverse, and so far we've gotten that bounce since that 305 candle, that big drop we had. It's just been straight up since. So maybe should have taken that long based on that information.
Mm-hmm.
So here's an area where I think if we're able to move past this 460 area pretty cleanly, then I think longs definitely have a potential to take it much higher. They're trying to do it right now.
Still like the pin, but it's not far enough away from it. It's like 5 points above it. I guess like 10, maybe I'll short. We're losing some of that positive gamma. Let's see.
Have the MOC numbers changed at all? I know sometimes they start to flip in the opposite direction. Or is it still a heavy buy side?
See if anything changes.
Someone in chat said lost some of the buy side in MOC. Simply Shifting said he passed his 50K account. He's funded. Nice. Congratulations, man.
Yeah.
Is that your first time passing a combine, or is this have you done it before? I remember that feeling of passing my first combine was it was just amazing. Felt like so long of so much hard work, right? Finally rewarded.
Yeah.
That was back when the combine was 2 stages and the rules only got harder in the second stage. So that was
yeah.
brutal.
And
Yeah,
and
that
all
was
we had,
that
all
was
we had
brutal.
were minis to work with.
Yep. That was brutal. I remember passing it. It was such an emotional moment. The best thing is when you pass it for the first time and then immediately blow the funded account.
Yeah.
Your first funded account. That brings you back to reality real quick.
Right.
All right, I got short. We're gonna play the fade back to the 6350. In these last few minutes here, we won't risk a lot. We'll add a little more, and I'll put my targeting because I know exactly where I want this. Well, let's get it exactly. Oops.
All right, so I'm gonna see how this next 5-minute candle opens up and try to put a trade on for the end of the day. See if we can maybe if we maintain this strength, right? If I can get a pullback and see buyers come back in to try to get long and carry this through the last few minutes of the day. Seems like it's holding as support here.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Got some buyers there.
Yeah,
Keep
I'm
on coming.
gonna place a buy here if I can get it to come down again. It's a little too quick. Did not expect it to do that. Thought I'd have a little bit more than a few seconds to execute. Let's see here.
It's not my intention to get biffed up. I feel that way exactly.
She's excited.
Yeah. I was more excited like a minute or two ago. We got 3 minutes 50.
Kind of just pinned
Come on.
here.
Yeah, but we should be pinned 4 points lower. Come on. I call this trade the we have the hammer of justice. This is the sword of Griffin. And Griffin come through and in this the 7350. Here we go.
Just trying.
It's getting close. We're 2 points away. Let's see. Let me move this to. I don't want to have it below the strike. I want this pinned. Here we go.
Here we go.
There we go. And that's how we do
Up
that.
below the 20 on
right.
EMA too on the ES. Looking good.
Nice.
Yeah. So normally it isn't super wise to just like fade whichever way it's going at the end there. It's just that we were coming off of the only like large positive gamma strike at a big round number and there's nothing around it, so it seems like it really
Right.
wants to stay there.
Nice trade.
Hey, Carlos, earlier you asked how our live funded traders are doing. Well, we have those numbers for the 2:30 check-in. Let's go ahead and throw those numbers on the board. Here's
Let's
a
see
look
it.
at your live funded leaders for today. Trent S sitting in
Fantastic.
first place with 20K. Lai C 19.6K. John A 15K. Donna 15.6K. And Yang $14,000. Nicely done, guys. A lot of the same names from this morning, just shuffled around a bit. And you guys are out there
Yeah,
killing it.
that's
Those are
awesome.
your live funded leaders.
Solid
That's awesome.
days.
Yeah. I feel like we see Lai on the list a lot, right? I feel like he's usually on there or she.
Yeah, absolutely. They appear quite often.
Yeah, it's awesome. Congrats to those guys.
So we only have about a minute left. I just want to say quickly, I've described before a couple times that what I was doing there is almost like forcing an options trade in the futures. And by that I mean is futures are awesome to trade if you are if you're betting on the path as opposed to the destination, right? So if the idea for the trade is it's going to end here at 3:00, options are probably better because if it goes way against me, well, it just gets cheaper and cheaper for me to play that, and I can keep the same, keep my risk controlled. If I do a futures, I'm in trouble if it spikes 20 points up and then goes to exactly where I wanted it to, right? Because I'm taking heat on those outright futures. So that's what I mean there. Anyway, we got 30 seconds left. See if there's any other buzzer beaters.
They heard my cry. They brought it up to 25,500.
There you go.
I'm not going to tempt fate by doing it again right here, but I think we go down in the last 10 seconds. Come on, prove me right. Well, can't always be right. Glad we got out of that when it came back down. There we go.
Very nice.
There we go.
There's the bell, guys. Carlos, great to see you again.
Yeah, it was awesome being on. Thank you guys for having me. It was definitely awesome.
Congratulations on the new coming addition to the family. Ray,
Yes.
always a pleasure.
Likewise. Nice trade, Jack.
Thank you. Well, get ready for the Micron earnings. They're coming up. But first, Dr. Ball's going to take us home. Thanks for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you guys.
That's right. What's up, everybody? Hey, thanks for hanging with us another bell-to-bell day. We do have Micron earnings just hitting the wire now, so be sure to stick with us and stay with us for At the Buzzer coming up next because they're going to go over all those earnings and what it means for your trading plan, what it means when the market reopens at 5, and what it means for you trading the rest of this week. So stick around because At the Buzzer, the only post-trading show you need with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, starts right after this at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then be sure to come back tonight at 7:00 p.m. because Coach Dakota is kicking off Slow Markets. And tonight he's going to be joined by Coach Jay. So hang out, join Coach Dakota and Coach Jay on Slow Markets, and you never know who else might pop by. The only way to figure out is to tune in at 7 p.m. sharp tonight right here on our YouTube channel. Then join us tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. We kick off a brand new episode of Topstep TV and do it all for you all over again. We've got big names and bigger news tomorrow, so if you thought about tuning out, don't. Tomorrow morning, we're kicking things off an opening call with Jay, Hogue, and JD. Fast Markets, we got Vince, Ted, Hogue, Dakota, Muhammad, and a special guest, Francis Newton. Power Player sees Yusuf return with Coach Jay. Coach Emmanuel is back in group coaching. We got Terrence dropping in at 1 p.m. for Trade with Topstep. And of course, Coach Jay and newcomer Eric are going to close us out in Power Hour tomorrow. And we've got some major exciting news for y'all. You're not going to want to miss it. So tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. Central Time. We know you guys are going to be there because we know you guys are bell to bellers. But let's go ahead and get y'all on over to At the Buzzer. As always, I'm Topstep TV. You're James Harden. And this is the chat. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.